ho, 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 ho. Oh, goodness, goodness, goodness. It's Fed day, Fed day, Fed day. Ah, yes. Hello, traders, uh, friends, family, pets, non-pets, and everything you'd like to pet. So glad you could make it here today. Got a great day going on here. And like I mentioned before, the guy earlier said Fed. Yes, it is Fed day. Very important day here for us traders, and a very important day here for education. Boy, wait till you find out who we got on the menu today. Oh goodness, you're gonna love Power Hour. I tell you right now. But yes, welcome to Topstep TV, the biggest and best thing out there. Period. Just stop right there. This is opening call. He's Seals. I'm Croft. And yes, that summer breeze does make us feel fine. We have an informative and educational programming for you today and every day. We're going to be your trading buddy, your trading mentor, newscaster, fellow trader, good friend. Yes. Neighbor. And yes, your biggest fan. And remember that voice in your head that keeps telling you can't change the direction of the wind, but you can adjust your sails to always reach your destination. I love that one. That's a really nice one. So let's get ourselves ready for some top-notch, up-to-date market know-how. Let's say hello to everybody's friend, our trading mentor, the man with the plan, the big ragu, John, a.k.a. the Hoag, Ragu Hoagland. Good morning, John. How are you, buddy?
I'm great, man. Feeling grateful and happy to be here. As a sailor, Eddie, I liked your little inspiration there. That was beautiful. It's great to be with you, Eddie, and as always, great to be with everybody. Wednesday, July the 31st, last day of the month, Fed Day. Lots going on today, and of course, our focus here is always on accurate context, good risk management, and remaining patient. Good morning to everybody. The top of the chat, I see Short Life Hack, Mike Godfrey, Nuno, Ezra, Toby, Paul. Welcome to Topstep, Frizzo, Malik. And again, Paul, welcome to Topstep. I would love to say good morning to every one of you, but good morning to every one of you. Let's get down to business. Eddie, how are you feeling today?
You know what? I'm feeling pretty good here today. I think we're going to have a great day here, some opportunity. But first, be very careful today on how the market moves. You know, John, I was thinking of doing some Botox, and how does this look? Oh, look okay. Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
I might pass on that, Eddie. I don't know.
Yeah, I was thinking of maybe getting a
Yeah,
little on my lips, have them like out
I
here.
like the color. A
Yeah.
little too much. A little too much.
No.
Maybe a little less Botox than that.
Okay. Well, we'll check it out. I know I got a coupon in the mail, 30% off. So I was
There
thinking.
you go.
Anyway, let's get to the news here. U.S. futures. We did see these years. Check them out. They did rise today. Rise like bread in the oven as investors awaited the conclusion of the Fed Reserve meeting. Dow futures was higher 0.2%. We did see the S&P climb Jackie Robinson 42%. I'm sorry, 42 points, 0.8%. NASDAQ rose by 252 points, 1.3. So the Reserve's going to conclude its two-day policy meeting later in the session. It's going to be 1 o'clock Central Time, and we're going to have it for you. All right, so you don't got to go anywhere else. You stay right here. So we got some earnings today also. Meta, we got Boeing, Qualcomm, and many others. This is the final session of July, as Johnny said. Both S&P and NASDAQ are on a course, not a golf course, but on a course to end the month lower, with the latter seen losing about 3%. Dow Jones, on the other hand, is on track, not an Olympic racetrack, but on track to finish the month higher by more than 4%. Congratulations, Dow Jones. And I don't think the Dow Jones gets enough attention like we should give it. But anyway, either or. Microsoft, disappointed its fourth quarter update, and it's going to be spending more money on artificial intelligence, even as growth slowed its cloud business. Excuse me. Capital spending jumping 19 billion in the quarter, up from 14 billion the prior quarter. Also, AMD, Advanced Micro Device, increased its forecast by about 500 million and said supplies remain tight through 2025. Meta platforms, the latest mega cap tech giant, also had that released its results, and I'm sorry, latest results are released this week, with the numbers due after the close today. So they're looking at around a 20% rise in quarterly revenue. We will see that at the end of the close. And Johnny, I'm going to pass the torch, the Olympic torch, to you, my friend. And what else do we have here for our traders?
All right. As far as the FOMC day today, yes, we're all well aware of that. A lot of anticipation for that. It is the last day of the month, FOMC day. Anything can happen. We've got the markets moving already here, especially in the equities markets. Remember to kind of manage your expectations early today. A lot of folks will just be positioning and hedging themselves for the 1 o'clock release of the FOMC numbers, as well as the Chair Powell presser at 1:30. Those are, of course, Central Time. The 30-year mortgage rate remained steady at 6.82%. 7:15, the ADP employment numbers came out, and you see the equities moving higher, and some of that is off of that number. They were looking for it to remain somewhere around the 150,000 the previous month, but it came out a lot lower than that at 122,000 new jobs. Bad news is good news. Employment costs, however, fell to 0.9% from 1.2% on the previous month. 8:45, we've got the Chicago PMI. 9 o'clock, we've got pending home sales. 9:30, the EIA Petroleum Status Report. The API announcing a drop of a little under 5.5 million barrels after the close yesterday. 1 o'clock, of course, the FOMC rate announcement. 1:30, the Fed chair presser. We've got earnings today. T-Mobile beating both earnings per share and revenues. Boeing missing the street on both, and ADP beating expectations. Boeing, however, has gotten a nice boost in the overnight session as they have announced a new CEO, Robert Ortberg. Robert Ortberg will be the new CEO of Boeing, giving them a nice little boost. And as Eddie was saying, Microsoft may have saved NVIDIA's tear to the downside a little bit. They say that the magic works, and as Eddie mentioned, they're investing more in AI, so that's going to be a good thing. After the close today, we have Meta, Qualcomm, ADM, and a lot of the insurance companies are going to start releasing. MetLife, Aflac, and Allstate all due out after the close. Eddie, back to you.
Back to me. Dude, where's the crude? Well, crude, we are seeing it higher than we had it yesterday. We're hanging around. Didn't really get it off the ground yesterday, but today, looking at a 77.58 high, 75.62 low. Big range there. Crude prices did soar like an eagle after the killing of the Hamas leader Ismail Haniyeh in Iran. Can't pronounce that last name. Haniyeh, Ismail. And this is going to be boosting the tensions in the Middle East, raising the prospect for a wider conflict. I wish they just, as John says, pray for peace. Let's really focus on that. But U.S. crude futures climbed 1.8, 76.08. Brent 1.7, and that was 79.38 a barrel. And as John said, the American Petroleum Institute, API, drawing nearly 4.5 barrels last week. And this reading marks the fifth straight week of draws for U.S. inventories. And there you have it. So once again, be very careful today. There's going to be some good opportunity. But I tell you, once we get around that 1 o'clock hour, make sure that you're flat, kick back. We'll be watching Uncle Jerry, see what he's got to say. And remember, not trading is a position. So let's get to our Top Step tip of the week. James, my good friend, what do you got for us? Here it is. There you go. Nice. Remember, emotions. Keep emotions in check. Always record your emotions. Okay. Now, I don't do this on my journal. but I do check myself periodically throughout the day. But if you can, keep a trading journal that just not including technical details, but also your emotions, your thought process, right? This is going to help identify emotional patterns that may affect your trading. And review and reflect these, okay? Regular review your journal to learn about past mistakes and success. It might be all about your emotions. And, bad emotions steer us the wrong way. And what I had yesterday, what I did say is too many of us drift off into rogue traders. Why? Could be emotions. Okay. Emotions usually do that. So keep that in mind. But Johnny, what else do you got for these?
Well, when we're thinking about coming into volatility, which we very well may come into volatility today at some point, especially after the FOMC release, that tends to pique emotions. And as a trader that does not normally function that well in highly volatile periods, I found that just fast slow is fast for me in volatile periods when I'm starting to feel emotion. I'm starting to feel that FOMO. Be patient. Wait for something to come to you. It's very easy to try and jump into something, try and profit on some big fast moves. That can be wonderful. It can be very profitable, but can also be pretty dangerous to your P&L. So just keep in mind that when the market gets fast, think slow. Think slow. That's been
Smart.
since I've learned, that jumping into things too quickly when the market is volatile have been detrimental. I've learned to stay okay. You know what? This thing is flying. Let's slow things down. Let's look for something to come to me before getting into the market. So when you start to feel that emotion when volatility hits, put that in check if you can.
There you go. All right. All right. Mr. Saran, you are late today. Sorry I'm late. Nick Saran, please go see the principal before you come back to my class. You missed a good morning briefing. So anyway, Johnny, without further ado, let's get to our charts.
All right. So S&Ps are currently pushing the high end of a 6-day balance. The extremes of that balance we've been talking about all week are basically kind of 55.30 to 55.50. We're up against that extreme of the balance area. Balance rules remain. We fade the extremes unless there's a breakout above or below. We would buy the extreme at the downside unless there is a substantial breakout below that. In that case, we go with that direction. Boy, oh boy, we really kind of, I think, found it where the bargain hunters are with that 5% off the all-time high in the S&Ps has now put in a very nice base. We're going to call that 54.35, and that's the lower end of the 5-day range that we've been in. We're seeing the market continuing to push to the upside up against those upper extremes. The downside volume faltered yesterday. We added 25,000 in open interest on a down day. We've trapped a bunch of shorts down there, folks. That's what that is telling me up against a major inflection level, that 5% that has now put in a really nice base along the low there. Are we changing market states? Is that possible? Well, I do have. Now, this is on the daily chart. I do have the anchored VWAP off the all-time high that's coming in on this chart at 55.59. The market has been holding below it. This is going to be a pretty good test for if we can kind of blast out those sellers that have been in here. And those sellers, a lot of them were short in the hole after yesterday's session. We're going to see if we get a nice opportunity up against this early in the session. Let's take a look at the 30-minute chart. Oops. That's not what I wanted to do. Here we go. There's the 30.
There you go.
All right. So here we go. The upper extreme of the balance, we're looking at around 55.30 to 55.50. There is a gap above 55.50 on this 30-minute chart. Let me make sure this is correct. On this 30-minute chart, the all-time high anchored VWAP is coming in at 55.49. Well, that's right up against the upper extreme of the area of balance. And there is a gap above that. If we find acceptance above this level, I could certainly see this market closing this gap, which would bring us up to, and all these are approximate, and there are no finites in trading. Everything is a zone, 55.94 half, and above that, we could see 56.12, which is weekly kickoff high. Anything can happen today. Remember that. There's a lot of high expectations. FOMC is likely to knock things around. I don't think that there's going to be any rate changes, but we don't know. So remember, anything can happen. Overnight inventory is extraordinarily long. Settlement was all the way down here at 54.72 half. We've got buyers all night long. All night long, we've seen buyers coming into this market. Those are probably shorter time frame, weaker hands. They're looking for what? They're looking for the regular trading hours to open, us to break out into this gap, and maybe close the gap. If that doesn't happen, that may bring us a better opportunity for longs if they do decide to unravel some of those overnight longs. We are opening with a gap. We have gap rules. If we cannot close the gap relatively early, yes, that is a subjective term, then we're going to be looking for opportunities to continue this move to the upside. But again, I'm trying to keep my own expectations reasonable, trying to manage my expectations today. So, the market is opening out of range, out of value. Better trade locations are likely to happen early in the session today, and that can all get blown out of the water after the FOMC. The profile yesterday, I'm just going to look at the volume profile here. There's a B-shaped, a lowercase B-shaped profile. You can see it here in the volume profile. That's usually an indication of long liquidation. Long liquidation would have taken open interest out of the market. We would have had a loss in open interest. Instead, it looks like we had some long liquidation and a whole bunch of new shorts coming into this market, looking for a continuation below this 5% level here. We traded, down to 54.32 half. This trapped, I think, a whole bunch of shorts. And those shorts are now taking heat. They're taking a lot of heat. So when we have a B shape where we add a whole bunch of open interest, that's usually long liquidation leading to new shorts coming into the market. All these shorts down here are really trapped if they're still in the market. That could be some of the reason why we've seen the market rally all night long, is some of those weaker hand shorts are saying, the heck with this, I'm out of here. But we probably still have a whole bunch of shorts trapped down there. Again, it's FOMC, ACH. Anything can happen. Here's the NASDAQ. Let me get the volume at least up here. So volume, again, yesterday, the downside faltered a little bit. It wasn't stronger on the downside. It was a little bit weaker than we've seen to the downside. We've got that 10% off the all-time high. We looked below the weekly kickoff low. We ended up closing above it. This is showing as excess. Downside auctions, upside auctions, and in excess. And this left us a little bit of excess at the bottom of this daily bar here. Have we put in a low? It's quite possible. Nobody knows for sure. But we certainly found some bargain hunters down here in the NASDAQ around 10% off the all-time high. Now we're getting NVIDIA getting a boost here. We're going to see how this all plays out. We're right at the high end of a 5-day area of balance. Well, these pullbacks and in larger trends to the upside tend to even out inventory. Consolidation tends to even out inventory as well, if you will. Pardon me. So the base for now is in 18,885, the 10% all-time off the all-time high. Balance extremes, 1885, 18,885 down to 18,844. Weekly kickoff low. Upper extreme, we're about there right now, 19,400. If we fail to take that out, we might look for a move back, shoot back to the center, or a full rotation back to the low. But if we see momentum, volume, and participation continuing to push this market higher, it is entirely possible for us to have a breakout of this 5-day area of balance that we've been. Remember, I'm going to say it once again, ACH, anything can happen. It is FOMC day. Manage your expectations, especially early on in the session. Now, on the 30-minute chart, we can see a high, kind of lower highs, lower lows. What is this blue line right here? Well, Monday's afternoon pullback high is going to be somewhat crucial, as well as these highs. That 19 approximately 400 level would be a breakout of a 4 or 5 day area of balance. If we accept above it, you have to go with it. If we get up into it and fail, that may mean we're going to need to fade that. But again, we've got overnight inventory exceedingly long. Let me see where this actually comes in here. All right, so the anchored VWAP off the all-time high is way up here in the NASDAQ, but the NASDAQ has had a much deeper pullback off that all-time high. So that makes sense. Looks like we're going to be opening with a gap. So gap rules. If we can't close the gap relatively early, we're looking for opportunities to trade into the direction of the gap. Unfortunately, right now we're up against a potential resistance area. So be cautious today. And again, opening with a gap does tend to mean that the better trade locations may happen earlier in the day. Remember, it's FOMC day, and that can change everything. That can change everything. So take a quick look at crude here. So we did have some play around 7,500, the weekly kickoff low. It was a nightmare for momentum traders. If you were a range trader, you may have had a really good day yesterday, but when we look at these weekly kickoff levels, sometimes it takes a little bit of time for longer time frame traders to make any decision in either direction. And I believe that's what happened yesterday. We had some pretty good volume. We lost 40,000 in open interest, losing 40,000 in open interest on a move to the downside, long liquidation, shorts just getting out of the market. And when we have long liquidation, that takes selling power away from the market. Now we've got some events over in the Middle East, obviously, that has had an effect on price. We're going to take a look at the 30-minute chart here and take a look and see where we are. So if we're looking for any kind of resistance, Friday's afternoon pullback high, put in the high in the overnight on Sunday, put in the high on the on Monday's session, and right now it has continued to prove as resistance. We've got a lot of overnight longs in this market. If we can't take out and accept above that Friday's afternoon pullback high, that's 77.54, what are we looking for? Well, probably a pretty thin probability of closing the session gap, not to mention the settlement gap, which would take us all the way back down to 74.73. So I'm looking for an opportunity on some sort of a pullback to put in some sort of base, some sort of structure I can lean on for potentially another push towards that afternoon pullback high, 77.54 from Friday, and then possibly points higher. We don't know what's going to happen. ACH, the profile yesterday was a normal variation neutral day, a very small range, normal variation neutral day. Means that the market is using up its ability to facilitate trade, and the market's job is to facilitate trade. So the price is going to advertise at different levels to look for that trade facilitation. We've got the session VWAP just below here at 76.67. Might be an interesting level because the 200 session moving average on the 30-minute chart is lining up perfectly with that level. So we'll see what happens here. And let's take a quick look at gold. Gold has coming up. Gold has had a little bit of play this morning with the weekly kickoff high, 24.67. That is in play. Volume was really kind of unsatisfying yesterday on that push to the upside. We did add 3,600 in open interest, indicating new buyers potentially kind of preempting a little bit of a potential breakout. I want to take a look here at the December only chart. So this level here, I mean, obviously the upper extreme of the balance is all the way up here around 25.20. This just looks like a very pivotal area for me. If we do accept above it, I could see a move to the upper area of the current area of balance again, up around 2,500 to 25.20. We got to see if we can accept above that weekly kickoff high first. All right. So let's now take a 30-minute look. Overnight inventory is long up against the weekly kickoff high, showing a pretty good degree of resistance. We've opened with a gap, Overnight inventory is long. A little bit of overnight inventory might not be a bad thing if you're looking for better trade locations for longs. We can't close the gap relatively early. Remember gap rules. We got a little bit of a speed bump above us here with that 2467. The profile yesterday had a late spike to the upside. It was a normal variation trading day with a late spike to the upside. The base of that late spike, 2443 even. If we even get to see that level, it may be very supportive. But what the market is telling us when it opens flat out above a late spike to the upside, according to late spike rules, the market is attempting to accept higher pricing. If we do get some play above that 2467 and spend some time, start building volume, look for the market to continue in that direction. As always, ladies and gentlemen, take a deep breath before you start trading. Stay humble, grateful, creative, and centered in your trading today. And as always, pray for peace.
Yes, pray for peace, please, everybody. Hey, coming up fast markets here. We got a few minutes. Andre, Hoag, MP, Deanna, Nick for a tick. Oh, we got an all-star cast here today. Don't go away. Get yourself situated. Johnny, meet you at the vending machine. I see they got chili flavored Fritos. My treat. Be right back here. Don't go away. Fast markets.
The corner.
All right, let's get our favorite feds into the gate. Yes, everybody get on one. All right. Good morning, Andre. How are you, buddy?
Awesome, Eddie. Thank you so much. Yes, it is FOMC Wednesday. Welcome, everybody, to TopstepTV. This is Fast Markets. Upper right-hand corner, you got Nick for a tick. Lower left-hand corner, the star of the London Open. You got Deanna, lower right-hand corner. You saw him on opening call. John Hoagland. We are about to be open here on this Wednesday. Yes, it is FOMC.
And we are.
And we are open.
And that is.
Hoag. Bell is ringing. I am fired up for this FOMC Wednesday. What do we got, Hoag? What are we looking at here?
Little bit of volatility here on the open. We're seeing some pretty big opening ranges. 29 handles in the NASDAQ so far. 5.5 handles so far in the S&Ps. S&Ps opening just below the anchored VWAP that I have on my 30-minute chart off the all-time high. We are opening with a gap. The markets are opening out of balance. Better trade locations are likely to happen early. see what we've got going on here. I'm going to put the S&P up here for now. So here's the gap. Here's the session gap. We've got the anchored VWAP just above where price is now. We've got a 7-point opening minute here. It's a little bit of a different story in the NASDAQ, though. We've got the NASDAQ, that afternoon pullback high from Monday, which is 19,348. We've opened above it. If we can't hold that, I could see the market pulling back. We've got a lot of overnight longs in this market. A lot of overnight longs. Opening range has broken to the downside in both. So I'm going to stick a toe in the water here, and I'm going to take one short. It's a pretty substantial opening range. I'm just going to look for this to continue this push to the downside. This trade is more based on overnight inventory than anything, and the fact that we've got that anchored VWAP coming in at 55.49 on the 30-minute chart, and that's off the all-time high. We're starting to see some continuation to the downside here. NASDAQ is continuing to push to the downside. Of course, the Dow leaving the opening range at the low of the session and pushing high.
In its own story.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is, John. We'll keep us
So
posted
on ES, John, I have the ADR high at 55.41, which we're now reversing from right at the open.
Yes.
So that's pretty good for the gap fill play. I also have the average session range low to the downside at 55.12. So that's just under yesterday's session range high. So it might be something to look out for. Don't know how far you're going to keep it.
To say it a different way, I really appreciate you, Market Stalker D.
Oh, thank you, Hoag.
We all do. We love you.
Yes, John. All right, John, did you take that short? And if so, from what price and how many times?
38.5.
Short one from 38.5 S&Ps. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Sell this sucker off. So, John, you said that's. I'll get to you in a second here, Nick, for a take. But you said this trade is based a lot on the overnight inventory. What did you mean by that? You took a short, so I'm assuming you're saying overnight inventory is long coming into the opening bell.
100%. So the opening price last night at 5 o'clock was right around 54.53.75.
Okay.
Well, all night long, the shorter hands traders have been pushing price higher and higher. I'm betting that there's an accumulation of longs that if they don't get what they're looking for right away, and that is continuation to the upside, they're going to get a little bit nervous. They're going to unravel some of those positions and potentially push price in the downside direction. Now, I don't have a stop in here just yet. So what I'm going to do is I like D's 41 average session range high. So I'm going to go just above that around 43, which is still inside the opening range. Technically, the opening range is still valid until it takes out the high of it. But with D's information there, that average session high, if we get above that, I'm going to get out. I'm going to be out of this trade. Still kind of hanging out here in a little bit of profit. Still maybe making some of these overnight longs a little bit more nervous. I mean, if we can get a pullback to close the gap, that would be a pretty decent profit. Mm-hmm. I would love to see us get down to session VWAP, which is 55.18 or 19. I'm going to put a target there just for now.
18s. Straight, Johnny.
We'll see what happens.
Awesome, John. All right, Nick, for a tick. Actually, I'll go with Eddie really quick. Eddie, big day for this afternoon, but what do we got on the calendar for economic numbers for the morning?
Well, in 10 minutes, we've got a biggie from Chicago. Chicago PMI going to be out here in quarter two, 8:45, 10 minutes right now. Also in about a half an hour, pending home sales. We've got our crude oil inventories in less than an hour, scrolling all the way down here. And of course, let's not forget about our 1 o'clock session here with Uncle Jerry. We're going to have our FOMC statements at 1 o'clock. We're going to pipe that in, so no reason to go anywhere else. We've got our Fed rate decision. And of course, stick around 1:30 FOMC press conference when they can turn the blender back on again. and mix this market up. But that's what we've got. I will get this Chicago number out in 10 minutes. Back to you, Andre.
Big day. Huge day. It wouldn't be a big day if we weren't joined by our good friend Nick for a Tick. Nick for a Tick. What are you seeing over there at NQ and ES?
Good morning. Yeah, we kind of had a wild overnight session if you include post bell yesterday with the Microsoft earnings that shot us, pushed us down the elevator shaft about 7.5%. And now here we are all the way back up almost 2%. I actually got long into the close via options yesterday. And actually bought a little more as Microsoft sold off. And actually I'm in the process of managing and closing those. They expire tomorrow, but those are up about 400% this morning. So I am naturally peeling them off. If you were paying attention in the TopstepTV chat, I think I was calling out a move to the long side in the close. And Microsoft kind of threw a wrench in that, to be honest. Got me a little worried, but I think we got the exact move that I was expecting. In the overnight. So naturally, I'm peeling off the rest of my long position here this morning. And I'm going to be looking to kind of manage the rest of the day via futures and then pretty much be done, hopefully, here in the early part of the session. I never trade FOMC. It tends to be very aggressive and violent. And, I'm not an event volatility trader. I tend to get my points and get out. So I'm looking forward to kind of doing that here this morning and then not touching another trade the rest of the day, just watching with popcorn.
Smart. I did see you in the chat yesterday saying that you were bullish. As you see, pinned to the top of the chat, you'll see the Topstep daily levels. I have them open. You should have them open as well. Phone levels from all across the globe from some of the finest coaches and traders that we have here at Topstep. So please have those levels up, as we'll be referring to them throughout the day and into zones. Okay, D, I'll throw it to you. We got crude. Crude was beneath $75 even yesterday. Obviously, we're trading $76.92. Yes, but we did dip beneath. Buyers stepped in. What are you seeing over there in crude?
Well, most of the moves that we're getting in crude are happening kind of overnight and during the London session. I haven't been paying that much attention to it for some strange reason. But yeah, I don't know. It's like yesterday's session was a bit muted for NYMEX. We only had like 78 ticks for the entire session. So we'll see what happens today. I'm not really rushing to trade anything today because it is FOMC. Things can get a little weird, and so I'm willing to just kind of sit it out, maybe do some combine trading just to stay involved in the market for, experiential purposes and all of that. But this is not going to be the day where I'm going to be trading my live account, I don't think. So yeah, not very exciting, but there you go.
Oh, how's that trade looking over there? You are.
And today's the day that I'm trading.
I love it.
Yes.
I'm peeling off more of my calls here. I just sold 5. I'm selling 5 more, and I will have 5 left.
Look at you. 400% on those. Huh?
I said this the other day. I was looking for the move back towards like 19,600 on NQ, and I've made this comment before. When the volume is low, the guys at the option desks at institutions, they're not necessarily sloppy. It's just they can't hide what they're doing as well. There's just not as much liquidity in equities. As far as just, things that just kind of hide those large positions and large orders that they start buying. So in the summer, it's almost like they're showing their hand a little bit. And I think that's what we saw yesterday. I know there was a ton of put buying to start the day. And as soon as they got run over here in the overnight, they started, like Hoag was saying, closing those positions. And here we go to the upside. And I think that may continue if, FOMC is pretty much right on par as far as no surprises and, no cuts and, kind of telegraphing most likely a cut in September. I think that's what the market's expecting. And if that's what we get, you may see more of that kind of, hedging exposure be taken off, and we could continue to move to the north side as Powell's talking, or even after the statement releases, if that's what they kind of are telegraphing. That's my perspective, but we will see what happens.
I tend to agree with that. So when you're doing those options, are you just looking for volume spikes at a certain price level? What do you see? Are you just looking for volume?
Gamma exposure activity, volume at specific strikes, a number of things. Yesterday, you just saw just a lot of put buying. And I think I was calling this out. The safest long of the day was actually the long off really anything once we kind of got stalled at the option wall at 5,400 on SPX. And with how low volume we kind of are in the summer, you kind of knew the odds of us breaking that large of a strike was going to be pretty minimal with just the lack of volume that we have. And how illiquid at times the indices have been. So you kind of were like, hey, if you were looking for that cheap long or the safest long you could have, that's where you might be placing that kind of bet where it's going to take a very large seller to most likely break us through that gamma exposure at 5,400. And we didn't get it. We kind of like had one tick below it and then shot out of a cannon, right off of that level. And then until Microsoft's earnings, we were, I think I was describing this, but we went all the way back 50 points higher, basically just moving where was that next call strike, and it was 54.50 basically yesterday. And here we go, moving to the north side further.
4 minutes here on the number.
Flat down 228. OPFX in the chat kind of mentioned that he was looking for a stop sweep above that high of the opening range in the NASDAQ, and that has certainly happened, but the S&P has still held the opening range as the dead high of the day.
Taking a look at gold here. Those new all-time highs, 2470. New all-time highs. These prices are very high. 2468 last trade. See high of the day, 2470. Like Nick said, we are seeing some buyers stepping in here in ES and NQ.
2467
Yeah, I'm looking at
is
Dow.
weekly kickoff high in gold.
67s.
Yes.
So Dow tagged the value high and tried to go into value, and so far seems to be having trouble going lower. So we'll see what happens here after the number.
I'm going to try one more short here and just get out 4 ticks above the high of the opening range if it does not go.
Who's looking to get short again?
Yeah.
I mean, if today's anything like the last 2 days, we top out here early in the morning and we just sell off hard for the remaining portion of the morning. Nick, you're flat. D, you're flat.
Yep.
Okay.
And I am out of all my call position. My entire long position is now closed.
Got to show something for tradertainment today, huh?
Yeah.
Yep. Like I said, I'm gonna trade futures here in a second, but that was a position that kind of made sense. And I even was joking with Hoag, even if we were to get Armageddon today, this was at least a hedge against, any wild topside movement, knowing that I could trade futures to the downside if we were to get, bad news, or we would have continued to see weakness after, AMD also reported, but theirs was a little more positive of a reaction. So this options play was almost like a logical thing that made sense to me, but also just knowing that, I can trade a different instrument with Topstep, my Topstep Live account, to kind of play the opposite side and kind of use that as a hedge if I really wanted to.
All right.
All right, inside a minute here, Chicago PMI, you're looking at 45, prior 47.4. And the number we're looking at, trying to get this above 50. So
I wanted to flatten before that number came out. I just took 2R on that short. Now I'm currently up 244.
Nice.
Oh,
nice. Nice.
Let's go.
Oh, you timed that perfectly.
Yeah, you did.
Where did we reject?
Check your positions.
415.
Love it when a plan comes together.
All right, 10 seconds.
All right. Let's see what this number does.
Everyone flat, cancel all flat now.
There. Looking at 45, expectation.
Dome's thin.
Chicago PMI coming in at 45.3, a little better, a little higher here, and higher than expected. We're looking positive, bullish for the dollar. Chicago PMI determines the economic health of the manufacturing sector in Chicago. Grab yourself a pizza, Italian beef, and have at it. Back to you, Andre.
Little
Is
better.
that in Cicero too?
Cicero.
Hey, in Cicero. In Cicero, you got to go to Freddy's. If you're in Cicero, Freddy's on
Mick was
16.
That's what Mick was saying.
No.
Mick was talking about Freddy's the other day.
Oh my gosh. Old school Italian.
Sounds amazing. Speaking of old school Italians, where's that Italian? There he is. Nick for a tick. What are we looking at over there?
I realized I didn't close all of the position. I still have two on. Now they're out. Now I'm out. Okay. I didn't realize they didn't all get filled because we had the news and then we shot down. So I was trying to actually be out. I guess I could have held a couple for runners, but no, I want to be out. That was a 400% return in like 12 hours. So I'll take that.
Gold kicking it north side.
Sure is. Are these all-time highs? 2471?
No.
Is it higher? Okay.
I don't think so.
It's
a little higher.
You've seen 2500s.
Because it was last month. Gold? So the high in Dees all time was right there. It is 2537.70.
2537. Okay, so we got some room.
That's the December contract. So that's the high in futures right there, highest ever.
Gold's expensive. Oh,
right. Hey, we got the big guy here. So I'm gonna sign out of here. I'll be here in the background if for whatever your needs might be. Great to have a little while for you guys with you guys this morning. Trade well, everybody. Remember, manage expectations early. Anything can happen later. We'll see you in a little while.
Nice trade, John.
All right, Johnny.
Who's there?
Hello.
Johnny.
Hello. What's up, guys?
Good morning.
Hello, kind sir.
What is up?
I have this on my monitor that I'm about ready to throw away. This is when we were all by 5 every morning. By 5 last days.
Those days.
Remember those days 3 weeks ago?
It should be just buy the Globex Open, it seems like, after a night like last night.
I know. So what's the good word? Why are we up?
Microsoft?
I couldn't exactly tell you. It kind of makes sense.
Sold, yep.
Feel pretty good. I added to my long-term equity indexes last night or yesterday in the afternoon. Yeah.
Might as well. We got FOMC here. MP, we got a number coming up in 12 more minutes.
About 10 minutes.
Yep, 10 minutes. And then we got FOMC this afternoon. Tilt's been pretty 50-50. The zones have been pretty tight. Range has been pretty tight. Pretty much waiting right now. Waiting.
So, Andre,
go ahead.
AMD also beat their earnings yesterday after the bell, which confirmed the AI dominance. So you had NVIDIA surging like 10%, and where NVIDIA goes, so goes the index.
Yes.
Video.
The AMDs are actually very good.
What do we think about the consolidation on the daily? You got the kind of the stair step down, though it feels like an elevator.
I haven't taken a look at it. Is that the daily you got up right now? I haven't looked at the daily.
Then we have the range, which is like we're at the extreme of the range. Sorry about my lines.
It's consolidating.
I don't know. Does it stay in the range?
Patience. We'll be patient today. Let's see. 19,370. Let's trade in zone 6 right now. Zone 6. Nothing really popping yet. Any price levels you're looking for in crude or gold for that matter?
No, I'm not focusing much on commodities right now. I have some, like I said, I had some levels in ES that I am keeping an eye on. So one of those was the ADR at 55.41 and a half. So the Hoag took the short, similar to that idea. So that's already done. Then I have the average session range low around 55.12. And I also have the value area high from yesterday's session on ES, which is 54.87. So all of those are potential reversal points, areas where we can have trouble breaking through. And then to the upside, I mean, I do have the average session range high, a little bit higher up, because this one was an average daily range. So that's at 55.50. But if we start going higher, that means that we're ignoring the ADR high. And that's going to mean that ASR high is probably not going to do much. We're just going to keep shooting up. So for now, I'm just watching, waiting. Out of all of these, actually, Dow looks pretty interesting to me because it is at value area high at 40,950. That's the value high from yesterday. And it's still having trouble. So I'm just trying to see some commitment to either side. There's a big fight going on. So we've been in this same zone now for about like 20 minutes. So once we get some volume coming in, that would be a nice area for something, either a value acceptance or to reverse upside, because we also have VWAP, overnight VWAP around this level too. And on the daily chart, it's still pretty bullish. I mean, compared to some of the other equities that have gone into a correction, Dow is just in its own sort of la-la land and, doing its own thing.
It really is. It really
Yeah.
is.
So I'm kind of interested in the Dow purely from that perspective.
Mute button.
No, I know. Sorry.
My
I thought I had it on, I tell you truth.
Warming up the pipes. Warming up the pipe.
Chilly here this morning.
Is it?
Well, I'm having a heat wave in London.
Yes. London's having a heat wave. I'm going bad. I'm sure
100
Texas.
degrees here in Dallas.
I'm sure Texas is nice and hot.
We are perfect here. And you know what, Nick? There are so many many Texas plates here in town. Every SUV has black rims. What's the thing down there with black rims? Everybody has them. It's got to be.
I have no idea. I couldn't tell you. I've never actually noticed that. People are driving.
Oh yeah, people drive here and then they stay here for they get out of the heat. It's tons of Texas people rolling.
Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Yeah, I don't want to be here all summer, but here I am.
What's so funny is I was parked next to three of them in town. All three of them had parking tickets, and I didn't pay for parking because I was just gonna risk it, and I did not have a parking ticket.
Do you have Colorado plates?
You think,
I have Colorado plates. Yep, they do
That'll
that.
Do it. The meter maid's like, not this guy, not today.
83% long gold right now in the tilts, 83% long. If you look in the upper left-hand corner of the screen, you see the hashtag Fast Markets. Hit us up at Twitter, X, call it what you want. Use the hashtag Fast Markets. Share your battle stations, your performance dashboard analytics. Yeah, your cool swag. What else? Memes. What else do we want to see? MP. What else do we like there?
Everything and anything. No foot pictures.
Let's go.
Matt Anaya, what's up, buddy?
Is Anaya in there?
Colorado is the healthiest state in the union. You're totally right. I have black rims too. So the folks out there that have black rims have it on their truck. So as I knock it, everybody has it. It's just a common
5 minutes remaining.
Yeah, another news drop, right?
Yeah, we got pending home sales month over month. They're looking at 1.4. Previous was a negative 2.1. So this might put a spin on something.
Carl, how's that talk with the man in the mirror? I did journaling.
Oh, yeah.
I got every day this week. My first line of the journal right now is, let's be patient. I'm going to keep doing this.
MP, were you a doctor at one point?
No, I'm just an idiot at all points.
That
looks like mine.
How'd that work out?
My handwriting's terrible.
The Oshkosh works pretty well on it.
That was mine. I'm a lefty.
Oh, you smear the ink.
Yeah, it's
I'm a
all
lefty
just
too.
awkward. Oh, really? There you go.
Mm-hmm.
There you go. Hey, D,
You know
If you
your
hand,
struggles.
you get a ton of ink on your hand, right?
how's London Open going,
Yeah.
D?
Yeah, it's going all right. I didn't do any trading today because we had a very quiet day because of obviously FOMC and everybody's a bit sleepy. So yeah, I didn't do anything, but we had a really nice educational session. We answered a whole bunch of questions, and I'm actually getting some really nice, polite people. Nick Tick popped in, so he was in the chat. You were awake for some reason, very
Couldn't
early.
sleep.
So thank you. Yeah.
Very nice.
And yeah, it's been going really great. So I think we have a core number of people that are now turning up every day, and yeah, it's been really great. I'm very excited to continue and to start bringing guests on as well at some point.
Excellent. How has the markets been moving at that time on the London Open? 9:30 a.m.
Yeah,
London
I've been
time,
trading
3:30 a.m.
copper.
Central.
Yeah, so I've been trading copper because some of the other products tend to be a little bit more range bound during London. And usually I would, shift my attention to DAX or something, but obviously we don't have that yet in Topstep. So we looked at copper, and copper has been moving pretty nicely. I've been sharing my stats on Twitter, kind of running an experiment to see how that works, because I haven't traded copper all that much. But Carl Hungus was the one who said, hey, have you checked out copper? So I looked at the ranges, I looked at the volatility index, and I was like, okay, yeah, let's try this. And it's been moving pretty nicely. It actually moves more during Asia and London than it does for COMEX for some strange reason. Maybe it's a summertime thing, but we'll see. So for now, I'm kind of focusing on the metals for London.
Excellent. Good. Everyone tune in. London opening call, 3:30 a.m. Central, 9:30 a.m. London time. Start the show. D.
I woke up at 3 and I sat up and I said, I'm going to go join D. I said, I'm going to lay down for one more minute, just wake up a little bit. And I felt next thing I knew it was 5 o'clock in the morning. Best intention.
It happens.
Hoag's back.
I'm coming. I'm going to be there.
Yeah. I mean, it is very early, so I get it if you can't quite make it. I remember the first evening when I tried to watch the Coda because it's like 2 a.m. my time, and I was just in bed. So I was kind of in the chat probably for about 15 minutes, and I just passed out because I normally go to bed at like 11, and I'm like out like a light. So that was a very late evening, but I wanted to be there. So yeah, I can imagine it's the same if you're trying to really wake up and you're still in bed and it's all like nice and cozy. You're like, yeah, I'll watch it.
We got a lot of folks locking it up today. That means Topstep Act.
You see that? Yeah.
Some folks saying they are having issues. You guys, I didn't have any lag, but we got people locking it up. Great job already out of the gate.
Smart people.
Like that. Yes.
Yeah.
All right, number in less
and then the Eurex and the DAX. We're having.
Wow, what's happening?
It's a bigger lift because of the conversion currency. I don't know.
Yeah. Ticks are in euros.
It's happening.
Yeah.
It is. Yeah, it is happening. It's just I don't know where it's happening or when, but it should be happening this year.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah,
I have a lot of people asking me when it's coming, and then because they know that I trade DAX, they're like, "Do we have DAX?" And I'm like, "Not yet, but it's coming."
I've seen a lot.
Yeah.
1 minute.
Yeah.
Feedback for it.
Check your positions. This is a minor number, but pending home sales can turn the blender on. I didn't say be quiet. I said just get ready.
Patiently waiting. We're stalking the market like market stalker. D, what is this?
Silencio, por favor. Right, 30 seconds.
I'm just melting here, so concentrating.
Where's Johnny's home?
Those levels at UMP. 390
I'm
we're in between 6 and 7, 6 and 5, I should say, 5 and 6. We're no man's land.
Yeah, I put in my journal I wanted to get short, but then I put in there, let's stay patient, and I'm glad I didn't get short.
Should be coming out, right?
Pending home sales change month over month. They were looking at 1.4, coming in at 4.8. Much higher. Bless you, bless you, bless you. U.S. pending home sales also coming in at 74.3. Need a mop?
Needs a mute button. Mute button do
Bob.
tricks.
I got everything going off over
I
here.
got wet on that one.
Oh my goodness. The allergy
All the way here in
season up there.
Chicago.
I thought I
It
was going to
reminds me
die.
of the old days when MP was coughing his soul out into the microphone.
Yeah, I
Dry
went through a
air.
phase.
In the winter,
Dry air.
very dry air up there.
On
Yeah,
the trading floor,
yeah.
we'd go, there goes $10.
Yeah, sorry about that, guys.
Oh, good. All right.
You'd
Then
have that in
I'm-
the trading. Remember in the trading pit, Eddie? You'd have
Yes, I remember.
guys. Yeah,
Oh,
guys that sneeze in the trading pit. You know what the joke used to be? That's
like I
expensive.
said. Yeah, that was
Oh.
that was a $10 sneeze.
Swear to God, somebody. That's expensive across the pit. You're like, come on, all the time. It was just like,
There goes $50.
there goes $50.
Yeah.
Yes, that's what they
Well, that was
said.
a big sneeze.
All right. New highs in gold here. As you do see heavy tilt.
Road.
90%. 90% long in gold right now. Tilt 90% long. New highs 24.72.
Yeah, gold is accelerating and finding some acceptance above weekly kickoff high, which is 24.67.
From the buyers in NASDAQ and
So NQ
Is
is
this where
trying to
we-
break out of that range from the consolidation on the daily that MP mentioned.
Yep.
Yeah, I was
We're
going to
looking
say,
at that.
is this where we
afternoon
finally get the
pullback high from Monday, 19.348. Above that, and kind of breaking out above that area of balance we've been in for the last 5 days. We see some continuation that could continue.
Four handles, huh? We're in the freaking four handles. 19,400.
800s.
we dipped into the
Uh-huh.
18,000 yesterday.
We're-
Well, we were
Talking
actually
to
what?
Talking in the opening call about above 19,400. Acceptance above there puts a leg higher.
All right. So now we get long.
what was that level?
19,400, and levels are approximate; they're not finite. So this is kind of a zone. If we do show signs of improved participation and volume up here, it's more likely to continue in this direction.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah, I agree. So we overshot the ADR in NQ, but we have a lot of space until we reach ASR, which is all the way up through those low volume nodes, all the way up to 196.57. So if it does pick up steam, it might be worth going with that.
The best part of yesterday's earnings is AMD being up 8%, but NVIDIA being up 11% on not even reporting earnings.
On AMD's earnings.
On someone else's earnings, basically.
It's pretty tight.
We'll take anything. It's all right. Yeah.
The Joneses just bought a car down the street. Guess we're rich still.
Yeah, pretty much. 19,408 last trade. NASDAQ.
NVIDIA got a boost of confidence from Microsoft last night. They said that Microsoft says that the NVIDIA magic is working.
What else do you need? What an
And I think
endorsement.
Microsoft said AI about 47 times on their earnings call last night. So
Smart.
classic.
Smart. They're in on it.
You guys ever watch Nathan For You? Anybody here ever watch Nathan For You?
Yes. Casey loved that
No.
show. And Casey loved that show.
There's a guy
best
on
show
there
in the
that he
world.
has on there all the time who he's like a Bill Gates impersonator.
Yeah.
How he
Yeah, that
says,
one's really
how he
good.
says how he says Microsoft is the funniest thing in the world. You're like, wow, it's hilarious. We should get that guy. You know what? We should find out who he is and get him on here and have him be a Bill Gates, ask him about earnings, and just have fun with it. I know, great idea. I can feel the.
Patience. We're being
I'm
patient.
looking for a trade. I sorry, I was paying attention.
MP, get in there. All right. No trades right now. House account. Nothing right here. Tilt. Nothing really showing. Again, we've
right.
Dow has a value acceptance here because we fell into value and closed inside it. So let's see if we get some follow through to the downside because it's in its own little story. Let's see if
Yes,
it's
it
gonna
is.
continue
La La
that.
Land. Little La La Land,
Yeah.
D.
400s
OMP.
in the pullback.
Pull back. John said if we got acceptance in these above 400, which it appears to be, more room to
That's
the
fine.
upside. Yep. Ooh, 10-year yield. Beneath 4.1%. How about it?
5.880s, 19.580s is the 50-day moving average. We ripped through it like butter on the way down
Sure did.
on the daily.
Vicious.
I'll show my
All
screen.
right, come up to these 55.50s upside here in the ES. See how the market trades to that. Nick, what are you looking for in terms of levels? You looking for see what we do with this 55.50?
I'm
What's
currently
options
short
telling you?
425, a 2-lot.
Right.
But I don't know if I like it.
Short for 425 2 times. Short for 425 on Q 2 times.
Man, that
Right, I'm gonna try
that-
short in Dow, but only on a combine because I don't like trading on FOMC days. So I'm short 2 from 14,936 for a value acceptance down.
Short 2 what, D?
Dow, your favorite product.
Jack.
I will reluctantly put that in.
Man, that 10% pullback, it just really firmed up on, huh?
885s?
Yep. Kind of doing a top down. It's kind of nice to step back and kind of look at it, look at Earth from out in space.
You haven't done this in a minute. Going back to your routine, man. Like you're missing free throws, you're missing putts. Take it back to day one. Get back to the routine. Get back in the routine.
Screw golf, Andre.
Aren't you playing today?
I'm playing today. And yesterday I couldn't hit a ball 20 yards with my irons. Something is up.
Yeah, you got the yips right now. All right, more buyers stepping in here. And Q new highs.
I'm flat.
Yeah.
Wow.
Something changed. Maybe those earnings change everything.
Just natural bed keeps staying in here.
Where was it the last couple? Hot knife through butter, man, like you said.
Speaking of hot, TR, what is it? Where'd you go? TRDX, where is it? Yes, hotkeys right here. They're coming. I would say less than 30 days.
Coming.
Removal of your daily loss limit and the ability to set your own is coming within 30 days. Those
12 years
things
ago,
are pretty big.
14 years ago, I never would have thought remove of daily loss limit. Here we are.
We get enough people saying, "Get your stupid rules out of my way." Okay, fine.
Okay,
here you go.
I mean,
Here
the
you go,
same
big
people
boy.
that are going to lose $3,000 on one trade are going to lose $4,500 on one trade.
There you go.
Fine. We know that. We knew that. We know that, and we tell them all the time. And they go, "We want bigger loss limits." There's a kid in there that won 140,000. Wants to move it all the way up. It's gone, and it's gone. So it's all.
Fine. Give them the rope, right?
Yeah, I talked to this guy.
Big girls.
He saw my kids. He's like, you got to give them enough rope that they burn themselves, but they don't hang themselves. I'm like, well, that's a good one. That's what the daily loss limit is.
Never heard that.
I never heard that either.
Yeah, I've never heard that one either.
that's a new twist.
Good one.
Yeah.
That's a 2024. That's all. Yeah.
So the cool thing about it is you got to set it once. I mean, on Topstep X, I believe you just got to set it once when you start the account, and then it always saves. So it's not like there's a bunch of legwork, but you got to go do it. You got to go do it. And there'll be people that will change it, and there'll be people that will remove it, and there'll be people that go on tilt. I've even done it. But now it's your
you guys.
It's your personal journey that we're here supporting you on. So
Yeah,
that
back
will
to
be
the markets.
yeah.
We've got the
ahead,
S&Ps. We got the S&Ps trading right at the anchored VWAP on the 30-minute chart off the all-time high. It hasn't been visited but once since we put in the all-time high. This is kind of a vital area because there's a gap above that could take us up to 55.94 half to close that session gap. This is kind of a critical area here in the S&Ps. Just to let you know. Learning about that anchored VWAP, and I've been watching it since we put in the all-time high. This is the first visit we've had there the last visit was on the 23rd of July, and it failed to hold above it. It has continued to hold below it, hold below it, hold below it, and now we're at it now. So this is, one way or another, some sort of an opportunity at this level. Just take a look.
550.
Yes.
All-time high anchored view up. Yep, I see that right here on the
This is really the kind of high of the 6-day range that we've been in.
Got two. Hoag's got a check mark and Jay's got a check mark here, MP.
Right here?
Hoag, you got a check mark for a short up here? I think Jay does.
I mean, it's cheap.
Yeah.
I put a 5 lot in, and then if it comes up to 550, I'll put another 5 lot in.
What price do we get?
I kind of like the long more, but it is a cheap short.
It's a cheap short.
Is it?
The out is what? How many handles higher?
56. Next.
50.
Resistance is 55.65. 54. Okay. What price did we get, MP?
49.70 at the orders.
Okay. 49. 55, 49, 75.
Yeah, it's a critical area, but direction is really unknown here.
Short 5.
Short 55.50s is our average price now. Short 15.
Short 15. 55.50. Let's say anything like this. NASDAQ sees some sellers here. Maybe the S&Ps will follow suit. NASDAQ off about 40 points.
Order filled.
Short 20 from 550.
Order filled.
Oh, shit. I didn't put the stop in.
Order filled.
Okay, there you go.
What is it?
There's a lot
Short
of
20.
buttons over there.
Short 20.
Short 20, yeah. From 551.
551. Oh, better price.
Right, I flipped and longed out because it exited the value area and is now
Right.
shooting upward. So
Yeah. So the low end of the gap is 55 2 half. We start getting into that gap, then I'm liking the long side more than the short side.
Stay convicted.
Yeah, I do need hotkeys. I would not mess that one up.
Is that what they said? All right.
No, they said doesn't need hotkeys. I'm like, yeah, I do. All right, so it's firming up. This thing is, let's see, hold on.
We're watching the NASDAQ sellers here.
1, 200.
Gold putting in new highs. S&Ps. S&Ps just move a little bit more calm, man. A little more fluid, more smooth.
So does YM actually.
Yeah, you can just see the moves
Yeah.
unfolding.
S&Ps doesn't give me heart palpitations.
Yeah, it doesn't usually have the nervousness intra candle that really freaks me out in NQ.
Good way to put it.
Yeah.
Coming up.
After a while, you start with NQ when you're watching it. Like after a while, you start feeling as if you've had way too much coffee, even though you haven't.
It's
Up, down,
incredible.
up, down, up.
Yeah. All right.
Well, I can't. I'm too old for that.
Short from 55.51, 20 times. Gap low 55.51. What's this? It's a chart from Agile showing that's a price actually higher leading into the now times at NASDAQ seeing some sellers here. Look at the 5-minute. Like for Tick, you got anything on?
I'm trying to get short with you guys.
I mean, if we want to have Topstep go risk neutral, you can always look at longs right now.
I
I like it. I like the charts up here.
I feel like this is a see money, take money thing. And we don't risk a lot on this, but if you get some money, take it.
Well, we're going to risk 5 handles.
Right.
So
I don't think that's expensive.
yeah, no.
New high in gold.
Gold.
We
Bulls
got some
in
information here from Edgeful. Going back, NASDAQ price action on FOMC days going back 3 years. NASDAQ has a tendency to drift higher leading up into the announcement.
Interesting.
Hey, John, I got a question here in chat. You know how we have our levels in zones? Tim is asking, is there a known way where you know where a contract is staying in a particular zone?
I mean, everything is always contextual, right? If it's higher volatility, the zone is going to be bigger. If it's lower volatility, the zone is going to be a little bit smaller. It's hard to really point out anything specific to say about that because everything is subjective in trading.
Thank you, John.
This is 55.51 gap low. Yep, we're in there. Last trade 55.53. See how the S&P's just kind of, you can see it unfolding here on P. I like the rhythm of the S&Ps. Not just,
I do too.
Just not click, bang, get in there. What's my price? What am I long from? What am I short from?
And it's gone.
Yeah, shoot, I'm long. Okay, what price did I get? It's always what price did I get? Oh, here comes my stop. Great.
And it's gone.
Yeah.
Yeah. What price I get? Oh, no, who cares? I'm stopped out.
There's a little battle right here.
There is. Take a look at the tilt here in the ES, 60% long.
I mean, I guess after almost 2.5, more than 2.5% rip higher, you'd think there'd be a little.
We up 2%?
Take a breath.
It's creeping higher. There is. View up 55.28. Chief go long, says LFT. Which is 55.54.
I'm with them. We got to find a place now, though.
There's 56s. There's 56s. We're at 56 quarter. Yeah, 56 quarter. And there we go. This thing's strong. Okay. So whammy for sure. All right. So 50. I mean, it did what you said it was going to do, John. On the if it does what, it's going to go higher.
Yeah, if it gets into the gap, then we had to be out. We're looking possibly for longs now.
Flip it, reverse that thing.
I mean, that's.
It sounds like a song.
There it goes.
You catching a bid, Dow catching a bid.
Yep.
Dylan, yeah, you're right. It's another day. We are fighting the trend, isn't it? Huh.
All caps too. Dylan wants you to read that.
Oh yeah, I got yelled at.
Yeah. YM 82% long YM.
Trend's got to end at some point, which it clearly did overnight.
Yeah, something changed. Yeah, those earnings.
Yeah, the problem with the shorts in the ES for me is that we've now ignored the ADR high and ASR high. That tends to open up the possibility for a single direction trend day. So I wouldn't be shorting that, but you know.
Yeah, once we got into that gap, it's long.
Next pullback.
Yep.
We're buying 20 banger.
50, 49s, around there. If we get it.
What price? 49s?
50, 49.
10 handles. Pullbacks. Okay. What is do we have any other teams? Team JD.
55.
Anybody providing anything?
8.
So once we have the initial balance, we'll have the initial balance that we can fall back on.
All right.
The initial balance high can be a good pullback point. after the fact. So
What level's that?
we don't have it yet. It's going to finish in 9 minutes, 50 seconds. So it's a
Also-
market-generated information.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's an hour in.
Also, in 9 minutes, 50 seconds, we'll have crude oil inventories.
Mm-hmm. My favorite.
Your absolute favorite. Oh, here comes the. All right, here's our pullback. $55, 50. 55, 60, 55, 65. We got resistance above here. Coach Paul resistance.
Flow zone trader. I like this breakdown. More too zoomed in. Zoom out.
Oh, maybe.
Wyckoff spring, trapped shorts at lows, imbalance to be filled on cash gap. Stop playing counter trend till it shows weakness. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
There you go.
Yeah, I mean, if you guys want to look at my charts here in the S&Ps,
Yeah.
oops, again. So here's the daily. All right, let's start with that. So we've got that 5% off the all-time high that is now put in a base. Yesterday on that push to the downside with a B-shaped profile, we added approximately 25,000 in open interest. Those are your trap shorts down there.
Mm-hmm.
So, and then when you look at the 30-minute chart, you know, that 5% off the all-time high, put in the low yesterday. Overnight longs had a little bit of an adjustment. Now we're you know, kind of getting into that gap. We're above the volume weighted VWAP off the all-time high bar on the 30-minute. So this was an interesting area for an execution for a short or a long. We tried the short. If we get an opportunity back at that level for a long, it's worth a try.
All right.
No guarantee that anything's going to work, but you know, we're seeing the market now possibly accepting. I'd like to know if Jay is around. How is the volume on this push to the upside? But we do have a lot of trap longs. They've put in a bottom. The longer time frame said, "Hey, we get down to 5% here in the S&Ps. Let's start scooping it up," and that's what they've been doing. Now we're seeing the shorts getting squeezed. The same story in the NASDAQ, but against the 10% off the all-time high.
Yep.
But we're nowhere near that anchored VWAP in the NASDAQ.
All right, I just got short and just covered in my XFAs. A quick 15 points. I think I'm going to lock it up because I've taken
Dirty
all this
dog.
in trying to
Nice.
short already. So I'm going to take
Nice
that as a
trade.
win. That's 400, almost $500, 450 in my XFAs, and
Nice.
I think I'm eligible for a payout. So I may be locking these up and
Ooh.
not risking hitting 5 days on FOMC day.
Yep.
Approved.
Speaking of, whoa.
Approved.
There you go.
Send that money to
Under
Dallas.
review.
Gold taking a dump here.
No. You're an
I don't
influencer.
have
We just
to-
automatically approve you so you can post it. So
I was going to say, I can take a screenshot or I can just record myself. Apparently that's a new thing you might have to do is record
my
all
God,
your
I've heard-
trading.
Well,
I have
you
heard
do
about
have
that.
videos of yourself already, so you know.
Yeah, I
There's
guess
no
I just have
problem.
to show me actually live trading in a real live brokerage account to get my own payouts for my own money.
Yeah.
Maybe that's what I got to do. Just show my Topstep TV
Yeah.
clips.
Yeah.
I've heard about that new.
Mark is trying to figure out what to do at this level.
Well,
Yeah, it takes
while
off some
it's doing
sellers.
it,
Yeah, go ahead, Jack.
while it's doing it, Andre, it is Fed Day, and we could use,
Oh
I think, a
no.
pep talk here. But first,
no.
I just want to show really quick, where are my interest rate gamblers at? This is the Fed target rate probabilities for today. 3.1%, the probability of the Mavericks. Will they be rewarded?
That would
Probably
be-
not, but that's the
that'd
way
be
it
incredible.
works. Things would go wild.
Yes, they would.
The next thing is Coach T. We didn't get anything from Powell today, but Coach T kind of became sentient yesterday and took on its
no.
own avatar.
Oh, no.
Yeah,
What?
and he has a pep talk for you. But first, let it be known that
Jack,
this is AI. it. This is AI from Coach T. I did not write any of this.
Good morning, Topstep, you degenerate piles of flaming koala shit. I may have died in 2018, but your lack of respect for the rules and traditions of my beloved house account caused me to burst out of the grave like a Russian pole vaulter with a clean bag of piss. And if you haven't noticed, I'm not f***ing happy about it. I have been sent here to instill discipline. But for now, you are less than nothing. You are fire drill beggars. I don't care if you're a scalper, swinger, scaler, or YOLOer. In my house account, you are all equally worthless. What's your name, Salad Hands? Andre? Bullshit. Your new name is Oatmeal Hands because you need to make money to afford the fresh produce that goes into a respectable salad. Do you maggots understand me? And what about you? Yes, you, the douchebag sitting in the ski chalet. MP, are you here to trade or to sip cocoa by the fire with a bunch of rich venture capitalist fuckers in Canada Goose Panty? Where are you from? Nebraska. It must be divine intervention that a man who spent 18 years someplace so flat can't stay flat for 5 minutes between 8:30 and 9 o'clock. Now get out of my sight and expect an email at 0500. Dismissed.
Wow. Damn.
Classic.
Wow.
Classic. That
And
was
Nebraska.
That was good.
I mean, you
Oh,
get put in your place. That's how you. That's how
Coach T.
Damn
Coach T
good.
will be doing this to every program, so get ready.
Man,
Well, all
Coach
that was-
T.
Well, all that was going on. Coach Jay says the volume looked decent. There was a pretty good buyer that came in above 55, 51. He likes a pullback to 54, 45.
54.45.
45 to get to look for a long. That's a pretty deep pullback.
Oh man, we got
But
3
we just
minutes
got down to
on the
54.
crude number.
And we've bounced. Just,
That was good.
just while all that was going on, that all happened.
Okay, so the pullback. Say that all one more time, summarized.
So Coach Jay was saying there was some pretty good buying that came in above 51. He's looking for a deeper pullback for a potential long down to 45, 55, 45. As long as we kind of hold in the gap or at least above that 55, 49 level, we've got anchor, we've got session VWAP down to 55, 30, which, all roads lead to it. Is that an opportunity for us? Are we going to get there? That's really the question. But as long as we're spending time above that 55, 40, 49 anchored VWAP off the all-time high, and we're inside that gap, I'm still looking for longs.
We'll pull back to 53s. We're talking about S&P, right?
Yeah, that was while Arlie Armory was yelling at us, saying from a guy from Nebraska, you have a hard time staying flat.
I heard. I heard it.
That was an incredible line.
I heard it.
Absolutely
classic.
incredible line.
Can't stay flat for 5 minutes. That was great.
I can't say
That was just.
that was good. Constructive criticism, tough love.
Coach T fired up.
There's so many different personalities of Coach T.
Yeah, we just
I
got
love
the red ass.
We got the one on the performance dashboard, Andre. Right.
Yep.
So guys, go there. You can see what Coach T AI takes all your data and spits out to you. It's pretty cool. It's actually really cool. You keep refreshing, keep grabbing new data and telling you things. And then you got this new Coach T. We got another Coach T coming to join us here at some point in the next 30 to 45 days.
There's triple or quadruple fives, 5555 right here on P.
What about it? I thought you guys were saying lower. What were you guys saying?
I thought we were talking higher. Keep filling the gap to the upside. Yes.
Yes, I think Hoag said if we stay above 55, then that that opens up the possibility for further upside.
5 seconds on the crude. Check
Money
your
banger
position.
right here, right now.
You can hear me.
Okay, it's 56.
We got here. And coming out here right now We got the crude oil inventories. So they were looking at a negative 1.1, coming in at negative 3.436. Gasoline inventories, they were looking at a negative 1.29, coming in at negative 3.665. So there you have it.
Hey.
A little skewed here. And
Not
once
that
again, Deanna, crude just sort of rolling over, looking for a belly rub.
Yeah, correct. Very
Unbelievable.
tame.
The trade down
Right.
to 54.
I saw fives.
I think it got down to 53.
Yeah, I'm looking at it.
Move 73% long Dow.
Stay
On one of those.
Yeah. Ooh. What's your position, D?
Oh, so I had one where it went up, so I covered the initial slight loss that I had. So that put me up like 222, and now I'm in two lots 41065, and aiming for 41200. So currently in profit about 620. It's just a combine though.
If you want to talk about the move that.
Go ahead.
Sorry, Hoag, go ahead.
Nick. Go ahead, Nick.
No, I was going to say completely not in context of this, but with the move we just had, if you guys remember early in the fast market session, I sold my calls for about 400% profit. They are now worth almost 650%. So just a crazy move.
Wow.
All right, so we've got the initial balances established in the S&P and in the NASDAQ. The S&P is absolutely the strongest of them.
Mm-hmm.
It is holding above the initial balance low, which is 59 and a quarter. 59 and a quarter. So, there is the possibility of a failed upside auction. But now we're kind of late to the party for longs.
Wow.
Watch it go now. Watch it go. Market loves to make a liar out of me. But I'm looking for this for this to kind of close that gap all the way up to 55.94 and a half.
94 half.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, all right. We have we got resistance here. Coach Paul's got resistance right here, right now at 65. Yes,
I can see it.
Okay.
A little
See what the options guys are doing.
I mean, you're stepping in front of a freight
no
train
surprise.
yet again.
Yeah, don't
They're
short it.
rolling it up. They're rolling it up to 55.72. So just as an FYI, guys, this is as much as trend rolls applies as I think you can get. I'd be looking for a pullback to actually buy.
All right, let's bang it out.
They are rolling the calls up.
76% long Dow, 63% long NQ. That's it for news. Crude oil. Yep. All right. Next big number.
Initial
FOMC.
balance is set.
Yep.
All right, I took my Dow off.
Nice.
It's kind of struggling around the previous area where we kind of turned around earlier in the day. So yeah, that's 785 up.
Good trade.
Yeah, not bad. I like the Dow. I don't know why people hate on it so much.
Jack.
I started in the Dow in futures.
I know.
1 month after.
I won't hate on the Dow. I will hate on the Russell.
1 month after the contract opened. It was like 2002 or 3. YM. It was thinner than thin. And it was whippier than the NASDAQ.
Mm-hmm.
And I had a $300 daily loss limit. So anybody that says you've never passed a trading combine, I say to you, yes, I did at a prop firm. They had me on a simulator. Loss limit
Kotke?
300. Show Kotke. Kottke.
280.
Neil Kotke. Yeah, 280s. That was the name of that was a firm number.
That was the use a key turn when you were calling that house out. Who's selling?
Oh, really?
Kotke. You do like the
Yep.
turning of a key. Happy.
They had about 20 of us. They all put us on a simulator, brought us in the office, didn't pay us, said, show us a $300 daily average without hitting your $300 daily loss limit. And we
Spot
will
model.
give you a live account and you get to keep 60%. Oh, and by the way, it's $1,200 a month to sit here.
So you're already down
My desk fee
1,200.
was $3,000.
That's insane.
I know. So when people do talk about, hey, where's your next promo next? I get it, but like $49 is where our lowest price. I mean, like Netflix is like $20 or something. Like there's never been a moment in time in the trading world ever where it's been so cost effective to get in.
No. You don't need a fancy
Never.
education. You don't need a fancy education. You don't need a diploma from this, pipeline school.
$50.
Any of that stuff, man. Any of that.
Mm-hmm.
Broke down the barriers to entry once and for all.
I don't know, Netflix gym membership, guys. How about that? Cheaper than a
Gold
gym
pulled
membership.
back right to the weekly kickoff high. 2467 is now back on the bid.
No, not Leo Kottke. Neil Kottke. He wasn't really part of. Mike Crouch was the one running the whole group.
Yeah, I never
They
saw him much.
did a little beta test, little pilot program that they did.
Ugly jacket colors. At least ours were. All right,
Hey, Jack, do you need a diploma? Diploma for Hindsight Capital?
I think I've seen a Patagonia vest.
Yeah, Jack's off. Jack had to swap out for JD. Speaking of that, let's get JD in here. We'll keep an eye on these Nasdaqs. Nasdaq's a couple ticks beneath all the highs of the day. We'll pull back here in the S&P. Let's throw it to JD. JD, we got some hot streaks and payouts?
Buy pullbacks.
Buy pullbacks.
Buy pullbacks. I like it.
So yeah, we now
JD.
have that initial balance as a potential 55.60 in ES.
Yep, I was
All right, back to the markets. When you guys are ready, let me know. When you guys say you're ready, let me know when you're ready, because when we're throwing to you, we got to keep it moving here, guys. Chop. All right, new highs here in the NASDAQ, pushing higher, 19,488, new high of the day. S&P still chop around 55.64, half. A lot going on right now. Keep pushing here.
There's a low volume node down around 61 in the S&Ps. We got IB high, basically 59.5.
Pushing higher here. 55.65. We got resistance here with Coach Paul.
So
Market's it's trying not to let us in.
No, it's not.
yeah, it's staying right on the highs here. We had our chance. Big Ben, what's the benefit of a prop firm if you could take the 1,200 and go trade yourself?
Then you
learn
lose
the
the
hard way.
1,200, and then
I would
what?
advise nobody. Yes, I would advise nobody to ever go to the. Open up a brokerage account first with your kid's college fund. I lost $330,000. I lost $90,000 from the age of 19 to 23. I had a vending company, not a rich uncle. I had to sell the vending company because I lost it all. But the point of the story is $1,200 can't do shit in the market, and 90 grand not knowing how to trade is worthless. You got to know how to trade. So prop firms are absolutely the best place to start. If it's not Topstep, then go to a good one, Trade Day or Earn the Trade. I always
Michael,
don't go anywhere else outside that.
To trade on the trading floor, to apply for a membership was $1,200.
Yeah, just to apply.
Just to apply.
Yeah, anybody who thinks you can get in the market and $1,200 and you've never traded before, and you just saw that guy just grew that account to a bazillion, stayed at a bazillion, and bought a Lambo and a yacht. It doesn't exist. It doesn't exist. A grind exists, and you got to find a safer place. It's not the safest because you're still, kind of paying money. So something's coming out of your pocket. There's no completely safe way to be in the markets, period. And then get your 10,000 hours on screen. Working with the right people.
$90,000.
I was waiting for it. 19,487 last trade. 19,494 high of the day in the NASDAQ. kind of just drifting here. If we go back to the drifting higher, the zombie rally days going into, I know our friends at Edgeville said 70% of the time we drift higher on an FOMC day. 55, 60.
Bibbo, what's another trading for? Sorry, I'm just trying to stay out of the markets so you guys can hear the other guys on the markets. I'm answering some questions in here. What's the other prop firms out there? FTMO, those guys are badass. I like them. That's if you want to do FX. Again, if you're a deal shopper, get out of the business. You're going to just give people your money. Like I feel no sympathy for anybody at Apex. You just said you lost 10 grand, and you guys shop.
There's a
You
pullback.
shop.
MP.
It's not a shopping business.
Yeah, Hoop says it.
Pullback's
First pullback
59,
NQ.
right?
Yeah, here's the pullback. First pull. I mean,
And yes, it's pulling back.
60s, 60s right here. The 6 is 5.4 pullback right here, right now.
Order filled.
Yeah, NQ back in initial balance.
I like it.
Order filled.
Closing in on Hoag's
All right,
favorite time to say, are we going to have a failed auction here?
Oh boy, what price did we get, MP?
6-1,
6-1.
Order filled.
20 times.
Well,
Are we short?
no,
No, we're long.
Okay.
Long.
I was going to say, I'm not short.
Pullback.
yet.
We were just talking about this. We saw buy the pullbacks plus 20.
I don't know. Sometimes it's just, I hear the order filled and I'm like,
Sellers
panic,
here
like,
now.
What did we do?
Food sellers, yep.
Somebody earlier goes, these guys are all clueless. Maybe we are.
We all
Would
saw
Would you
it.
say our
We all
risk
saw
on
it.
this is back in the initial balance, below 59.5? Is that our risk?
Okay, 59.5. I put a
71% long tilt in the NQ.
Does that sound good, D?
Yeah. So we're looking for a further move upside.
Right.
How long?
We have to hold above initial balance if this is going to continue.
So
You just
back
had a bit
inside
of
the
a
initial
sell-off.
balance is our risk.
60
Yeah.
ones.
Just want to make sure you and I concur on
Oh.
that.
Yeah, so if it goes below 55,
Oof.
that's going to be over for the longs, at least for the time being. But as
So
long as we're holding above 55.60, there's a decent chance that we continue higher.
Jeez, this
What
would be
were
the
you gonna say,
rally.
Andre?
We got the gap.
That's what
No,
we're
we say,
looking
well,
for.
I
Probabilities.
thought we were. Good morning,
Oh, really?
Bulls.
Yeah.
Good morning, Coach Dakota. I think we're talking about the gap fill to the upside. I think we're looking for a move to what 90s, John? 56? No. Gap fill.
It was
What
94,
price?
wasn't it?
94s.
Yeah,
Thank you.
gap fills up to 94.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
K Trader, give the keys for Nick for a tick. Maybe he can make it back. We're all working together. House account isn't me only. I'm putting the size on, sure, and then I'll press the button. But it's just a combination of the talk out that we're doing from D to Nick to Hoagland to Hoagland has a team of folks underneath him to Coach Jay. JD's got a team underneath them of people that are kind of providing their thoughts, and then we kind of collect those and then feed them to this conversation. And Nick does have the keys to an account that he's trading really well in.
Yeah, he does.
So
House
we'll
got
just
long
let him
20
keep that.
times. 55.61. 5 points off the highs. 52 straight here. Look at tilt 70% long. YM.
Got to hold here. It's got to hold here.
Hold the line. Hold the line.
You see, I grabbed my bowl.
They said something else.
What does the Magic 8 Ball say?
Check in later.
The alien seems to be a very terrible trader. I'm just going to say it.
Yeah, Jay said
I
that.
know.
Jay noticed that
He's
too.
an idiot.
He said-
Will this long pay out? Most likely.
wow.
Hey, alien, will this long pay out?
I would think the alien is long term.
Oh, more of an investor.
See, the alien's broken.
Yeah.
It's broken. It won't even give me the flat side. It gives me the top of the triangle.
Keep shaking there, Bacon.
Maybe the buyer step in here. 55.60.
NQ looking a little precarious. Let's hope the buyers keep defending here.
God, look on the 5 minute. This is
That's what I'm looking at too. But I got to focus on what we're trading.
Yeah, even a breakdown towards 400 and holding is not the worst case. Actually, it'd be potentially a good case to long it if you're playing the trend day. Back towards the
exactly. That's exactly what I see. Yes, 100% textbook. Pull back.
So, but yeah, the scalp, or I guess the scalp short that I was looking at earlier is basically the play that that could potentially happen now. But I got blown in the face trying to do it. So. We are firming up.
Dow. Yep. Dow,
Most definitely.
Push one time. SMP stop. Oh, we see stop. What did I know you like the 60s. We got to hold the line on the 60s. What do we got here?
Yeah, and somewhere below that, I'd really want it to hold the 60s.
Yeah.
You shouldn't have said that because the market loves to make a liar out of me.
John, you can stop saying that word. You say it all the time. We get it. You just put in a disclaimer in the morning. Jack, we have a disclaimer in the morning. And we can put it in there just a line by John.
Charles Chapman, a Fed day could well be a combo day. Big swings in both directions. Could be. You never know. Yes, we got FOMC this afternoon, 1 o'clock. Yeah, 1 o'clock Central. Rips will be joining us. We'll be streaming from start to finish. Before 1 into the close. One lot runner this time around if there's a possibility, says Lost Trader. Let's do it.
Where's the stop here?
58.75s, because we were saying 59s. Is that too tight?
Ooh, yeah. Because that's sometimes it likes to sort of try the initial balance and then it jumps out. I mean, these sort of plays for trend days, I usually like to use 9.5 points on ES because you want to give yourself room to react if it does start going wrong. And if it just whips you out because of a super tight stop, then the move goes without you and you're like, oh, great.
55.61.
Yeah.
So orientation point is 59.50, right? That's where the IB high is.
Right.
So we can't really have 2 points beneath. That's 2. Just asking to get smacked in the face. So maybe we trim a little and widen, and then if it goes, you can add more. Just until we can confirm that we're hanging above IB.
Oh, I like that idea, D.
Oh.
Okay.
You see, here we are back in the IB now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I want to keep the house accounts at the 20 lot starting.
Love it.
So that's like the 1 lot.
Yeah, but if we're front running a trade, because this is what we're doing. We're front running an idea that we're going to go into a trend day. So we don't actually have a full signal yet. So just where I'm coming from with where my
I'm not saying it's a max. Yeah, I'm saying the max. Okay. We want to do max 50 lots on the house.
Oh, I see. Okay, so you're upping the game. Okay.
Yeah. So we don't want the house to play. We don't want the house to play like 150K 15 lot account.
Right.
We wanted to play a little bit bigger.
Okay, so your starting is 20, but you want to go up to 50. All right, I'll keep that in mind.
Yeah, correct. Yeah, yep.
And within a tick of that 875.
On that?
Excuse me, D. What was that?
Sorry. What's our DLO on that? Like what sort of room do we have?
15,000.
How much room do we have?
15.
Big boy. Look at Michael.
15.
We were just hanging out right here.
You want to go up to 50 with that? I don't know.
That's the goal. The goal is to be getting to 50 lots this year with the account. Okay. What, Andre?
No, I love it. Size it up.
Okay, so we're not talking this trade getting it up to 50 lots today. So
no.
Just
we got to get
right.
We got to get jiving with the old house.
Okay, so let me phrase it differently. So what is our default max position for now, like for today? Is it 20? Less? Yeah. I'm just trying to formulate the risk model.
20 is where we start, and if we were liking the position, I would think we would want to add that.
Mm-hmm.
Are we still in
Now,
this?
55.
We are still in this.
Yeah.
So we're still in
Where'd you
this.
say? Yeah. 55, 61s.
Our stop's going to be right where we would want to pull back to get long.
Yeah.
And
Here we go. Let's see if we get to 410, 400.
Hang out. Hang out. Let's see. Coach Paul resistance.
If they were to
55.
rug it up here and, rotate back into the opening range, they would be very on par to what we've seen the last few sessions, excuse me.
I'm not changing stops. I'm adjusting. Deanna said 10 handles. We're long from 61. And I have it at 52.
51.
Technically, it should be 51. But it's a $9,000 loser at 52.
52.
And we're down 5. So that put us on a DLL. We're going to we would hit our DLL at 52.
Old streak right now.
Yeah, in one trade. So this is what I was saying. So maybe trim a little bit, and then if we get what we want, we can always add. So just to control that downside risk a little bit.
Well, this is trimmed.
Rather than
yeah.
It just, we don't want to do the whole thing that Mick always says not to do, kind of blow the whole daily loss limit in one trade.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And now we're at risk of putting a failed upside auction in 10 minutes here.
Yeah.
8 minutes.
So, but when we got into it, when we got into it, I did not think it was going to be a 10 handle. I thought there was a low risk. So there's that.
Yeah, I mean, I would, where I wanted it, we'd already be out.
Where was
I thought we were filling the gap to the upside.
Back inside the.
No, we are, but you always have.
I got you.
Wiggles. It's never like so
around 58.
Yeah.
Around 58 would have been my stop because
that's what. Yeah. So that's where it was at 57 something. Okay.
Hold on the barrel.
So
gives us another bullet.
What's that? What do we? We're still in this thing.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, the new account nickname is awesome, 100 Ticks. I love it.
Oh yeah. Also share your account nicknames with us for hashtag Fast Markets or hashtag Power Hour. Man, we should be stopped.
Woo! So
rolling over a bit.
2 days in a row of dead wrong trading.
Yep. Ow, whammy.
Whammy again. Okay.
Doing a bit of tension. Hey,
what do we as we kind of see these trades of yesterday and today? What are we learning from this?
Huh?
Nothing.
These markets see profit take.
No, Hoagland, Deanna, you were in with the. I think we have been at
patience.
I think we're sizing up too much. I mean, honestly,
you were going.
Yeah. So
then I'll increase the daily loss limit, Deanna, because I'm not sizing down.
Yeah.
We're trading.
Yeah, exactly. This is why I asked you.
I'll do that.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm with you on that, but we can't work on 10K if we are going to be doing 20, 25, 50, 100 lots at some point. It's too tight.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you don't give yourself enough tries to get, Yeah.
Looks like Lady.
I mean, it's not even that much size. It's like an ES. It's like what's 20 lots? I mean, come on, know.
Wow.
So
Coach Paul's level. Best level today right there. Coach Paul is 55.65 resistance. 55.65 resistance on the ES here in zone 4. 4.
Yeah.
Very nice. All right, cool. All right, we'll regroup here. We'll figure out what we recalibrate. Are we at DL? Anyways, I'm gonna throw it to JD. Second time, JD. Are you ready to go? Let's get those stats going, and we gotta get them moving here on FOMC day.
Ready to go. First, I want to show you a little data. I want to add some context to what we were talking about Edgeful earlier. James, would you mind showing my screen real quick? And you've got it up. All right, so this is a custom report from Edgeful. This right at the top, you see this shows the price action in the 4 FOMC days on the NQ during the New York session, going back 3 years. So the data we're looking at is FOMC performance going back the last 26 FOMC meetings, going back to September of 2021. All right. Breaks it down into 15-minute increments here. So this is giving you what the average price action is on FOMC days leading up to the announcement. There's two different reports here. What the right now we're looking at an initial negative reaction. The times down below here are Eastern time. So this black bar here represents 1 o'clock when the report first comes out. This is a negative action reaction report. Next one we're going to look at is a positive action report. All right. So first, the negative reaction report. Here's the price action leading up to the announcement at 1 o'clock. We've got slow grind higher, pullback between 9:30 and 10 o'clock, which we just kind of saw. Slow grind higher, pullback between 11:45 and 12:15. Slow grind higher. Negative reaction right as the announcement comes out. Now, what this is also saying is, over the last 26 meetings, when you have a very negative FOMC reaction right as the announcement comes out, you have a very, very high probability of that entire down move retracing within the next half hour. So keep this in mind. Right now, we're shaping up. The price action we're seeing right now is kind of showing us that we might be seeing a negative reaction to the FOMC announcement right at 1 o'clock. So keep this in mind when that report comes out. If you see a big spike down, the probabilities, this is pure data driven. This is unbiased data market performance right here. If you see that huge spike down, there's a high probability that in the next half hour, that price action or that move will retrace itself and start moving higher. On the opposite end, if you have a positive reaction right at 1 o'clock, you see the price action leading up to it. Very choppy session leading up to it. We're not really getting that today. We're getting a nice slow grind higher leading up to it. But if you have that positive reaction right at 1 o'clock when the announcement comes out, you have a higher probability of follow through in the following half hour than you do of another pullback and then some negative price action going into the end of the day. So just providing a little context into that Edgeful report that we were talking about earlier. Hope that makes sense to you guys.
The upside. Yep. Edgeful. I like those guys.
Cool. All right. Now let's get to, we're just going to do yesterday's best live funded P&Ls. We're going to skip hot streaks today while we're assessing some new data sets.
Thanks, Dustin.
Actually, Dustin broke the mold yesterday. He put up $100. I think he's been listening to us.
He has been listening.
I don't think he wants to get booted off the list quite just yet.
Dustin.
Anyway, here are yesterday's best live funded P&Ls. All right, all these traders trading live accounts, outstanding days trading the NASDAQ. Nothing but NASDAQ trades on this list. Kachun, 17 grand. Eddie with close to 14 grand. Soren took home $5,700. Bin with 2,500. And Che close to 4,500. Again, all these traders trading the NASDAQ.
Wow.
Also got some payout numbers for you. Want to see some payouts? Let's see some payouts. Yesterday's totals.
Wow.
$719,000. Foreign payouts, average payout, $1,790. Big day for those. Big day for payouts in general at Topstep. All right.
Yesterday's top maybe payouts. A record day. I don't know.
Nick, are you in that number?
You think
so?
That number? 720,000.
No, I'm waiting for my XFA to go over, and then I'm gonna probably take a payout out of my other XFAs. So I haven't taken a payout in July, but I'm gonna do one here as my balances kind of settle.
Here are the big ones from yesterday, though. Orcom, love it. 27 grand. He took that out of 4 XFAs. Zoe took close to 19 out of 1 XFA. John pulled some money out of the live account. 16,760 grand for John trading in the live funded account. Mm-hmm. Patricia, 2 XFAs, over 15 grand. And King 60s. Pulled some dough out of a single XFA. Almost $13,000 out of a single XFA.
Huh.
All right. I will join you in just a few more minutes for the leaderboard. Be back shortly.
Thank you.
Andre, that 410 long.
Yeah, that was the level.
Literally 411 to the tick and just took off.
And so, Epi, you were asking what are we learning? So, well, one thing that I can see here is that we tagged 55, 49, 75. Yep.
That was the level.
That's
Right
that
below the
anchored
round
VWAP.
number. Yeah, and it's also a round number. So we went back up. So the idea was correct. It's just the stop losses and maybe entry were a little bit too high.
Okay, but it went further than 10 handles. So
Yeah.
it's not a difficult.
What
You're still getting
what was our
stopped
entry?
out.
Yeah, it's tough.
60s.
I mean, it's tough.
60s.
Unless you would have got 59s. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, 59s. But then
It's-
Hoag, you were
it's
talking
just like-
58s with the cheap. We were all talking 60s, so we would have been.
There
Yeah,
was
that
talk
was-
about
that's-
55 being like the area of interest. I can't remember what it was now. But then we had the IB high, and then we were looking for the price to kind of hold above it, and it didn't, and now it pulled back. So it's a choppy day, you know?
Yeah. I think we're
Right,
also
right.
so used to like shallow pullbacks in trends to the upside that you can kind of just get in. But this was
Yeah,
a pretty,
this
not
is a
deep
deeper
one,
one.
but this one was bigger than what we've seen recently.
Yeah, true.
Well, it was that space
'cause
between
10
that
10
anchored VWAP and the bottom of the
Okay.
gap, which was 55.52 half, which is where it
Mhm.
kind of really just pulled back to. And that was, I think, we're learning a lot here, right? I mean, patience is one of them. We could have possibly waited for that pullback to give us that opportunity.
Well, Momo, man, should be learning. Don't fight the trend. The thought process was to go with the trend on pullbacks. So that was
Right.
that one. In the very beginning, yes, you're right. But this was
I mean,
a
if you're
change.
still in a trade on a 10-point pullback on ES, I mean, you're wrong.
Okay,
I'd
so
be
you
the
tell
first
me
to
what's
say
the
you're
trend
probably
then?
wrong.
That dude who's, yeah, and that dude
what's the
who's saying
trend?
that. What is the trend? Go on.
Looks like
What is the
it's
Look at
trend?
the daily chart. Tell me, please.
I could go to
Enlighten
the
all of us.
30
What
minute.
is the
30
trend?
minute right now, and any pullback is depending on
Yeah.
how big the pullback is. There's a couple
Yeah,
bigger ones.
exactly.
We just
What are
talked.
you looking at? Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. Yeah.
So then this is just a solid trend day up.
Yeah.
It's just
No,
too
man.
much heat for where our entry was. I don't think the entry was wrong necessarily. It's just you kind of got shaken
Yeah,
out
it's just-
by a more shallow
Volatility.
dip than you would expect.
Right.
Yeah, because we've increased.
so-
I'm just looking at average ranges. We've actually increased the range quite a bit in recent. I think about a week. The range has gone up from what they were, and that always means that you have to reassess the stop losses and stuff. So yeah, difficult because I think we're in a period where we have the summertime, but things are moving a lot more than I would have expected them to in the summer. I mean, 10 points in the summer should be, pretty decent stop loss, but not today.
Do you guys look at this? Because I'm looking at my 30 minute, and the biggest pullbacks have been 17 handles. We just caught a 10 handle pullback.
Mhm.
I mean, I can go to 15, I guess. 47s to 30s, let's just say. Or 20 handle pullback. That was right at the open. Firmed up. We
Yeah,
had
you're
a
right,
high
MP. Yeah, so maybe the stop loss should have been more like 18 to 20 points to account for the
I know.
extra volatility.
Ooh.
Yeah.
But if you only had the data from what's up, Danny? If you only had the data from 8:30, then that was a 20 handle pullback. So, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, hindsight
This is what I
capital
like
goes
about-
forward
that we
on this
should have a
trade
look
for
at.
hours.
Sure,
I would still take it again. We probably could have waited a little longer on the entry.
Maybe,
Can
yeah.
we
Yeah.
can we,
that's
can we
true.
discuss the possibility of discussing where the trade is going to be wrong before we pick an entry?
Yeah.
Yes, 1,000% is what I need from Dre. You're owning that
Okay.
because I can't collect that info.
No,
I got
I mean,
you.
it's all a team, right? I mean, we
Yeah.
all own it.
Well, yeah, we don't all own it. We all own our own roles because if everybody owns it, then nobody owns it. That's what we learn in our little leadership school.
Ooh, I like that.
So John,
Yeah, where the trade is wrong.
John and JD and Eddie, you guys all have teams, so you guys own getting information for your team. Even though they don't, maybe they don't have an opinion, or maybe like, hey, they're out today. That's fine. Just provide that. Hogan, you're doing great providing that insight. Deanna and Nick, awesome. And then we're all doing our rolls. And then Dre, if you collect and then give the ins and the outs.
Yep.
Before we get in, and then that's team trading, and we're talking it out afterwards. So to me, this is doing exactly what we wanted to do, except one other variable, making money. So,
and if somebody has an idea or something that's like, hey, I like this, here's the risk. If we enter now, that's it. That's the risk. And some of these trades, we need to react faster to. But if you have an idea like that, and that's the entire team, Hoag's Heroes, whatever it is, establish the risk first. We can take the risk, we'll take it. We can't. We might get ticked out a few times, but we can always get back in.
Yeah, this is just a house account. We are building this bird in the air. So if you're like Snuffle, this is brutal to listen to, LOL, then you could kind of help, or you could keep commenting somewhere else. So the point of the story is you're also going to hear Nick trade. Deanna's talking about her trades. These are personal trades. So pay attention and then, or turn it off. But the house accounts that build the plane in the air. Nobody ever has done a house account on TV ever.
And can I also say something? Like when it comes to reviewing what went wrong with the trade and how it could have been done better in light of the information that we maybe missed, like that's important. If whoever said, "Oh, this is boring," if you think that's boring, then you shouldn't be a trader, mate. Like this is actually pretty important stuff. So listen up.
Go play poker.
I don't like the idea of looking at that as hindsight capital. If we're going to learn something from the trades, we're going to have to look back.
This is post-mortem. Yeah, this is post-mortem on the trade that you've done, on the execution. Yep. It's not looking, we should have done that. No, we're looking at, we had the direction right, but our stop loss wasn't quite right. Why?
It's not.
That's a very different thing than hindsight capital.
It's not, we should have done this. It's what could we have done better?
That's what you always got to say after a trade, after a losing trade. That's why we always talk about journaling. Because this is just like a teachable moment. It's all we're trying to do all day long. All day long. So I thought that was a great talk out, what we did. But then if we go back to the 50s, it came down to the 5550. And wasn't that an area that if it retested, you guys are talking about a retest down in the 550 when we broke it, didn't we? Or my prices off? Wasn't our first short?
I remember talking the 5555.
51s. We sold 51s.
And I know Hoag was talking about, was it anchored VWAP being sandwiched in, but I couldn't remember the 52. I had the 55s in my head for some reason.
So technically it came down to there, and we all kind of forgot about that conversation, which to me, that conversation still valid? It was. Yeah, we just didn't do all the checks. So there's
check marks are getting thinner. Check marks are getting we're getting a little thinner.
There's a lot we could have done. The chat loves to hindsight capitalize, so it's it's all
dude.
good.
Chat's loving this right here, dude. Chat's loving this right now.
But yeah, figuring. I like someone said it in the chat, but it's a good idea sometimes to have an idea of where you're wrong or where your stop's going to be before you get into said trade. And someone pointed it out. That is a very good thing to always do.
Yep.
Okay. Right. So who said? Coach Jay said 5553s entry. We're going with we just talked about it. It's like kind of a huddle up. We just huddled up.
Yeah, we did.
We all know our roles. When our roles are all played, everybody, myself included, I got to be paying attention. I got to have the right account on there. Blah blah blah. My job's actually fairly easy. Actually, Andre, yours is just collecting. You just collect and summarize. I like it. Yeah. But we all have our roles, so let's adjust.
All right,
and keep going.
So in the meantime, I took another YM long, and I'm up to 1,097 in this combine.
There you
go. With all that going on.
Fire up that person.
And Nick's up. And Nick's up, and he's been talking out his trades. Michael's hasn't traded. Hoagland's up. He talked out his trades when I first got on.
Yep, Hoag's up money.
Got the one good short of the day.
Yep.
You did, Hoag.
You did.
And then every other, outside of the short off the high there that we could have bought, I guess, everything else has been stuffed all morning.
Fire up that personal account, MP.
This is all so valuable. You have 5 different people talking through different eyeballs and trying to work together to try and find a way to succeed in this house account, and we will, because there's so many people that are so good that it's it has to happen. We just got to get our processes down. We got to, I like the idea of thinking, if we're thinking along, where's the risk? If the risk is too big, we need to get better locations.
Agree.
And if the risk is small, we got to take it off at that small risk.
This is why. Yeah, so this is why I wanted us to have some sort of a process that everybody's going to follow so that we don't forget stuff. I feel like we've been forgetting things, and it's like, oh, what are we doing now? Oh, we're just popping in a trade. Oh, it's long. And then it's like, no idea what happened before. We forgot numbers. Everybody forgot numbers. So it's like, we need to have a more systematic way because of the amount of people that are being involved in the decision making. We have to have some sort of a streamlined process in order to get to the final trade, stop loss, and target, right?
I forgot what I
totally agree.
Yeah.
We had it, right? We had a decision tree that we were saying. What?
11s, man. The 11s in the NASDAQ Nick was talking about. Those are nice.
We just said this. Like, I think patience is a big part of this because I've taken crappy trades today. I got out green, but that was the trade. That was probably the simplest trade of the morning if you didn't get long after Hoag's pullback. Like, that was a trade that literally made sense. We talked about it probably right here. Like at 470s, we were like, hey, it could pull back to 410s, 400, and that's probably your long. And there it is. A trade that made sense.
It does seem like volatility has cooled off a bit.
Yeah.
All right. So next time, I guess tomorrow, we will define the risks much more clearly going into the trade. Yeah, we're getting a little loose. We're getting a little loose there, MP.
Yeah, it's fine. They call it storming, norming.
What does that mean?
Performing. I don't know. Like performing's the last one. When the group comes together, it takes a while for them to find their roles and where their strengths are, and then like start to work together, and then they start putting out great stuff. I mean, it happens in trading, it happens in Topstep, product teams. Hell, it happens on an RV trip, Andre. When like 5 of us went on an RV trip, like you just start and like you set up camp. Okay, who the hell? Like nobody knows. Somebody put out the awning. Somebody put out the chairs. Who's doing the fire? Who's cleaning the dishes? Who's setting this up? Who's prepping all that. But by day 2, knocking it out. Pro baller campers, they actually have it assigned. I've talked to one before. When you go with big groups rafting, they all are assigned.
Yep. Now it's getting a little choppy. Crude. All right, take a look around the markets. Yep, Eddie, like Eddie said, we saw a sell off here in gold. High of the day, 24.74 last trade, 24.66. Crude into the $77 level. Last trade, $77.03. We did see a dip beneath $75 just yesterday, up $2.
What is this? Look at crude oil. Oh my God. Like, biggest release in crude. Like, this is the most important release today. What does it do? It goes sideways.
Incredible. But tomorrow, tomorrow will act normally.
But tomorrow, yes. It's always a 24-hour thing. It's so horrible.
This is a fun one, but you know how that you all work together. Naked and Afraid, old AW says in here, we could start off all like naked like they do in the movie and then eventually like work together to survive.
Oh gosh.
You in or out on that one, Audra?
Out. They got me cleaning the dishes. I've been assigned the role of cleaning dishes according to the chat.
Well,
it's the easy part.
Chat is mean. Yeah. Don't listen to chat.
They're mean, D. Gosh, they're mean. I saw
gotta leverage your strengths. You gotta leverage your strengths, Andre. He's gotta leverage your strengths, buddy.
That was the fire. I can make good fires. That's my strength. Anyways, let's back to these markets. We're still drifting a little higher here in the NASDAQ. 19,470. Nick, those 11s were real nice. Hindsight capital all over that one.
Hey, YM. If we're ever camping, I'll set up the bar.
There you go. Nice. See, we already have one roll figured out. Stay in your swim lane, Johnny. Johnny pick the bar.
Yeah, the trolls have come out. I think they're getting they missed us for a second. After MP did a little pruning, we saw some of our concurrent numbers kind of settle out there.
Man, I told you, it's the 1%. That's it.
Yeah, well.
99% of these guys are way, way, way cool. And I'd have a beer with everybody here, even the trolls. I have shit talking friends too.
I don't think they're trolls
I
in real
definitely
life.
have a
We're not trolls in
beer
real
with the
life.
trolls. Yeah, exactly. That's why.
Not like that in real life.
100%. You got to have a beer with the trolls.
Uh-huh. And then take it outside.
What's the problem? What's going on? What's on your mind? You got to talk. Talk it out.
Yeah.
So we're back at our entry handle above our entry.
Yeah, we
would have taken 12 handles of heat total. It firmed up.
Oh man,
it's back.
Yes,
It's still doing what any uptrend would do. Buy a pull. That was a pullback. Buy a dip. I mean, how dip is a dip though? Yeah, that's kind of the lessons that you got to look through. So, really interesting.
Yeah, you just hold it because it always comes back, right?
It does.
Yeah,
Man,
no,
until it doesn't.
No, it doesn't.
This trading stuff is tricky, man. I'll tell you what, Michael. This trading thing is.
I mean, you could always go into betting, and that's the same trickiness. Betting on horses, good luck.
I used to try
poker,
that.
maybe long grind. Blackjack, good luck.
I tried doing the horses.
Working hard, yeah, that's going to pay off. Yeah. What though?
No dogs.
Working hard and trading, that's a bit. That doesn't really work because the more you trade, the more money you're gonna give back or donate.
You need screen time, but you have to be awake. You have to have mental capital to do it. You have to see.
Yeah.
You have to see. I mean, yeah, you guys have to see it. Okay, Jack.
Yeah, if you're just not clicking buttons.
No, not clicking buttons. And we were chopping around. So, Jack, whenever you're ready, jump on.
Yeah, we could break things up a little bit with everyone's favorite quiz. It's also a licensing examination, Series 3. And this question, Coach T is not happy.
No, he's not. Go on, Jack. Sorry.
But he will make you steal. All right. So this question is close to my heart.
Oh, bonds.
What?
Yep.
Is it bonds? Yeah.
The amount of par value covered by a Treasury futures contract is A, one bond with a $1 million par value, B, 10 bonds with a $100,000 par value, C, 100 bonds with a 1,000 par value, D, one bond with a $100,000 par value.
I got mine.
It's either A or D. I think it's a milli.
D.
You guys know this.
I'm gonna go D.
Is it 100,000?
That was
It's
milk.
100?
Usually.
Yeah.
I'm
thought it was
pretty
a
sure
mil.
it's D, but
$0.
I thought hold on. I thought notes were 100, and I thought bonds were a million. Go ahead. I'm A.
This is why I hate this test.
Yep.
It's all trick questions.
It's you just have to know notes and bonds. I think they're different par values.
They're going heavy
Euro
D. Heavy
is
D.
$1 million.
A City.
$0 is $1 million.
Yeah.
$0 is $1 million.
So where are we settling here? I have to close my door very quickly, so I'll give you 2 more seconds to think.
I am going
D as in Deanna.
I'm going A.
D. Yeah.
I think it's
Nick, you got the book right there. Nick, you got the book.
I said D.
D. Okay.
You guys achieve enlightenment while I was away?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
yeah, we're right there.
Okay,
With the
let's see
markets
what we
as well.
got.
It's
The
D.
answer is
$1,000.
D.
Man.
Yeah, $0
What about
contract
the
is
D?
$1 million.
Yeah, $0 is $1 million.
Got it. Are bonds in 10 years the
Bills,
same
bonds,
par?
notes.
Yes.
They're all 100. Okay, they're glad I thought
yeah.
that's probably
The 2 years a little different. Some things have changed since I've been there, but yes.
the 2 year has a different par value, but they all have a par value of 100,000. Is that what you're saying?
The 2-year future is like double the nominal or something. I've looked it up. It's been a while since I've been deep in the 2-year basis.
Jack was slinging 30 years the other day.
Boy, was
Yeah.
I.
You were slinging 30 years. 2-tick winner.
Who?
Oh, Jack on Power Hour was he shorted the 30-year. Made money on it. You got a 400 lot up here at 55.66 half. Oh, is that the algo? Never mind. I forget I said that. That's the algo that's been doing that. Never mind.
A lot of heat. 61s. We would only still be in the money. We'd be in the money 2 points.
Oh, we would have been out. Yeah.
Andre,
If you wanted to go ahead.
He's not going anywhere.
Oh,
What's up,
no,
John?
go ahead. Finish your thought there, Michael.
If you said I don't want to have a stop, that's what I'm saying. That's stupid, but that's a lot of risk. Ooh. Just still talking about that old trade. Okay, I'm moving on.
All right, so Andre.
Yeah, but
I've been
remember
thinking
our
about-
target is up at 94, and we don't have control over when that's going to come in.
We get to 94.
But the idea was that we're going to fill the gap upside, and that still could happen. Whether it's going to be before FOMC today, because it is FOMC, that's another question. But I mean, the trade is still valid. It's just a slower auction because we are building some structure here with 3 TPOs per row. But yeah, the idea is still valid. So just a slow day with big.
If I can ask Andre a question.
Yeah, well, I hope I have the answer.
No, this is just something I've been thinking about. You know that those algos on both sides of the market are relatively new. We weren't seeing that a couple of months ago, right?
Correct.
Why are they doing it now?
I don't know.
I'll
say, yeah, hit me.
My thought is they're trying to hide real liquidity by using algos to put in offers and bids that they just want price to move to.
I would tend to. I agree. But
Say that. Explain that to.
Yeah,
explain that to the guy I just started yesterday.
Oh, you're looking at that 400 lot, 250 lot, and 290 lot from 66 to 66 and 3/4 to the upside, right?
Right.
Yeah, you see that.
Yeah, go to the ladder. Go full screen the ladder.
Well, actually, let's show it on Bookmap because it's like a really nice cartoonish way to represent that. This is an algo. If we go to my screen, this is an algo. Like they've been doing this sandwich thing pretty much all
sandwich. I like that. Yes.
All summer. And it annoys me because it's not. I don't think it's real orders. So I look away from this where some other people might be placing their orders, but this is an algo because it tracks the price too closely. So I've kind of not been liking ES during NY session because of that. This is like heavily manipulated and constantly sandwiched to exactly follow. So I'm not trusting these orders that we have. They're hiding something. You're right, Hoag.
Real liquidity. They're hiding real liquidity by doing that.
I've liked that. Well, Hoag, I mean, you've seen most of everything. So, yes, that could definitely be it. So, you think they're hiding liquidity underneath those orders? Underneath at that price level?
I don't know why or how that would work for them, but it's the only thing that I've been able to think of that seems to make sense.
Yeah. Okay. No, I almost fell for it there. And I'm like, oh, shoot.
Well, what if they're just as confused as we are and they're over there?
These,
well, they are.
They're scratching their heads too. Yeah. So what do we do?
You always scratch your head at one point or another when you're trading. I don't care who you are, what level you play at.
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
Sounds like a good question for David Green. David Green will be joining us, group coaching today.
And Power Hour.
Power Hour as well. Thank you, Eddie. Absolutely.
Power Hour we got going on? Oh, my goodness.
Eddie, tell me, who do we got on Power Hour? I feel like you're looking right now.
My goodness. We've got Elvis Presley. We got James Dean. We've got, wait a minute, wrong list.
Wait.
Hold on. That's the Heaven list. Heaven list. Hold on. Hey, check this out, folks, okay? Of course, we got Andre. We've got our man Andre here that leads the pack every single day. Look, give it up for Andre. Yeah, you know what? Love you, man. Andre.
Love you too, Eddie.
Andre has more energy than a nuclear power plant.
Yes, he does.
Samuel.
We got David Green, Coach Dakota, and Rips. That's like the All-Star game, right? Right?
Yeah.
All
agrees
today.
Samuel L. Jackson agrees.
Yes.
All right, Eddie. Well, since I got you here,
you got me.
Yeah. You want to do some plugs? Let's do it if you're ready. If you're not, let me know. But
no, I'm ready to go here.
Awesome.
Some of the questions here in chat were like, hey, you did something new here to TopStep X. What'd you do? Well, we have added nicknaming. Nicknaming, what the hell is that about? It's now live in TopStep X. You can assign a nickname to any TopStep X account. Only working for TopStep X there, boys and girls. Allow for easy organization based on, you can put your strategies, risk tolerance, assets traded, more. If you've got, you got my charts up. I'm going to show you what I've got. I like to personalize mine, and yesterday I talked about it. And what we've got here is, let's see here, pull it over here. We've got, I put these names up here, and what we can do is we can go to our performance stats, and here it is. You can name your each account. I like to put a personal name in there. This way, I'm not going to risk it. It's sort of like a living being to me. Sounds silly, but you just put a number on there. It's only a number. Put a name on there, and it means a little bit more. You're going to be less reckless. And what you can do here is go back to our charts here. It's going to show up here. Mustang Sally over here, as you can see, it's going to be here in the orders and also in the dome. Mustang Sally over here. So you can change those throughout the day. All you need to do is click on the left-hand side of each of the accounts, and you can change the name as you go through the day. But just remember, if you change it, remember what account it is, and you can do that for sure. So we're going to delete that. But another thing, too, here, while I've got the screen up, is voting. You know, we have a lot of ideas that come through the chat and through our emails. You can contribute your new ideas, features, and support for others, all without leaving TopStep X. So what you want to do is you want to go over here to the question mark. Let's close this back up here. Go to the question mark and click on that. It's going to light up. Go to the question mark. Find the also here the feedback, roadmap, change log. Please search. If you got an idea, search for it first, because there might be that same idea on here. And what the idea is to upvote this. The more upvotes that this idea, this suggestion gets, is we're going to be looking at this much sooner than one that has less. So check first. If not, you can create a new post. All right. And some of the things too, the question was, what'd you guys do? You added something. Go to the change log. Right? Change log is going to give you detailed instructions, detailed information on what we have added and how to use it. If you can see there right now, there is our addition to the nicknames accounts. So there you have it there. And also we got Deanna here. Don't forget about our London Open. Not only does Topstep TV cover the New York Open, but the Asian with Coach Dakota and the London Opens with Deanna as well. So Coach Dakota 8, we're doing, I think it's a 7:30, right? 7:30. We're going to still do that with Coach Dakota. It's Sunday through Thursday for slow markets. And Deanna, 3:30 a.m. Central Time, Monday through Thursday, each morning. So we're going to get you prepped here, get ready for us here at Fast Markets, and get yourself straight for the day. And I think that is all I've got, Andre. So I'm sorry it took so much time, but I am talking with one breath.
No. Take a breather. Eddie, great job. Stuff to plug here. Yes. Be sure to check out London.
Dre.
What's up, Michael? Who are you waving to? Who are you waving to on the camera there?
Yeah, Danielle, you can say hi. Danielle's here.
Oh, the boss.
Topstep's creative team.
There she is.
Danielle.
Yes. There's the chief.
Boss
Danielle.
lady.
Yeah, we have some folks in town in Aspen. We're going to do a working meetings. We work from anywhere. The whole team is all over, and then we try to get together, like the good old days pre-COVID.
Good morning, Miss Danielle.
Yeah.
Remember that in grade school?
The teacher.
They'd make us stand up when somebody come in the room. Good morning, Mr. Andre.
Coach Jay, what does 65 still mean to you right now? You were the 65 guy, right?
Paul was.
That was Paul.
Paul, what does it mean now to help the people that are not seeing the markets?
I think I know what he was looking at.
Okay, what is it?
If he's listening, then he can tell me if I'm right or wrong. So back on the 30-minute chart, right up here around 65, there's some consolidation. There was a little bit of an area of support right here, a little area of resistance right at 65. I don't know for sure. I'm not in Paul's head, but that looked like a relatively kind of a logical short time frame level to look for some possible resistance. So if he's listening, Paul, let us know.
Yeah, let us know. Who's on Paul's team, or just
Whose team is Paul on? There's Paul. There's Coach Paul.
Thank you.
Coach Paul is on Team JD right now, but we could be switching things up.
Team JD, keep us posted. Yep. This is all on you.
Got it.
Coach Paul in the chat.
Hey, Coach.
You said that would be a level he would have gotten out of a long at that level.
Not
10 handle heat to be 15 handle or 5 handles in the money. Going back to our trade, just to always kind of like 10 handle heat. We would only be 5 if we still had it on. Damn it, Paul, focus. Snuffle.
Got to pull up in chat. How am I trading today? Are you up on the day, down on the day, flat on the day? Get your vote in there. Let's see where
you get up to 94. I'm going to buy myself a drink.
Right? What a pullback. Timing. Great game of trading. It is the most beautiful game, and I've been a fan of it forever. It's just so much fun, even when you're, because like you go to play poker, you go to play anything. I don't like the word master the craft, but
why don't you like that?
I don't think you ever master it in trading. I think it's always a craft that you're working on. That's my take.
Isn't that the case with all crafts, though? That you're never... Yeah. Anything that is difficult, you're always developing. You're always trying to get better. You're always trying to fish for weaknesses. So it's never a linear process.
In the art side of the world, right? I mean, like science, can you master it?
Where is this going?
Because it's like...
I think science has a lot of creativity to it as well.
Practice.
And art definitely. I know when I was a musician, I was never happy with any song that we were doing. But you come to a level where it's, it's acceptable and it's good enough. But you yourself, you're very self-critical, and you're like, I could have done that one better.
You stop painting over your canvas, right?
Yeah.
You hear these artists that paint over. They don't like it.
Honestly,
okay, guys,
I've
we're on
done
our
that with
highs.
songs.
Man, what are they doing right now? What are they doing right now?
It's a trend day. This is what we were looking for.
This is what we were looking for. No more stops. No more stops.
Hindsight Capital made a boatload. They're still in this. There's your 10 handles on our 10 handles of risk.
But hey, let's focus on the positive. So we were right.
No, I know I am.
Right? Yeah.
It doesn't bother me that we lost.
Yep. My man Eddie in Slack here reminded me to ask for likes and subscribes. Please click like. Please click subscribe. We are right up against 112,000 subscribers. Get in there. Click like on this FOMC Wednesday. D, we are right with the thought process. Maybe trim down the size, widen stops. Yeah, we're seeing this trend continue to play out here.
And if we do get to 94, I'll be with John. I'll also get a drink.
Right? We're going to have a Zoom meeting and have a drink together.
Yes, I would like that.
Me too.
George, Hindsight Capital Corp is up for the day. Nice.
Okay. Hey, Nick, for a tick, what's your P&L? You haven't made many trades today?
No, I'm at a DLL.
Oh, yeah, getting short?
Getting chopped.
Yep.
Usually when guys get quiet, they get chopped.
I knew something was up over there. I knew something was going on.
I was trying to get trades, and then Eddie was going, and I'm like, this is not working out.
Oh, it was Eddie's fault. It was Eddie's fault.
Yeah, blame the fat guy.
Just couldn't chime in.
Stop that. Stop.
Yeah, you can't get through this thick fat. You got to chime a little louder.
Stop. We're just busting Nick's.
I'm melting over here, so I'm just going to do my Beyonce moment.
Yes, D.
Oh, wow. Yes, do it.
Yes.
Oh, you got one of those fans. Very nice.
Yeah, one of those fanless things so that I don't chop myself up. Yeah.
Is that the one without the blade?
Yeah.
Ooh.
Good timing, Eddie.
It's melt up, don't short, aka. AKA, you said that, and then somebody else goes, when we bought the trend or bought the pullback, goes quit fading the trend.
Yeah, here we have
It's amazing, isn't it?
new highs on the day. Yeah.
It's a
It's-
lot of
Can't
really
please anyone.
the markets in general. The markets are made up of opinions. That's what it is. I think it's cheap. I think it's long or expensive.
The only ones that get loud are the ones that were right after the fact. The ones that weren't. Very good. Hey, how am I trading today? Thank you, Eddie, for writing the poll. How am I trading today? We're 700 votes in just a couple minutes. 52% are up on the day. 31% are down on the day. 16% are flat today. Sorry, there's a lot more in store. Will Mr. Powell say that, yes, we 1 rate cut this year, 2 rate cuts this year? Stay tuned. I just talk loud, Kyle Schmidt says.
We're just trading 16s on the NASDAQ. 19.5. Poked our head above the 500 handle.
If we roll over off 500 after I just got hit a DLL right there, I'm gonna cry. It's one of those where it's just like, hey, yeah, there's your patience play. Just wait. Now short it.
Well, the house account hit its DLL. At least you weren't before the house account. I mean, you can't. We had buddies in the trading room with us that if they hit their daily loss limit, they'd leave their desks. So you'd by noon, there'd be 5 guys sitting there out of 20.
Yep.
Guys,
That's what
people
I've been
hit their
trying to
daily
do.
loss
If I'm, if it's one of those like, hey, take it as a blessing in a way, or look at it the positive way, and just like I'm gonna go do something else with my time, not even get more screen time as it is.
Yep.
But it's one of those. I had a long bias going into today, and you didn't get long, and then you're looking for a trade, and that's what happens. I tend to, if I don't kind of go with my first read, this is how you can quickly kind of spiral in a day.
So, question: if you could change your daily loss limit right now, would you change it right now? I mean, there will be people do this when we eventually.
Absolutely not.
Yeah.
Good.
Absolutely not.
That's why Nick is on the top 10 leaderboard. Yeah.
Yeah. This would snowball. And then you're doing it on the worst. Literally, there is not a worst possible day to do that to, because I could still be right. And it's like, I could continue to get chopped up, or I could, be up, get $1,000 back and continue to try to trade and catch a move in FOMC and hit what $5,000, $6,000, whatever the new DLL would be.
Yeah.
And snowball real quick when I try to get back to zero.
We're going to preach like that when we remove it, guys. We are removing it. There's not going to be a pull on this. We're removing it. And then, because we get enough people being like, and we're tired of people. Wild. We're tired of people blaming us. Other firms don't have it, but then I don't know if other firms encourage you to set your own, but we will be encouraging you to set your own. I will be recommending you're a damn fool to not have one. But then you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make them drink. That happens all the time here in the trading world. And then they'll get baptized by slight little, fire if they want to be undisciplined.
And
all right, Nick just said he wouldn't do it. Yeah.
You get into a spiral like that, and you put on a 15 lot and dig your way out of it. It just ingrains bad habits.
Exactly.
That only happens 1 out of 100 times.
And don't feel bad for me, people. I made plenty of money in my regular personal account before I even started trading futures today. I just didn't take the same read into the session. So I'm doing just fine.
Yeah.
Don't feel bad for Nick.
Top 10 leaderboard.
I have a deal all day at least once a week. It's just the way I trade. So I had 2 good days, Monday and Tuesday. Today's a DOL, so we're kind of back to neutral in the week.
It's really only a problem if you can't put up a day that's bigger than your DLL. Then you got to really step back and be like, why am I risking that in a day, but I have no even remote close average to that in a day on the upside.
Personal DLL is awesome, but it should be allowed to set only once, says Matt.
Yeah, you will.
Okay, there you go. Mm-hmm. It's wild. We're getting it. Yeah, they wanted it. They're going to get it. You guys talk. We listen.
Yeah, I've seen people on Twitter answering to MP going, remove your daily loss limit. You're stopping.
Oh, man, I know. Then they beat up my support team. They beat up my support team. Yeah. I'm like, you know what, guys? Is that in the cooker? They're like, yeah, we can get it done. I'm like, get it done. Let's put all those undisciplined people on notice.
And
then it should help what Nick did. If you can actually change it and you don't change it, you should be very proud of yourself. Now, the lockout button is definitely something I would use more than anything.
That's staying, right?
Like right now, you can't even get out, you can't even get back in or whatever. So technically, that's the more powerful button. Well, once you set your personal daily loss limit on Topstep X, it stays. So it's like one time you got to do something.
All righty. All right. Well, we still got some hashtag fast market stuff coming up, but before then, we got some live leaderboard. JD, hit us with the good stuff. Everyone likes this one a lot. What we got, JD?
Let's do it. Let's start with yesterday's best XFA P&Ls.
Wow.
Sure, these are big.
All right.
Oh,
Always big numbers coming out of the XFAs. Same with the live P&L list. These traders were all trading the NASDAQ exclusively. Nothing but NASDAQ trades for this group. So Flawed actually copy trades across a pair of XFAs for a total profit of $31,821. And Patricia, She, Mohammed, and Revo all with more than $14,000 in profits yesterday. Again, all trading the NQ. All right, let's take a look at that leaderboard. Here is the bottom half of the top 10 list. Pinson at the top, trading in a single live funded account. That's it. Took a $3,000 drawdown in that live account. Still managed to move up a spot on the list, though. He was in 2 spots. He was in 8th place yesterday. And we have 4 newcomers. These next 4 traders are all trading in XFAs. All right. So in 7th place, Yang. Yang moved up from 15th place yesterday after a nice $7,500 winner in trading in 2 XFAs. In 8th place is Yiwei. Yiwei is trading in 4 XFAs. Took home a tidy profit of close to $5,000 across those 4 XFAs. Moved up from 12th place. In 9th is Jaden. Jaden was trading in 5 XFAs. Picked up a total of $13,500. Moved up from 19th place. And finally, Chance. Chance was trading in 4 XFAs. Pocketed just over $19,000. Got a nice boost up the list. He was in 22nd place yesterday. Eddie, hit me with that drum roll.
How do you do, man? My name is Del Griffith. I'm with the American Light and Fixture Company, Jewelry Division, and I've got the deal of a lifetime for you. Do you have a minute?
Oh, my God.
That was awesome.
Yeah.
Oh, my God. All right. In 5th place, Nick Fortick moving up the list again. Back in the top 5. More than 10 grand in profits yesterday. Moved up from 8th place.
Here he is.
Nice job, Nick.
definitely gave
Nice
some
job,
but
Nick.
A little bit. A little bit.
We got to get that guy on.
Yeah. He'll give his own show for Sundays. Who knows?
who knows? We'll
And,
see what happens.
Saturdays. Talking about Saturdays.
Saturdays too. You want to do
Yeah,
Saturdays?
you'll get my my NFL and college picks on Saturdays.
I love it. Love it.
That would be a great show. I would do a side panel with you on that one. I love a little Saturday Sunday action myself. All right,
boy.
No change to the top 4 again. Brian lost about 20 grand across one live account. Across one live account and 5 XFAs. Edward took a $15,000 hit across 5 XFAs. Quinn did not trade. No trades for Quinn yesterday. Held on to second place for another day. Sometimes no trade is the best trade, right? And
I wish I
Rafa,
didn't trade today.
isn't it? That's Dolby's line. Somewhere there's somebody saying, "I wish I was only down $50 today."
I wish I didn't trade today.
And
Yeah, I agree.
Rafa took another drawdown, close to 6 grand in his live funded account, but he's still hanging tough in first place. Quick update on our 100K VIP challenge. So far, quick recap. We don't have any visuals on this yet. We're going to have some by Friday. But we've got 9 traders who passed the 100K trading combine to move into express funded accounts. So far, 4 of those have failed, unfortunately, though. We'll get some more updates on that tomorrow. We've got our coaches doing a great job, and they're gathering reports, providing feedback to their teams, as well as hosting coaching classes for the respective teams. Coaches doing a great job leading these teams. We do expect to have our leaderboard and visuals by the end of the week, so we can start sharing some more information with everyone. We've got team names, logos, we got everything coming. It's going to be pretty exciting. Big shout out to those who have already moved on to the funded level. Great job. We're keeping track of you, and we'll have more information on that later this week.
Nice
Thanks,
job,
JD.
JD. Excited about the VIP experience, guys. This is hold on,
Who's
I got
doing
a free
this?
lot on.
Yes, he's back. He's back. Hold on, I got 3 lot in.
I got a 1 lot on. Short from 92.
Short?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, there's only one way I ever go, right? No.
Yeah, well.
But no, I'm joking.
I knew it.
The VIP experience, Topstep gives away 6 months free access, private chat room with the coach, with a team of other like-minded folks. No activation fee. Yeah, I think that's it. But we've already had some folks funded already from it. They're going to be like Coach Jay is one of the coaches. So you can see him in here all the time. You're like, holy shit, I got Coach Jay. I just got like Bill Belichick for the Patriots. You know, like your team may be called Stop Hunters. I think that's going to be one of the team name. Market Makers is a team name. Yeah, there's a bunch. Yeah, there's a bunch of, and they'll have their own logos. This is the VIP experience. This is a invite only, no cost. Currently, no cost. We'll see how it all goes. Yeah, no, I think it's pretty damn cool. 150 people are in it, Dre.
Is that the cap? Cap's 150 for now.
Yeah, I did 50 of them when I was got a drink at Woody Creek Tavern, and I put it up there. They're like, how many drinks do you have? I go, one Modelo, dude. One.
Modelo got him.
Or two.
Feeling very generous. You're a Modelo guy, eh?
Just go one at a time.
Yeah, what I have one at a time. What do you mean?
You're Modelo time.
There's a Topstep. Topstep has, for $100 only, it has real estate at a well, nostalgic. I don't know, Hunter S. Thompson bar here in the Aspen area that I used to go to all the time. We have a $100 bill up on the wall that says Topstep.
Nice.
Are you excited for this
So
weekend,
go
Michael?
there.
You get to see your favorite band this weekend. Are you excited to see them?
I am. And one last thing on the Woody Creek. If you guys ever go there, take a picture of yourself in front of it and post it online, and I will automatically invite you to the VIP experience.
Wow.
Nice.
You have to be in town, do a selfie, post it on social. So yeah, there's a little bit of work.
Michael, is that on Cooper Street?
No, it's out of town. It's in Woody Creek, like the area right out of town where all the ranches are.
Got it.
It's an old dive bar. Hunter S. Thompson had his phone there plugged into the wall, and he'd go there every day, start drinking it right in the morning. And yeah.
Nice. Hey, this guy walks into a bar and he sits down. He orders 3 beers. The bartender's like, all right, 3 beers. Next day, the same guy walks in the bar, orders 3 beers. Bartender's like, hey, if you don't mind me asking, what are the 3 beers for? He goes, well, they're for my other brothers. One is on the East Coast, one's on the West Coast, and I'm in the Midwest. When we usually used to drink together. So, okay, cool. The guy comes in the next day and he orders 2 beers. And the bartender's like, oh, something must have happened. He goes, sorry about your loss. He goes, what do you mean? He goes, we only ordered 2 beers. Hey, did you lose a brother? He goes, no, I quit drinking.
Oh.
Okay, I got a little Johnny joke. No, I'm joking.
No, hold on. Come on. We got 10 minutes left. We got 8 minutes left here.
I know. I'm still short from 92s.
You are?
Yeah.
It's about where I got short, and then I got blown by that little candle.
Yep, that little
up
wick.
To 516, somewhere up there. I got tagged
by the little candle. Those little candles.
Just a small 26 pointer.
Yeah. It's
Well,
not a
this has
scary
been fun, man.
candle. Like Cancun
Time has
knows
really
how to do.
flown. Well, I just want to say, I think we learned a lot today. A pleasure being on with you guys.
Oh yeah, good stuff. Good work. We made some adjustments too on how we're going to work together as a team. I like that, Deanna. Great input, and I think we got more clarity too, all of us, on the risk and on the position sizing and on the roles and all that kind of stuff. So I'm excited. Chip, 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 jab, jab, jab.
Yeah, I mean, it takes time. It's a big thing to do, to get multiple people involved in the house account, and everybody has a slightly different style. But yeah, I think, just having a more streamlined process is going to help us a lot going forward.
Yeah, and the last thing, I mean, you go to other trade influencers or people out there, it's just one person on there, and that's fine. But we wanted to do something different, and we wanted to show how a prop firm would work together. In a prop firm, Andre was at one, I was at one. There was constant conversation. And now prop firm does have an account, and you can do whatever you want. And maybe that's other prop firms. There's a decision by, I don't know, committee, so to speak. Hey, let's put a position on here and do this and that and risk this. And we like it because it's overvalued or undervalued or blah, blah, blah. So we're just doing this in real time in front of y'all so we all can listen.
They're loving it. They are absolutely loving the entertainment. They're feasting on the internal conversations we're having here on camera. They're absolutely loving it. Anyways, okay, we got 7 minutes. I'm absolutely loving it. It's good TV, I guess, at the very least. Anyways, I'm going to throw it to my man, James. James, we got some hashtag fast markets content ready to go. So, James.
Yeah, we got a bunch of cool stuff. Let's do it. All right, first up, we got Eddie, not our Eddie, but a different Eddie. TopstepTV and a homemade vanilla cinnamon cappuccino. Great way to start the day, along with some sweet stats thus far. So that's a beautiful cappuccino and a beautiful performance board.
Nice.
Talking about...
I want to get people's nicknames.
Oh, yeah. We got here from Enoch, keeping it green. He's got the green setup and green on the board.
Hell yeah.
Good job.
I like the P&L that you want.
That's color.
P&L that you have.
Does the light in the background change from green to red as your position changes from green to red? That'd be
intense. That would be intense.
That would be a whole new level of anxiety.
Yes, it would.
As you're going red, everything goes red with you.
I have a good idea, Michael. It's good for TV, but man,
it would be great for TV. Actually, it's awesome for TV. We should try that out. I covered my shorts, so I'm up $250 today.
Nice.
All right, we got some cool setups still coming in here from Legendary Trades. Their pilot seat.
Ooh,
that's cool.
Wow. A lot of screens.
I love
There's
the Trader
Topstep TV. Love it. Look, Nick, I see you. You're right there, Nick.
Well, they have a post-it note.
Look,
right
Nick,
there.
you're on TV.
Nick, you're on TV.
They have a post-it note right over Andre's face.
Start to roll
I don't know
over.
why.
I know what you're watching. I know exactly what you're watching.
Futures Baller also has a wonderful setup.
Wow.
Oh, yeah.
Finally decided to leave the NASCRAC alone and focus only on ES. Much more my speed, up 505 even in this morning's chop.
My guy.
Love it.
Talking about setups, we got these quick from Danielle. You want to see Michael's setup?
Whoa.
Oh, yeah.
Bowling
That's
alley.
where you
all
work.
speed.
BTS.
Who cleaned that up?
Yeah.
Who cleaned that up? That's much neater than I
Look at all the shit on my floor.
Yeah, that's the one I know. That's
Cheese.
wow.
Yeah,
There he is.
old Michael back in the day.
Here's the boss. Behind the scenes.
You remember, we also unveiled the nicknaming feature. Some of you have taken that to heart from our Facebook community. Baby money, abundance, Nash Dash, and big swinging. I don't know. Could be anything. Why is it blacked
looks
out?
like blacked out. I don't know. Yeah.
Hey,
Big
if this is
swinging
on
fun.
Twitter, he allows almost anything now, right?
Well, this is Facebook, but yeah,
Oh,
good.
this is Facebook.
Good buddy
What do you
Elon
mean,
was like,
Michael?
yeah, let it rip.
What do you-
Also from our Facebook community, passed my
Yes.
first combine today. It's a lot of good consistency green there.
Wow.
Yep.
Excellent.
And I have
Nice.
a quick
Nice work.
few more things before we wrap up. Hoag, I might need your help with this one, but I wanted to show it. Can you give some context to this picture, Hoag?
Oh my God.
Yeah. This is my son and his friends at the White Sox game last night. And they're all huge fans, but the White Sox are so bad that they put these bags on their head. And they say, you know, I think my son, who's the one on the left in the black sock shirt, his says, Jerry, sell the team. So they were at the game supporting the team, but had to hide their identities. They've been playing so poorly lately. I think they have probably the worst record ever in baseball. Possibly by the end of the season, they're just doing really bad. But you sent that picture, I was cracking up. I thought
So
you guys
good.
would enjoy it.
Absolutely.
That's a good group of guys.
16 in a
And
row.
then
I think.
finally, we have last two more, and then I am out of your hair. We got Daddy Iceberg suffering from success.
That's you, Hoag.
It's a deep cut. It's a DJ Khaled album cover, but that's definitely Hoag.
That's Hoag, Daddy Iceberg. I love it.
That's good.
And then finally, your Carl Hungus meme of the morning. Trade an NQ. I'm getting too old for this.
I love that line.
Hey, young
What a
man's
great
game.
dude.
I'm with you. Yeah.
I'm with him. I'm with him.
I'm
I
like
feel that way this
70%
morning.
gray anyway, so all this is just
Oh.
yeah.
I know.
Well, guys.
Well, I need all these new young bucks to come up here and show us what to do.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Blood.
it might become
It's
my
gonna roll
new
over, isn't it?
tagline. I'm getting too old for this shit.
Hey. There's some
I
truth
like
to
that
it.
one better than the other one. Yes.
All right, rolling over here. ES.
I'm gonna take a walk.
Nick, I know. Nick, you're fuming. I can tell.
Me for 2 minutes. Hey, 200.
That's just frustrating. Right read, just poor timing. MP had the right timing.
He had the right.
Yeah.
Yeah, look at that.
Overall, it seems to be the theme for the day.
Hey guys, look at my screen really quick. Can you go back? I'm gonna lock it up, guys. The folks that were in the chat talking about lock it up, lock out, or whatever. Here's what it means: lock out, manual lockout. So I'm up $244. I got meetings in town. Danielle's in town. She's all over there in the conference room. So I got to go to my meetings. But if I didn't have this locked out, I would be jumping back in here, checking the markets, and possibly putting a trade on. So this is the feature that's, I don't know, maybe somebody else has it too, but we very much stress it here at Topstep to lock yourself out. So yes, lock me out. This action is irreversible. Warning, warning, warning. That's fine with me. Click.
Good job. How's that feel?
Is that an electric fence too?
Yeah, locked it up. No one's gonna get out now. No one's getting out.
Release the hounds.
Yes, release the hounds indeed. All right, guys. Well, that was cool.
Can't touch my profits,
I've got
Dre.
some
That's what it
problems.
means.
Yes, thank you guys. All right, D, thank you so much for joining us. Please check out D on London opening call at 3:30 a.m. Central, 9:30 a.m. London time. Absolutely crushing. Nick for a tick, my man. Trying to keep that pretty face smiling right now. He's trying. There it is.
I'm good.
There
I'm
it is.
good.
I
He's fuming.
It just, NQ stuck me with needles all day. I'm gonna go be stuck with more needles later tonight. So yeah, this pain of a day is going to continue for me.
I will see Nick for a tick.
He had a great day yesterday, so keep your head up.
I did.
I'll see Nick for Tick will be back on with us. You see him in the chat, of course. Nick for Tick will be back on with us Friday, and there is talks between you, me, and the 3,500 people watching. Nick might be getting his own show here on Topstep TV, but we'll leave it at that for right now. MP locked it up. Keep those profits in. Anyways, we got power players coming up next. I see my man Jared from KC. He was in the green room with myself and Eddie. But anyways, yeah, power players coming up next. There's Jared. What's up? Let's go.
Now, another great thing about Topstep X is the daily profit target. On the trading floor, when I hit my daily profit target, I would go have a great time in the city. Now, you can do that on Topstep X. You can set your daily profit target, and it will lock you out when you hit that profit target. It will shut you down for the day, so you can go enjoy whatever it is that you want to do as a trader. I can promise you that locking in your profits is a very, very good thing.
Good morning, Topstep, you degenerate piles of flaming koala shit. I may have died in 2018, but your lack of respect for the rules and traditions of my beloved house account caused me to burst out of the grave like a Russian pole vaulter with a clean bag of piss. And if you haven't noticed, I'm not f***ing happy about it. I have been sent here to instill discipline. But for now, you are less than nothing. You are fire drill beggars. I don't care if you're a scalper, swinger, scaler, or YOLOer. In my house account, you are all equally worthless. What's your name, Salad Hands? Andre? Bullshit. Your new name is Oatmeal Hands because you need to make money to afford the fresh produce that goes into a respectable salad. Do you maggots understand me? And what about you? Yes, you, the douchebag sitting in the ski chalet. MP, are you here to trade or to sip cocoa by the fire with a bunch of rich venture capitalist fuckers in Canada Goose Panty? Where are you from? Nebraska. It must be divine intervention that a man who spent 18 years someplace so flat can't stay flat for 5 minutes between 8:30 and 9 o'clock. Now get out of my sight and expect an email at 0500. Dismissed.
Welcome back, everybody, to Power Players. He's becoming a very familiar face around here. My man, Jared J. in the middle. To the right of him, you got my man, Eddie. Yeah, what's up, Jared J? Then we got Eddie to the right of him. How we doing? Jared J., how we doing today?
We are doing well. Not so hot later in the morning. Got a little impatient, but overnight and early hours, quite happy with the results.
Nice. Yeah, a day like today.
Yeah, Eddie,
it's a tough one.
Well, so, okay, why was it tough today? I mean, yeah, the market was moving. It moved up. It should have been, we could have thrown some spaghetti on the wall. It stuck and just made money. Isn't that how it's supposed to work?
It's if you like spaghetti. Yeah. If you're not into that
some
Italian
nice
food.
spaghetti with some giant meatballs and some sauce on the top of that. Come on.
Little garlic bread on the side. Vino.
Almost lunchtime. Almost lunchtime around here. Yeah. All right, Jared, let's get into it. In the green room, we were talking about something. You've changed up some strategy. You've changed up your approach. Let's get right into it. Tell us about it.
Yeah. So when the first time I was on, I talked about having a 15-minute strategy, using overnight high, low, Globex levels and looking for those swing high and lows. But what I was running into was not being able to tell the context of the market. And last week we had a range day and I knew it, but yet I wasn't for sure how to apply everything, all those pieces together. And so without knowing it, I'd picked a range bound strategy and that would work on some days, but I didn't know why it wasn't working on other days. And I had a friend, he put a bug in my ear and I went back to the EMAs. And, it was one of those things where I tried years ago and I was like, this is stupid. These are lagging indicators. But really what it boiled down to was I didn't know what it indicated. Now, I haven't gone back to the RSI or MACD or anything like that, but what I'm using now is a way to be able to put some rules into my trading strategy to know where the market strength is. And it's been a game changer for me. But it's really because I now understand what's going on, I believe. Whereas before, like I was given some tools maybe in my early years. And yeah, I knew it was a hammer and I just started whacking everything that looked like a nail. Well, after a while, I ran out of nails. So I got rid of the hammer and went with saws, that type of thing, right? And so now when I'm trading, and I'm using a 1 minute with a chart with it. But if my fast, which I'm using a 21, if price is above that or it's above the 50, then I'm not going to go short because the momentum is there. So that's where I've like tweaked my strategy and said, okay, now I understand what's going on and how to work around it. And I can, explain more of that, but I really feel like it was one of those things where you start learning and you're like, okay, I would just want to read, right? And the same thing with trading. I just want to trade. Just tell me how to trade. And then after a while, you're like, no, you got to learn how to read a sentence. You got to learn how to sound out the words. And then you start putting it all together. And I almost feel like now I'm in high school or graduated high school because now I can, put it all together.
All right. Well, you want to give us an example how you're putting it all together?
Yeah. Okay. So in this morning market, if we were to look at something, obviously it'd run up to 2.5%. Market opens, and we have some chop here right at the open. All right. So first off, because it's chopping so far around the EMA, I would not be taking a trade unless I had something that I could pick up on that 15-minute time frame. Like a swing low or a swing high, something like that. But just because the market has moved to 2.5% does not mean I need to go short, because the whole scenario is, well, it can't go any higher, or I'm not in the move, so I missed out. So now I only know how to get short. We do that all the time as retail traders. Well, in this case, nothing said to go short other than price was high. So in this case, I'm looking for a price to come down and test this 21 EMA, and then I'm going to get long on it. And maybe not around the chop, but what I'm going to look for is maybe a retest back to, in this case, is 100 EMA. And this is on 1 minute. So these are the types of setups I'm looking for, is where I get a pullback or some kind of pinch. And a pinch that I'm talking about is back here at 6:40 a.m. Central Time, where the lines, the EMA lines came together. And this type of pinch right here, most of us, I would for sure, I'd be trying to get short here. And that is so wrong.
What price?
The market wasn't going short. 19,225 was what it happened at 6:30 this morning.
Yeah.
Yep, in NASDAQ. So we had this pinch. That was an opportunity to get long. And then another one at 7:13 this morning at 19,252.
And Jared, let me ask you something.
Yeah.
You mentioned if you miss a trade, was there anywhere in between from that first level you gave us to where you made the trade where you sort of missed the bus?
Yes. So I am still
What did you do?
questioning my rules. Right. So up here at it looks like I deleted the lines accidentally. Whoops. But I had a level marked up here in this 390 area. And I doubted my setup, and I tried to go short a couple times, and I got just annihilated. Well, not annihilated because I had my stops in, but still, it was wrong. And it was because you could call it broke my rule, but really it was doubting my solution, even though I've tested it, even though I've gone back months and like, yes, this is a valid thing that I can use. But it was one of those things, well, I might miss out, or it could be wrong. Any one of those things.
Yeah, why do we do that? I mean, we prepare ourselves, we got our game plan, we like our strategy, it's working for us. Why do we doubt ourselves? I mean, been doing this for decades, and I still find the doubt when I'm putting on an order, asking myself, is this what I want? Yes, it's in the game plan. Do it. I mean, why is that? What do you think?
Yeah. Is it a matter? I had a really good theory on this last week. I can't remember it, maybe because I'm getting old. But yeah, is it a matter of we want to be right? We want to be smarter than the market? when the market is just data, all it is ticks, ups and, up or down ticks. And why do we put so much more into it? It's a great question. I think it's, because here we got lines on a chart even that are telling us to go long, and yet we will still try to go short on it. It's phenomenal.
I tell you, the number one person you got to trust is yourself. If you're preparing, you got to go for it. And what I like to do is before I get to that level, it's not a question of what I need to do. It's an action. All right. When I get to this level, this is what I'm going to do, not what I'm going to think about. And I think that sort of eliminates the questioning yourself.
Yeah. Now, one thing that clicked for me. So I have a programming background also. And I've written a couple strategies for like NinjaTrader. But one thing that I realized is you can have a strategy that says when price touches the 21 EMA, sell it. When it touches the 100 EMA, buy it, and you can write an algo that just does that. And it's not hard to do. And so when you start seeing that and you start watching price, you're like, wait a minute, that's going on constantly. Now there's a ton of other algos, and one's winning at one point and then another's winning at another point. But like another strategy that volume traders might use is trading between the point of control and VWAP. It's not wrong. It's just you're bouncing between mean reversion or that strategy. And it's not a better strategy than another one. It's just one that, again, you execute diligently without overcomplicating it.
I guess mean reversion would be VWAP then, is when you're talking about mean reversion?
I think so. Or like another strategy would be just between VWAP and point of control or developing point of control. And you just trade, prices bouncing, rotating between those. So depending on which side you're on, you either buying or selling against that.
I like that, Jared. All right, well, all right, I want to get your take. You've been on with us for a few times. We've gotten more comfortable with you. I know the chat really loves you when you come on. What's your take on the recent markets? It's been sell, 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 and then today we're seeing the buyers step in. So what's your take on the markets and maybe what's coming up for FOMC, just the overall market landscape?
Yeah. It started maybe 2 weeks ago where the market started positioning very bearish. And that was building and building. And I could see that in the options positioning. And I think there was just a little bit of fear. And then it caused some profit taking. And then that kind of encouraged the people to get short. And you see that on Twitter. You should never have Twitter open when you're trading or at the beginning of the day. I almost refuse to open it up before I trade of the day because it puts thoughts into your head that aren't part of your strategy. And it feeds on whatever else. So what I saw was people getting really short on no real reason to get short. There's no real fear in the market. There's no reason. Numbers are still good, all that kind of stuff. So of course, we hit some decent levels and people are going to start buying. And then last night, we had a little bit of like Bank of Japan, some other numbers, and very quickly people are off sides and they got to start scrambling to cover.
Right.
Hey, Jared, real quick, you said you jump on Twitter and they put thoughts in your head. I've never done the Twitter. I know I have other trader friends that do scrape Twitter, so looking for news and what have you, opinions, of course, trading strategies.
Yep.
What's the Twitter landscape like out there for the uninitiated, like myself? What is it?
We don't either. Tell us.
Is it jibber jabber? Is it all jibber jabber? Is people just throwing stuff at the wall and seeing what sticks? Like, well, what's it like? I don't. Yeah, explain.
I think the people that I enjoy following on Twitter are the ones that don't say do this or you got to do this. You shouldn't do this because it's always too late. Then I really don't even like saying, oh, I think you should take a short here or a long here because it could change in an instant. The people that I like following on Twitter that are talking about maybe some strategies or something that's going to help me more mentally understand my process. Those are the ones, and they usually are the traders that have been trading 10 or 20 years. And they know you got to know your own strategy. Like how it would be like me telling you how to write a novel. Okay, right. The dog ran, it'd be stupid. It would be a horrible novel. But now,
No
if we
good,
talk
huh?
about the theory of novels and how to write a suspenseful novel, and then it's going to be Andre's novel, then now we want to read it.
Okay, I like this.
You know, but I tell you, sometimes these novels turn into coloring books. And now you're like, oh my goodness. You know, and I think that's where you question yourself.
Yeah. Yeah. Watercolors, and pretty soon the lines are pretty blurry, and then you start putting more water on that watering color book, and wow, you got a mess.
It melts
What a
away.
mess.
It just melts away. That got
Mom's
me. So
gonna
yeah,
be
we're learning how to
pissed.
write books. I love it. All right, quick recap of the markets here. We seem to have found a range for the time being in the ES. Last trade 50 55.62 last trade. High today 55.71. Look at the 5-minute. There is a bit of a range here. The chat's liking that the metaphor you used there, Jared. Anyways, MQ last trade 19,477. High today 19,516. So about 40 points off the highs of the day there. Gold saw some new highs today, topped out. Actually, Eddie called the highs earlier this morning. 24.74. Last trade, 24.69.
Yeah.
Crude oil, high of the day, 77.58. Last trade, 77.46. And the good old Dow, keep pushing higher here. High of the day, 41,223. Last trade, 208. So looking at the tilt, not a whole lot going over there. Eddie, what are you seeing over there in gold today? Also, if you have a live account, I think we can take some trades here. Jared, you got the what account do you have open over there, Jared?
I got just a practice up here right now, nothing else.
What's your thoughts on?
Papa Powell's coming on, and there's only one thing that he does: ruin my account.
What a jerk! What a jerk!
What an idiot!
Quit messing with Jared's. Quit messing with Jared's account. Sorry, Eddie, you were gonna say.
No, yeah, you're right, but I mean the thing is too, just from experience, I've stayed off the markets when FOMC is anywhere in the neighborhood. I mean, there's always that fear of FOMC. Oh, the Feds. Oh, the Feds. Oh, the Feds. So, I mean, doing this for such a long time, though, it's easy for me to say, you know what, nothing today. And let me rewind a little bit too. I mean, my priority here is to, watch Chad and work behind the scenes here. But when I do have the opportunity to trade, it's my windows are very small. So I try to get in and try to get out. I'm a scalper. I'm not technical, and I basically call it a pickpocketer. I mean, I'm looking for something very small profits, small wins. If I can get away with it, all cool. I mean, right now it looks maybe we got the gold. Talking about gold, maybe we've got something moving north here. Maybe a little build. I mean, I could put something on to get a little excitement in the segment.
Hey,
here.
only if you see something, Eddie. Only if you see something. It kind of looks like we're taking a peek to the upside here in gold last trade, 24.70.
I'm going to get out my Mustang Sally.
Eddie is the momentum scalp trader.
We'll put a one lot
Jared,
on and see if we can get anything.
Sweet. All right, give us the price.
I like your one lot.
Okay. What am I? 24.70. And I'm going to open this up a little bit more here.
What's your target? 24.73.5?
You know what? Being a pickpocket, whatever you can pull out of their pocket is whatever the market gives you. I'm a $100 winner. I'm fine with that. We'll see what happens here.
All right. NASDAQ, we still got some orders sitting up there at 19,500 or 502. It'd be interesting.
Take a look. What do you see up there, Jared?
Nothing big, but there is some, a couple hundred. Let's see, what do we got here? Yeah, nothing crazy big. All right. 22 lot sitting up there at 19,502 and a half. It's a no trade for me though, because to me I see range bound.
Yep, agree. Definitely range bound. Oil catching a bit of a bid here, but yeah, range bound for sure. Let's see if gold can push higher here. For my man Eddie.
Yeah.
Eddie's long from You're long from what, 70 half?
70-30. Yeah, 70-30
okay,
here.
right here, right now.
Yeah, just for some gets and giggles.
I like it.
I
Hey, man.
what do you make of the ES being negative 3,700 delta?
Sounds like the shorts are
After
getting
all
squeezed.
of that, yeah, after all of that work, and we're a negative delta, someone wasn't buying.
People calling the tops here. Probably playing the range as well. The house account was one of those shorts. We were short 20 times. Hell, we were short twice. We were short. Yeah, we were short 20 times. And yeah, we just fueled the rally higher. Squeeze, like Hoag said, squeeze, baby, in the chat. Yeah, that's exactly what it was. I think with what we saw the last, Monday and Tuesday, like you said, for the last 2 weeks, Jared, we saw the sellers come in, take it lower. We did see a pop here. What's up, Macro Bullet? I see you. I see you. Yeah, we saw, the rallies would fade and the sellers was coming in and step in. I think they're kind of hoping to see the same thing, and it just didn't happen today. Like Hoag said in the chat, the squeeze is on.
Yeah, I see some orders loading up there below 450, 19,450 on the NQ.
What do you got? I'm looking at the ES ladder. What do you see in the NQ?
Oh, on the ES, I see stuff down there at 55.49. There's
549.
Some stuff getting dropped in.
I think I'm going to do the Dakota and add one here at 71.20.
Adding to a winner.
Yeah.
Eddie's now long two.
Never add to a loser. Oh, shame. It's spanking on the butt.
What's the price? Average price, Eddie? 2 lots from what?
I got 71.30. Yeah, 71.30, 70.30.
There, look at that. Nice little pop.
I like it.
This will be interesting because like these expanding EMAs that I have on my screen, and like, okay, this is where it's helping if it's right. And right now I really don't want to trust it, but it shows prices going up. And so I don't know, maybe call me noob or whatever, call me a loser that I can't trade all the fair value gaps and the liquidity draws and all that. But hey, it helps.
Maybe it's very straightforward. You just, you took it on the chin too many times. What made you find like, hey, you know what? I got to change. I need to change the way I'm reading this. I need to change the way I'm trading this. What was the aha moment when the light bulb turned on?
Yeah, when there was too many days that I should have been making money. When I know I can make money and I know a strategy is good, and yet I was losing constantly. I was taking ridiculous trades, and they weren't working out.
When you say
here's
these
an
are days where I
example.
should yeah, please.
Yeah. Okay, so here's an example. So this morning I had put on a trade last night in a combine and had my stop in. I didn't have a target. And woke up this morning and I was up $7,000 more than I wanted to be in my combine.
Oh, goodness.
Yeah, I know. Terrible problem, right? So I'm like, well, crap. I need to lose $3,000 so that I wouldn't blow up my best day, right? I tried to lose $3,000, and by the end of it, I was up $18,000. That's how you know your head's screwed on wrong. Yeah. This is no lie. So then I had to lose $14,000. So I got it done, but that's when you know your head's screwed on wrong.
Yeah, that's an incredible story. I've never heard that one before. Eddie, that might be a first year at Topstep. I've never heard that one.
Yeah, because so I start out and I throw on a 3-lot negative and it makes money, right? So I buy it at 3-lot and it still makes money. Okay, so then I go to at this point I'm like up $6,000. So then I throw on a 5-lot and it goes, not the way I want it to. So I'm up $10,000 now. So then I throw on a 15-lot. And then I'm up $18,000. So I'm like, this is
incredible.
Cash me out, dealer. Cash me out. I'm out of my trade. It's still running my direction, but I pulled out 163 on that trade.
Woohoo!
All right.
So
you got all those windows.
Easy.
He's working in tight windows here. Yep. Are you working in tight windows? Yeah. Get in, get out. I love it.
Yeah,
Coach Vince says new strategy.
Well, like I said, I'm a pickpocket. Whatever the market gives me, whatever's in their pocket, I got a couple bucks and some change, and I'm happy with it. That's fine with me. We are all different traders, ladies and gentlemen.
Yep. And that's what makes it beautiful. And this is probably why you shouldn't say, oh, you got to, or you should, or anything like that, because you have to use your strategy that you trust, that you have practiced, that you've vetted, and stick with it. Now, it's great for, people to maybe point out things. Hey, VIX is really low today, or something like that, or options positioning is building up. That all maybe can help, but it doesn't mean that you should change your setup or your plan for that day.
Right.
Another thing I noticed today too that I did was I couldn't find a trade on the 1 minute, so I dropped down to the 15-second. Well, sometimes I can trade on the 15-second, but that's not the point. The point was I couldn't find a trade. So I started changing my setup. I started changing my time frames. And I've seen other people do that. I've done it many times. So I can't find a trade. So I start hunting. And one trigger for that is I'll start changing my time frames that I normally use.
Now,
All right, Eddie,
changing the
keep it-
time frames, real quick, when you change the time, what good does that do for you? I mean, seeing it a little bit better, seeing the action a little bit better?
Yeah, that's a great point. I think sometimes on the smaller time frame, so let's say maybe on the 15-second, or let's say you normally trade the 5-minute and you go to the 1 minute. So maybe you can see where price is chopping around or something like that. But I think it's a false sense of confidence, because you will find your setup that you normally use on the 5-minute, you'll find it in the 1 minute, but it's not the same setup because it doesn't have the same significance.
Exactly. Yeah. Real quick here, we got a new high here in crude, and Reland's asking me high of the day. I'm hands off for crude after that number came out today and did nothing. So be careful.
Wild.
Yeah. But
We did
okay,
see-
so why ask high of the day? Because I don't know the question, but that probably means the person didn't get the trade, right? So there's a concept of there was a big move, I missed out on it, so I want to get in on it. So now I need to figure out why not get in line with the market? Why not get long with crude? And if you can't get long, then there's no trade.
Yes, absolutely right. I think what people get caught up on or hung up on it is we are at the high of the days. Obviously, the trend is to the upside, so you got to get long. The tricky part is this, buying the highs. Essentially, if you want to get in on this move, you're going to have to buy the highs. And if you're wrong on the trade, you end up puking. You're going to be kicking yourself saying, why did I buy the highs of the day? And that's basically the dilemma that we all get into. But like to your point though, Jared, sometimes you got to pull the trigger. The trend is going to go. The trend's going to go. Yes, you're spot on with that. That's
We
what
all
people
do
think.
it. Yeah, I do it. Everything that I say on here or to anyone else, I've said it to myself 100 times. And it's like you got to kind of beat it in your head. It's like, why are you doing this?
Speaking of new highs,
And
the Dow's continue to put new highs in.
Really?
41,228. 41,228 new highs. Last trade, 41,226. ES not doing a whole heck of a lot. NQ looking to kind of roll over. Last trade, 19,450. Might be the bottom end of this range. For all you range traders looking at the 5-minute, it's going to be a nice little long. But yes, keep in mind, we do have critical Fed decision in 90 minutes. Please stay tuned with us. We'll be streaming. Yes, Eddie. A Fed coming out.
We've been waiting for this. And of course, you know what? We've heard about the T's, the 30, 31st. They might do something. But come on, it'll be September. And if he does something today, my goodness.
We'll make a fortune. Yes. The market will trade one way. Well, actually, I don't know about that. We'll see. It's like a 3% chance. I think we're talking about that they're going to cut rates. 100% chance they're going to cut rates in September. They saw 70% in
100% chance? You're
99%.
serious?
I'd say pull up the Fed funds futures for September. Not exactly 100%. 90. It's loading.
99.9?
Essentially. 96.9. Sorry, scratch that. 90.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
So, Eddie, if you could ask one of the questions, because a lot of the questions in that meeting, the press comments, they're just terrible. They're clearly just asking the question to ask the question. What
hold on, let me get my
questions
purple
would you
tie on.
ask?
Hold on. Purple tie. Okay, ready.
All right. What question would you ask?
Honestly, why are you wearing the purple tie? You know, what? Here's the thing. Okay, he wears that purple tie. Nothing happens. Nothing happens. Just my observation. You know, that's really tough because I think he's a spin doctor, and I think anything that you ask him, he's going to spin it where it's not really answered 100%. He's got something in there sort of to lead you on. And I think that's, what he does best. And he has to be that way. You have to sort of, you can't give exact, yes, we're going to do it in September. And people are going to shit the bed. But, I don't, honestly, Jared, that's a toughie. I would say maybe, what do you think 2025 looks like? That would be my question, because obviously we know what the table is set now. What are you looking for in 2025, especially after the election? Things are going to be different. I'd like to see what he's got to say about that. What do you think about that? So that would be my question.
Yeah. I think these kind of conversations as day traders, they can demonstrate that we don't understand what we're doing. And let me explain that. So when we ask the question, nice
cover, Eddie. Nice cover, Eddie. Go ahead, Jared.
I'm putting on a 15 lot.
What?
Hey,
I'm going balls out here.
Yeah. Wait, what was that? Full pork?
I'm going.
Pork?
I'm
What
going
is that?
cold.
Full pork?
I'm going.
Jared. You know what you're doing over there.
Yeah.
See what happens.
All right. Yeah. So when we ask, what do you think? What do you think will happen? The market will go up or down. Well, that means we're basing our trade strategy on what we think or what someone else thinks, not on an actual strategy.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, I know the curious mind, because we don't want to be wrong. And on one hand, okay, that's not necessarily wrong to be curious and to not want to be wrong. But when it comes to trading, we don't actually care what someone thinks or what we think might happen, especially as day trading. Now, long-term trading, it gets a little more complicated, and we do have to anticipate, is the dollar going to go up, down, blah, blah, blah. But in day trading, we need to just trade what is on the screen, and all it is data. And it's up to us to interpret it in through our system and execute it. So I think, when I ask that question, what do you think is going to happen? I really should just have like a rubber band that slaps me and say, idiot, it doesn't matter what happens.
Yeah.
Well, I just got stepped out, took a big hit in crude, but it was fun.
15 banger.
Okay.
15 banger, Eddie.
Yeah, why not?
That was quick.
Isn't it amazing how it goes against you fast?
I couldn't get my hand out of the pocket quick enough.
They caught you. Your hand caught in the cookie jar, Eddie. Oh, but Jared, to that point, we don't really know. We don't, on the grand scale of things, we don't. But what we do, I would say we trade what we see, what's in front of us right now, right? We can have a good, decent idea what's going to happen in the next 5, 10, 20, 30 minutes. But yes, on the grand scheme of things, we don't. I would agree with that. I don't think Powell does either, for that matter. They don't either. Yes, in the chat, they're saying, they're going to be, data-driven, data-dependent. They have to be. They have to be reactive. The Fed can't be proactive in some way. Ooh, Eddie, I saw that,
We're getting some orders loaded up here on the NQ to the downside. They are loading up heavy.
What do you see in there?
They're just stacking them. Yep. 430, 427, 425, down to 415 so far.
Okay. We're starting to see some sellers here in NQ.
Yep. And then we got some bigger stuff down at the 380 level.
Okay.
JD, I know you want to jump in and share. We'll go over that edge flow report one more time. I think that'd be great if we can get in there. It is a Fed day. And JD, if you are ready, jump on in, because this edge flow report was pretty illuminating this morning. Kind of seemed to have stalled out in the rally for the time. So JD, if you're there, let's do this. This is interesting. Pay attention to this stuff. This stuff's really good. This is good stuff, guys. Go ahead, JD.
For sure, yeah, we definitely have to. I agree with what you said, Jared. We have to trade what we see, but we also have so much historical trading data that we can look at to kind of help us guide along the way too. And that's what these Edgeful reports really do. If you guys were on last week, we had Andre from Edgeful here sharing all this data with us. This is one of the reports that he shared. So what we're looking right now, the report type on this is price action. We're looking at FOMC performance in the NASDAQ during the New York session over a 3-year period. So this chart represents the last 26 FOMC days, the price action around those days, broken up into 15-minute increments. The main bar we want to look at right here is this big down black bar that happens right at 1 o'clock when the Fed announcement starts. So historically, there's actually 2 reports I'm going to show you. So this is the report that shows a negative reaction to the report. So when you get that initial knee-jerk reaction right at 1 o'clock when the official report comes out and it's to the downside, you get a weaker knee-jerk reaction. In the next half hour, you have a super high probability of that move coming back to retrace and trade higher and then sort of drift sideways for the rest of the day. This is based on, again, the price action of the last 26 FOMC days. On the opposite end, if you get a positive FOMC reaction, which is this large spike here right at 1 o'clock Central Time, the timestamps down below here are Eastern Time. I'm talking in Central Time. So at 1400 hours here, you get this big spike. The half hour after that initial spike, you have a high probability of continuing to trade higher.
That's
so
crazy.
if you get a knee-jerk reaction down, you are looking to see that move retrace itself and trade higher towards the end of the day. If you get a higher move, you are not looking for that move to retrace itself, but to continue trading higher going into the next half hour, 45 minutes, and then maybe a little break towards the end of the day going into the close. Does that make sense to everybody?
Well, one more time. All right, Jason. So if the knee-jerk reaction is to the downside, we'll look for a retrace
knee-jerk
right here.
Correct.
Yeah.
Knee-jerk reaction to the
Right.
downside, you have a
Great
high
stuff.
probability of coming back to retrace and trade higher in the next half hour. If you
sell
see
off.
a higher reaction, if you see a rally right after the initial announcement, you have a high probability of continuation for the next half hour after that initial reaction. So if the
Next
initial
half
reaction
hour.
is higher, you look for continuation the following half hour. If the initial reaction is lower, you look for reversal and continuation higher for the next half hour. And that's just
Half
based
hour.
on data. This is all unbiased, data-driven statistics right here.
So what if
Okay.
the night before price was run up like it was today?
We can
You
show
know, if we
you.
had
Here's the
that one?
price action. Here's all the price action leading up to it. There is a way to
Okay.
get the performance 3 days leading up to it. I don't have it on this dashboard though.
Yeah,
But
just
here's
curious
today's
about
performance. Yeah.
Okay.
So we have sort of all the characteristics of a spike lower. We had a nice, decent grind higher for most of the trading session here. We had a little pullback around 9:30, which you
Yep.
show here, and minor pullback between 11:30 and what's this? 11:30 and 12 o'clock. So
Yep.
are we really seeing that right now? Just a little bit. So I mean, everything that we're seeing here is indicative of this knee-jerk reaction lower. Are we saying that's what's going to happen? No, but now you know what to look for if it does happen. So all the characteristics
Absolutely.
are there for this setup.
And JD, this is right when they do the FOMC, when they release the decision, right? You said 2 o'clock Eastern, or so 1 o'clock Central, right when they announced the rate announcement.
Correct. Yep.
Okay, cool.
So this black bar,
awesome.
this big black down bar is the knee-jerk reaction, the initial reaction from the 1 o'clock announcement.
Sick.
And then everything
cool.
to the right of that is price action for the rest of the day going into the close.
All right, you're gonna be on with group. You're gonna be on for group coaching, right, JD? I believe with David.
I
Green.
sure am. I'll be on with David Green. Yeah.
Okay, well, I'd say let's run over that one more time. I guess like an hour from now, because that's really good stuff. So we get a playbook, bunch of if thens, if sell off, wait, buy dip, next half hour, if rally, then continuation. So simple if thens. That's the way I look at this stuff for game plans. But yeah, thank you, JD. Let's bring that back in about an hour before we get that FOMC.
I see some people asking in the chat where to get this. This is from Edgeful. This is one of our partners, Andre, supplies us.
Yeah,
data
and
for
I
us.
emailed
Not
him
me, the other one.
after one of the first times that he was on and asked him, "Hey, do you have this report?" And he didn't. So I gave him the details, and he cranked it out in a couple days, and that report's up there now.
What was the gist of it, Jared? What were you
It
looking for?
was the overnight range. Had to do with the overnight ranges, having a custom overnight range, and then how often, if it breaks out above that range, does price like stay above that range?
Awesome. All right. We'll run that playbook back one more time. About 10 minutes, 5 minutes before that FOMC decision. Again, stay tuned with us. We got David Green joining JD for group coaching. Then after that, we got myself. We got Rips. We got Hoag for the rate announcement at 1 p.m. Central. We'll be streaming that live, plugging that in. Then we'll go right into Power Hour. Myself, David Green, Coach Dakota, and Rips. More Rips. Let's go for FOMC. Of course, we got the Jerome Powell press conference. Papa Powell, as Jared calls him. Papa Powell typically starts that press conference at 1:30 Central, 2:30 Eastern. Prepared remarks, then followed up with some Q&A. Yeah, stay tuned with us as we do a really good job covering that, even trading it, even cracking some wise jokes along the way, too. If they say something, if there's a dumb question or a dumb answer, we'll take our shots because why not?
There always
Anyways,
is.
Eddie, there's always a dumb question and a dumb answer in there. Anyways, Eddie, what are we seeing over there in oil? I saw you took it on the chin a little bit.
You know what?
Getting short up at the top. What happened there, Eddie?
I am long here again, trying to get some of this back, chipping away here. I am long here at around 77.62 in the crude here right now. Chipping a little bit away. I was down over 1,000. Chipped away here. I'm down about 941, and got a long on right now. We'll see what happens here.
I see some orders coming in at 78.32. It'd be nice if you could get that.
Gimme.
Oh yeah,
I know it.
Push it.
This is not a live account. No, this is a combine that I'm trying to pass here. If it was live, I would be trading one lots. That would be it. But for entertainment, tradertainment purposes, let's have some fun. Let me ask you something, Jared. Now, we sort of jumped in the interview right away. Boom. There's a lot of new people here in chat. And tell us a little bit about yourself and what got you into trading.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Get to know Jared.
Yeah. Well, I'm always curious. I'm always questioning stuff. And I had a little extra money in my pocket, and I was chatting with a friend, and he's like, "Well, I bought some stock that's like this new point of sale system out of Canada, and it's like trading. What was it, like $1 a share?" And he's like, "I bought some of it, and I think it'll go up. So how hard can it be?" So opened my TD Ameritrade account, threw in a few grand, and saw it go up, 10, 15%. I was quite happy about it. Had no clue about stops or anything like that. I just bought, and checked it back in a month later, whatever, and it had gone down to 30 cents, and my 15,000 was worth about $800. And that didn't set too well, so
that'll pull you in, right?
Yeah. So what happens from there? You're like, what the hell?
I ended up closing that out for I closed that 15 grand out for a final amount of $494.
Oof.
But no, at that point I was sucked in, so I started not reading a little bit, kind of playing around with the interface, that kind of thing, doing more trading, got into options a little bit. And then in 2020, got more serious because I wasn't traveling anymore. So I had more time on my hands where I could be in front of the computer. And then made decent money, actually, in those 2 years. Was able to pay off my houses, things like that. But I had never experienced a real drawdown in the market. And there in 21, 22, I had no clue what I was doing. And that's when I was like, well, I actually like this, and I want to learn more. So that's when I started talking to people, grabbing every book I could, all that kind of stuff. But I wouldn't say that trading actually clicked for me until maybe the last 8 months, really. So even though I've been dabbling for almost 10 years, I did not understand that there is no way to just cut the corners or to slide in and start making money. Everybody else is doing the same thing. And somehow we think that we can just slide in, like pick up playing the guitar. And you can't. You have to know, price action. You have to know all those things. And you cannot grab an indicator and it'll help you out. No, it just doesn't work that way. It's not the profession. So if you're not going to be constantly curious and willing to do the hard work and learn what is actually happening in the market, if you've never read a book, then you have no business clicking yet, because you're not serious about it. You're not in it for the learning and to understand what is going on.
Yeah, I agree with
Sometimes you
that.
got to read that book 2 and 3 times before you say, I get it. I mean, I did that a lot of times. Gone through a book and said, what the hell was that all about?
Yeah.
And this is where you put time in. Invest in yourself. Maybe I got to read that book again. Or as you go through it the first time, use a highlighter, highlight marker.
Yeah.
Important things or things you didn't understand. And then you can always go online and what was he talking about in that? Let me see if I can get it break it down. I mean, that's what I would do.
Yeah. 100%.
Highlighter. But
Jared,
I told this.
Go ahead, Jared,
yeah,
please.
go ahead. Oh, so
No,
like
go ahead, please.
This is how crazy trading is. So in April, I had an incredible month. Towards the end of April, I happened to look at my account and I had taken a payout and things like that. And I looked at my account and there was a number, the balance triggered something from my past. And I could not take a winning trade after that day. And, I still had gaps in my strategy and stuff that I've had to still work out. But for whatever reason, that little thing caused me to start taking losses. Don't know why. I had to go back and, more meditation and try to pull that apart. And I think I know why, but it's just trading is so, it doesn't take much to knock us off the beam, that balancing beam that Hoag talks about.
Oh. Absolutely. All right, Jared. Well, the tip of the week here at Topstep is keep your emotions in check, right? We're talking about, keep your emotion check. Emotional control is crucial for successful trading. Don't let fear or greed drive your decisions. Take breaks if you feel overwhelmed or stressed. So with that being said, you're talking about how you meditate. So how do you deal with trying to keep your emotions in check?
Yeah. So in the morning, definitely take 10 to 15 minutes. I got a little back deck. And if the mosquitoes aren't too bad, then I can sit out there and just reflect on the day, get some fresh air, breathe that in, just see where my internal mind, am I in turmoil? Am I awake? And as you do it every day, you start realizing, wait a minute, my mind is not focused, or there's something bothering me, or I'm really calm. And there's, all that kind of stuff just plays into where I'm at. And it also helps me not be so, I got to do this today kind of thing. And then when I, take some trades, after all the prep and all that kind of stuff, if I hit a loss or something, like especially like 2 losses in a row kind of thing, I just stand up, walk away. There's coffee shops around, or, go for a walk, anything like that. Just completely walk away from it. And usually as I'm halfway walking away or been gone a couple minutes, I'll realize, hang on, what you were doing wrong. And so, later I'll come back and boom, hit it.
Shame on me. I'm going to spank myself.
Yes.
Bad boy.
You get in that zone and you're like, why was I trying to short that? Nothing said short, but I had to short it. And like, why?
Well, the best thing to do is we want to build confidence, and we can't really be on ourselves as much as we'd like to. I want to punch myself in the throat sometimes, but the thing is, we're only human, and this is going to happen. We're gonna regret what we did, or man, I should have, I could, I would have, but that shoulda, coulda, woulda is past, and we shouldn't dwell on that. And a lot of people do. Oh man, I should, I could, and you're blowing confidence. You've already blown a trade, and now you're going to add to negative confidence. No,
right.
This takes time. It takes time to sort of just, kick it off your shoulder. Don't worry about it. And you know who does it really? A lot of our traders here at Fast Market, you got a losing trade. It's okay. It's going to happen. It's part of the business. This is part of the game. It's just how you manage it. But cool stuff, man.
Yeah.
Jared, I really love having you here. You're more than just a power player. You're like one of our educators. And what you shared today really proved a point. I mean, we hit a lot of areas where we really don't talk too much about that. And I'm glad that you brought that up and what you needed to do as a trader to start moving forward. Sure, we move a step forward, 2 steps back, 1 step forward, 3 steps back. But this is something that's keeping you moving forward and forward. So let's keep that up. But anyway, before we go, I've got that fun question for you.
Oh boy.
I've added 2 more since we talked last, I think. 1 to 23. Give me a number. We're going to get a short answer from Jared, and then we're going to call it.
All right, I'm going with number 1.
Ooh, all right. There you go. What's the most craziest thing you've ever done? Crazy man.
Wait a minute.
Really?
Something that I could get in trouble with, or something I won't?
We're not going to involve the police on this one. You've got pro bono. Yeah, we've got our lawyers and everything. You're free to do what's the most craziest thing you've ever done?
Either we're going to go with a shark dive. Well, we were scuba diving, and we were lionfish hunting. Yep.
Shark?
And had my 11-year-old daughter with me, and so we're out there, and we got a tank full of lionfish, that we've speared, and there was maybe 6, 7 sharks that showed up, a couple really nice big sized ones, and they were very curious. So
Wow.
we got out of there after a while.
There you go. I would not do that. I'm sorry. I would sit in the boat and look at the pretty fish from up above. But yeah.
Yeah,
but anyway,
the one shark that showed up, and my daughter, he could have eaten 3 of her.
My goodness. Well, she's got something to tell her friends, and I tell you, the boys in school ain't gonna mess with her. So that's probably a good thing. I swim with sharks. Get out my face. All right. Jared, until we meet again, my brother, once again, thank you very much for everything that you've shared with us today. Chat, thank you very much for all the comments and participation. We're going to take a break here. We've got Shoulder Tap coming up here with Jack and Ben. And, well, like I said, Jared, until we meet again, all the best to you, my brother. And we'll be right back. Shoulder Tap. There you go. Thumbs up.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Shoulder Tap FOMC edition. I'm Jack. I am joined by none other than the Risk Daddy himself, Mick. How's it going today? We got similar shirts.
I know. It looks like we're getting ready to go out on the golf course after this, which I wish we were doing. We do have plans for that at the end of the month, though, right? We're still on for that, Jack?
We are on for that. So there will be 2 other people doing Shoulder Tap that day.
All right. Named, yeah, we'll have to get some substitutes. Hey, well, it's quite an exciting day today. I know we got the FOMC coming out a little bit later here, about 58 minutes. They're expecting rates to stay at 5.5%, but we got a nice goose into the upside in the equities. We got some heavy hitters today that were on the right side of the market. Rafa up. He was up 49 grand at one point. He's up 43,000 on the day, flat right now. He's our number one on the leaderboard. Between the payouts that he's taken thus far and his account balance, he's up there over $250,000 mark. So I was very excited to see that. I am going to feature him in our first trading card to talk a little bit about some of the statistics and look at what he's been doing. But super excited about that. Another one of our live traders, Chung, who we've all talked about recently too. He's up 34 grand today. He was doing the NASDAQ. And then we had David up 10,000 at one point, gave back about half of that. He's up 5,000. We're hoping that he stops right around here, especially with it being lunch hour here in Chicago, already into the lunch hour, going into FOMC and then the FOMC. So traders, one more here. Brian, who's also on our leaderboard, up $8,600 today. He is flat also. So for those of you that are up big money or up money in general, FOMC statement release. I mean, Jack, why don't you talk about what we can see for those spikes in that release?
Something just really tickled me on the inside. I got this good feeling when you mentioned that Rafa was up 43 grand and he was flat. And I presume, because I assume the best from Rafa, that means that he is going to remain flat until after the FOMC announcement.
That's funny you should bring that up, Jack. Our risk manager, Brett, did speak with him on the phone today, talking to him about locking in this nice winning day that he's had. And the conversation that Brett had kind of panned out as if he is going to participate and have any exposure going into the FOMC, it's going to be 2 lots. So even with 2 contracts, you can get burned pretty good. But being up 43,000 right now and only taking 2 lots of exposure on, it's going to be really hard to put a big dent in that. But, for anybody who's not up 43 grand, $2,000 could be, 2 contracts could be, several thousands of dollars, depending on how this pans out.
I think also, just before we get to the cards with the FOMC, many of you in the chat have done this rodeo before, but I think today is the sort of FOMC where the result is more or less baked in. The actual announcement, I showed the FedWatch tool this morning. I can't imagine it's changed that much since then, but the implied probability is 97% that there will not be a rate cut today. So if there is, it will go bonkers. If there is not, it can still go bonkers. And the reason you shouldn't be trading that is an algo war going on that is often just trying to inflict maximum pain on anyone in there. There will be super wide markets. Frequently, it goes one way, massively off it, then completely reverses it, and then some. I don't know how you can predict that, so I would be very careful about trading it. I don't think it's the best time to be trading outright futures. So there's my 2 cents there.
And to elaborate on that, I couldn't agree more with you. I mean, if you're up money today through good hard work or even a little bit of luck, why gamble it away? We don't dig ditches to go to the casino and lose it all. So it's a wild card. And if you're down money, don't add any insult to injury. Don't try and trade that FOMC number to, get lucky. A lot of times, people just go deeper into the hole. So that's our advice on that.
One of the only things we had to be flat for when I was trading at a shop. Couldn't take positions through it because that's gambling. But with that, we got some cards today, don't we?
Yeah. I one thing before we go to the cards, I remember there was a certain crop production number that was coming out, and we were doing market making, trading the calendar spread. So we weren't even doing outrights. Very rarely did we, slap a little contract on or something like that. But we were trading size, market making. The principal of the prop firm I was at said, if any of you hold any positions going into this number, you're out of a job. Don't come in tomorrow. So that's, goes to the severity of some of these releases. So we only heard that one time from them, and those crop production numbers came out every month. But that's saying something right there.
Yeah, and I've seen it. I have seen it actually happen before the rules in effect. I have seen someone blow out a massive amount on a theoretically hedged position. It was trading the 5s, 10s, 30s when they announced that Operation Twist. That's a butterfly. They didn't have much on, but boy, did they lose more than they thought they could. So don't be naughty, people.
Don't be naughty. Don't be naughty. All right, let's get into it. I want to talk about Rafa a little bit more in detail, Jack. I got his trade report up here. Like I said, he crossed the $250,000 mark today. I think it's only him and Dakota who have actually done that. Shout out to Dakota. Last I looked, he was up a G-ball today, trading in the market. So happy he was able to, build a little cushion in his account. But yeah, Rafa's just been lights out. Like I said, at one point he was up 49 grand today, flat up 43 grand, which is awesome.
That's good.
Yeah, I mean, he had a big position on, so, $6 grand when you got 14, 15 on, it can come and go quickly. So it was good money management from him today. We've seen a lot of good money management from him. Getting into kind of some of the specifics about the money management. What do I have here? So he's only at 33% winning days, but his best day, right around where he's at today, that best day that he locked in was 44,300. Worst day, 7,000. Rafa, because of where his account size is and how well he's been trading, he's got a $5,000 daily loss limit on the account. We expanded it up from 3,000 to 5,000, not 7,000, despite what you see here being that his worst day was 7 grand. That's slippage when you got the size on. Average winning day, and again, with 33% winning days, he doesn't have a whole heck of a lot of those, but out of those average winning days, it pans out to about $18,000. He also doesn't have a high win rate on a per trade basis, but those wins are close to $3,800 and the losses are only $2,500. Now, he's typically taking just 3 trades a day, max position size. And he tends to go all in, all out on these, but 3 trades a day. And I really like that. And he is a trend trader. You can see by the hold times, which I know I've talked about before. I think I featured him last week. Correct me if I'm wrong, Jack. But his hold times on his winning hold times on the winning trades are about 5.5 hours, and the hold times on the losing trades are 2 hours and 20 minutes. So, if you think of how long the day session is, a 5-hour hold time is a pretty good piece of that. So I give him credit too, because it takes some guts to stay in a position where you've got that much size on, and you can see these big P&L swings. Notable days, we talked about, 43,000 today, 44,000 was his best winning day before. The other week, there was a $36,000 day, then 17,000, almost 18,000, 8 grand, 56 grand, 35 grand. I'll stop rattling them off there. There aren't that many more. 28 grand. And that's kind of it on the significant days. So, I've said it before. Day trading, it's very hard to be a scalper and be long and short throughout the day and making a high number of trades, regardless of what time frame you're looking at. But from what I've seen here and the success that I've seen, with myself, with other people in the industry, and especially the traders here at Topstep, people that are successful in this business, day trading, are catching a piece of the trend for the day more often than not, as opposed to people who are scalping long, short, trying to pick tops and bottoms in those gyrations in the market, the price bar overlap in the market. So that's kind of what I got for Rafa. Huge shout out. It's really exciting that we got somebody over $250,000 in their account and having, a big day like today. Last thing I want to note is, he's taken 90 grand in payouts from this account too. So really happy to see him paying himself, with 90 grand in payouts, poking over $250,000. He's still got a very, very healthy account balance. And, he's only risking 5 grand in a day. So like we were talking about yesterday, plan your downside out so you can have a ton of as many swings at the plate as possible before you were to erode a good healthy account balance down to the $0 mark. So he's there, everything's looking good for him, and hopefully that he does what he says he was going to do when it comes to the FOMC number.
Yeah,
we don't want a Hughes B losing 18 grand in less than 5 minutes on our hands today.
Yeah, a few thoughts. First, someone's asking when we're having him on Topstep TV. Rafa's enjoying his privacy on that front, although he is communicating with us. I think he's agreed to share levels with, I forget if it's JD or Eddie or someone like that. So we'll be hearing more about him. Two other things I noticed. Yesterday we were talking how I was saying that the biggest problem we've seen is that people risking too much of their account, or especially using their loss limit without deserving it. And at each level, although Rafa hits his loss limit a lot, has an incredible return on the days where that doesn't happen. And you mentioned the all in, all out, but what I'm seeing some of on here, for making all this money, his commissions are super low. And that's because he's making trades that last pretty much the whole day. You don't need a lot to go a long way. Is that I think where we see the cards where people are just hitting their daily loss limit, 80% of the days and then making some huge day, it's because they are going just, pardon my French, balls to the wall right at the level, and that doesn't give you enough space. Now, I can't look at all 33 days, but what I'm seeing here, so like Rafa hit his loss limit the past 3 days, right? And on 2 of them, it was just one trade, and I believe 4 contracts that got him there. So what he must be doing is managing if you're going to take these huge pieces of the trend, is he's getting the breathing room first by not putting on like 15 contracts and just hit the DLL or run, is getting that breathing room and then adding to the position is what I would guess he's doing. It's a little bit hard to see from here, but it's working out very well. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, it is. That's right. When you mentioned I was his last 4 days were $5,000 losses. So he's coming off a 4-day, $20,000 losing streak, made it all back. We always talk about, you never have any business risking more in a single day than you could make on average. So you want to have, it takes several losing days to wipe out one winning day. Here, 4 $5,000 losing days, barely wiped out one average winning day of his. So that's really good. And then today, he made double what his streak was. Yeah, Jack, I think it looks like Rafa, while he does trade the big size and he will go all in, all out, those last few days, like you mentioned, one trade, looks like he did a 6 lot on the 25th and then a couple 4 lots on the 26th and 29th. I think he's kind of putting his toe in the water. And this isn't something that's uncommon for traders, in my experience, to, you could be watching the markets a little bit. It's a little bit different watching the markets when you don't have any exposure on than when you do have exposure on. And I know there are traders that will put a 1 lot on, or, a fraction of their unit sizing, whatever it may be, to just have a little bit of exposure and help get, their concentration that much more focused on what the market's doing. So that could be a little bit of it. One of the areas for improvement that I regularly share for our traders that are hitting the daily loss limits regularly is scale in, because, if you're scaling in, you can always add position sizing or leverage when you get the market giving you your directional bias conviction that it's moving in your favor. But the best part about that is if and when you start piecemealing into a position or scaling in, if you start small and it goes against you, your back's not against the wall. You might not add, and you might have a 1-lot or a 2-lot on that you can ride out, and take some heat on, or take that price movement where you couldn't do it if you had 10 or 15 on. So there's a lot to be said for that.
Good stuff. We'll hit the next card. I just want to say one bonus too is I love how low the commissions are for Rafa. I mean, hitting those daily loss limits, he just had $17 each of those days in commissions. He made $36,000 with $89 in commissions. You don't have to trade a ton of contracts to get a lot of movement. So good stuff. Rafa, that's awesome. $250,000. That's baller as hell. I don't know how else to put that. So
yeah,
invitation's still open. We'd love to have you.
Yeah, 33 trading days, $250,000. 33. I know some of that was transfers from XFA into this live account, but 33 days, $250,000. It's quite a heater, as JD would say. All right, so speaking of heaters, let's talk about John H. John's been doing pretty well. Although I say he's on a heater, he's still in an XFA. We haven't called him up to live, Jack. It's only been 11 days of trading in his XFA, but everything's looking really, really good here. Net P&L, $1,200. Average winning days, 73%. What else we got here? Of those winning days, best day, almost $6,000. Worst day, daily loss limit of 3,000. Average winning day, $2,800. Average losing day, 3,000. I'd love to see the average winning day better than the average losing day, but this guy's profitable, so it's kind of okay. Kind of okay. Everything on this card, I see some good stuff here, but I think he needs to make some adjustments to get over the hump, because if John has a bad streak, I think he's in big trouble. So some of the stuff I'm talking about in regards to that is, these $1,000 daily loss limits that we see, the $3,000 daily loss limits that we see. And then this risk reward is good. It's greater than, 1-to-1 at $521 per contract on the winners, and only risking $350 on the losers. But it's a 45% win rate. So to have a 45% win rate and not have 2-to-1 or 3-to-1, it's a little bit concerning. And then you look at that alongside the average winning trading day versus the average losing trading day. I also am looking at how many trades they're taking in a day. 18 trades in a day, kind of a lot, especially with, I do like the hold times here. Hold times 45 minutes on the winners, only 31 minutes on the losers. So it's interesting. And that, I think part of that is like a little bit of scaling into the position sizing, even though they aren't really trading huge size. It's only 1 to 3 contracts. So I think that's where a little bit of the total trades gets manipulated based off of scaling in and scaling out, the way the trade reports work. But overall, yeah, go ahead.
Hopefully down the line we'll have like more of the just fill data and stuff. I've been looking at, usually to get a gauge on how much they're trading, the total contracts in conjunction with the number of trades. Because really, if you scale in, this is why the trades are tough, guys. Like if I hit a 5-lot and then sell the 5-lot in one piece, that's one trade. But if I scaled into it one at a time and took the same 5 off one at a time, that's 5 trades. Yeah. But the total volume of contracts is how many contracts they traded on the day. So that's a good sense of how active they're being. And there's definitely some variability here. Like it has a few days with a lot more fees and commissions than Rafa did. So just something to think about.
Yeah, one other thing, Jack, usually you comment on, I got it on the card there, keeps a percentage of their P&L high for the day. There are very few days. I think there's 2 days where they did not end on their P&L high for the day, on their winning days. Just 2 days where they actually, were up, looks like I mentioned them there, the 17th and the 22nd. So up 2,400, ended the day up 800, up 3,800, ended the day up 1,200. And I'm not highlighting this to say we all need to, end on our P&L highs. Absolutely not what I'm saying. But what here is that, they've still kept a good portion of those profits. And I would say, from their net P&L and whatnot, and some of their best winning day, that those are significant profits. Referring to being up 2,400 and then keeping a third of it, and then being up 3,800 and then keeping there we go a third of it again. So that's good. I'd love to always say if you could look to keep more than a third of it on those days, but still keeping a third of it. I'm not cutting this person up by any means. They're profitable. So, I'm complimenting them on what I'm seeing in regards to not letting a good winning day turn into a losing day, because there's none of that here on John's card.
Yeah. I mean, generally, especially in relation to other cards we see where you'll see like a huge swing, I think that, if you're flat up some amount of money, I think it's fine to keep the loss, just trail your loss limit. If you have a 3K account, maybe just don't lose more than 3K. What's really like kills these accounts is when we see someone that's up 8K and flat and then hits their DLL. That's too big a swing. But good job. Good trading by John. Mick, do you want to speed through this last card? Because I see David Green.
Yeah, sure. We can do that. I think what do we have? 1 minute, Jack?
Yeah, we can do a speed round. See it.
Let's do a speed round. All right. Well, I'm trying to do my auctioneer voice here, like I'm selling cattle or something like that. Michael would have to give me some tips on that. All right, so we got Samuel. Samuel. That's the Game of Thrones, like Samuel Tully. I can't read Samuel without saying Samuel Tully. All right, so I'm killing time here. So someone who got called up from XFA to live yesterday, they had 2 XFAs we called up. We really liked their stuff. 17 days spent in the XFA. So everything you see here, multiply it by 2. Average daily P&L, $955. It's really about $1,900 for that. So very good stuff. I just like the metrics here. 76% winning days. Best day better than the worst day. Average winning day slightly greater than the average losing day. That's good stuff. And then what I really, really liked here, risk reward. Only right 41% of the time on the trades, but that risk reward's 3-1. So they're taking down almost $980 per trade, while they're only risking $270 per trade. And that risk reward being 2-1 or better, 3-1's even better. That's good stuff. And I really like the hold time too. They're trading on short time frame. Hold times for the winners 17 minutes. Hold times for the losers 6 minutes. But they're only taking 6 trades a day. So this tells me they're in the middle of the range as far as what time frame charts they might be looking at and basing their trades off of. They're likely not looking at 1 minute or 5 minutes. They're probably looking at the 15-minute, 30-minute charts, which is good. I always recommend people move from the short time frame, low charts to something a little bit higher. Kind of get out of the weeds and don't miss the forest looking at the trees.
Well, we'll make room for him right away. I just could not help myself from saying these things. I love that he is trading the ES, 3 contracts. He's in a 150K account, which would let him lose 3K. And his worst losing day is $1,679. Samuel, that is good stuff.
Good
All right.
soup.
Well,
Good
soup. Get yourself, he took a $4,000 payout. Get yourself some of the finest soup in Santiago, which I bet they have great soup there, Mac. Anyway, Great soup. Well, Mick, thank you very much. Everybody stick around because we have group coaching with JD and David Green coming up next. And it's not your normal coaching because we're ending a little early to feed Daddy Powell right into your eyes via this YouTube video. We're going to call the FOMC. Remember to get flat before then. Don't say we didn't warn you. Have a great day. Trade well. We'll be back right after this.
Good afternoon, friends and traders. You made it to the group coaching half hour. It's 12:30 Central Time on the dot. It just turned over. You're looking at David Green. I'm JD behind the scenes. I'll be feeding David some questions, and we're going to talk a little bit about price action today. David, how are we doing?
Doing very well. Thank you guys for having me, as always. It's been a slow day, but it's been a good day. We had some nice technical trades set up. I always suggest to people, I am off of my paid accounts now and just on the combine because I've seen too many people when this Fed starts to come out or gets close to coming out, just blow through accounts left and right. So
Yeah,
better safe than sorry.
sense. Especially if you're up a little bit on the day. Why risk it all going into a
Exactly.
getting
Yeah,
blown
and
out
now
on a
we got a
knee-jerk
half
reaction,
hour.
you know?
We got a half hour left now. And look, I was talking this morning and I was saying that I'd be shocked if we didn't get some kind of pullback from the highs we were at this morning going into this Fed meeting. I mean, we just come back now, right? We're down 100 points now from the highs that we just made. Got to be a little profit taking before this, just for people to be, better safe than sorry. So that's what we're seeing now in the NQs. We see we're breaking a couple of levels now on the downside. So it's just patience. Patience is in order.
Yeah, for sure. Time to sit on the hands and wait for this one to play out.
Yeah, I mean, if we get a big enough move down, there's some spots we'll take a shot at buying a little bit, especially if it happens before 2 o'clock.
Oh, cool. Yeah, we'll keep your charts up then. All right, we got some good questions from our viewers. You want to dive into a couple of them?
Sure, absolutely.
Cool. All right, this first one comes from Two-Step Toby. Two-Step's got a nice compliment for you, David. They say, David, you've been instrumental. You've been instrumental in helping me learn about risk and how much of my daily loss limit to risk on any trade. This has helped me pass multiple combines. Thank you for sharing your wisdom. Very nice comment there. Compliment.
Yeah, that's nice.
I was wondering.
like
Two-Step goes on to say, I was wondering how you figure out the best area to enter in a given trade idea. I'm always hesitant to enter if the candle isn't forming in my direction, and it generally causes me to miss out on some good entries. It's a mindset issue. So they get the right idea, but they're thinking the market isn't reacting the way they want it to, when ultimately it really does in the end. But just a issue for pulling the trigger, you know?
Yep. Listen, everything I do is purely based on my technical analysis. I'm a technical trader. When things line up for me based on my technicals, I'm going to make a trade every single time that it sets up. I'm not really concerned where a stock was. I'm only concerned where a stock is going, or a future in this case. So everything I do is about technicals. Let's look at the NQs right now, right? And you can see this is the time, man. We're starting to break down. We just busted through my 65 EMA. I have a previous day high is at 19,319. That's down 30 points from that. So if we spike down to this 13,319, that is a technical spot. I also have my VWAP there for me to make a trade on the long side. So what I'll do is I'll put my order out there now. And if we spike down another 50 points and it hits that level, I am in the trade. Then where's my risk management takes over? What's my stop orders going to be? And what's my profit target going to be? So anytime something technical setting up, or you do, okay, put your orders out there. I mean, by using our technical analysis, we're trying to put the odds in our favor of our trades working. And that's all we can do. Sometimes we're going to miss. Sometimes I'm bidding in the NQs and it'll go down 100 points and miss me by a point or 2 points. It happens. And then it gets a big bounce from there. Don't get frustrated about that either. But just trust the system that you're using. If it's working for you, do every single trade that sets up. Make sure you're journaling your trades. You know, what I find with a lot of people is that they'll do some of the trades and they won't do some of the other trades. And that's going to skew your hit rate. So every time a trade sets up for me to do, I'm going to do it. Don't change what you're doing. Some are going to miss, some aren't, you know, and try not to think. To me, that's everyone's asking me today, what do you think is going to happen with the Fed? What do you think is going to happen with the Fed? My thought process was this. If the market kept going down like we were, right? Let's look at the daily in the NQs. Okay. Give it a second to load up. My thought process was if we would have continued on this downward path, that maybe there would have been a slight chance that they do something today. But I think that's completely off the table. So September is probably 100% that they're going to have the rate cut. So as far as I'm concerned, you know, if we're looking at my daily chart, we're way off the highs. We're way off the lows. We're kind of sitting right in the middle of everything. So, you know, anything can happen when there's an announcement. So it's just a matter of being patient, being disciplined, and waiting for things to set up. That's it.
Yeah, and if it's part of your trading plan, you took the time to create the trading plan, at least give the plan a chance to play out also. So
that's right.
And
be consistent.
Yeah, exactly. All right, next up, we got a question from Michael. Michael says, hi, David. Is there any way to use the commitment of traders data successfully in day trading? Can it help for fundamental data in day trading? I know some people build strategies around the commitment traders. Can you explain what you know about it and what you think about it? Have you ever looked at the commitment of traders report? I know it's a lagging indicator. Not a lot of people use it.
I'll be perfectly. Yeah, I'm never concerned with fundamentals. You know, even when earnings comes out in stocks, all I want to do is I don't care what the earnings are. I don't care what the numbers are. All I care about is what the stock's going to do after those numbers were announced. AMD had earnings this morning. I think at one point, you know, it was up $20 and it's come in $10. To me, it's all about price action. That's all I care about. And, you know, look, everybody, I have long-term stuff. Everybody has long-term stuff. That's when I'm concerned about the fundamentals. You know, if I'm in a stock and something changes fundamentally, then I'm going to have to change with that. But everything I just do is these. I hate to make it so simple, but it's just these lines on my chart. That's it. That tells me what to do and when to do it.
Yeah, for sure. And I'll be honest too, I can't even remember the last time I looked at a commitment of traders report. It's got to be close to 20 years. It's
I can tell
valuable
you
to some people. I think it's
I
I think it's a lagging indicator.
I have no problem admitting to you I don't know what that is.
Oh, sure. For anybody else that doesn't, the commitment to traders report is it's released by the Commodity Futures Trading Commission once a week and breaks down open interest in the futures markets, broken down into categories. It gives positions of commercial traders, not commercial traders, and smaller retail traders. So you can see what the bigger institutions are doing based on open interest in any particular market. Which is, I mean, overall, in the grand scheme of things, it's good information to have. Does it help you as a day trader? Not so much. I mean, you could. It gives you a hint as to what direction institutions are going in a particular contract, but you have no idea what they're hedged against or what else they're doing. So it's a lot. You could really twist yourself up looking at this report and trying to somehow integrate it into your trading strategy. But at the end of the day, it's more of a tool for longer term traders, I would say.
I got it. Yeah, I have enough to do with just watching my charts intraday.
Yeah.
Plus, like you said,
all right.
I guarantee a lot of what you're seeing in that report could be hedges against positions. It could be any of 10 different things as to why they have those positions.
Yeah, exactly. All right. Here's one that's more in your wheelhouse. Ian wants to know, how do you use your EMAs for day trading, especially in choppy ranges, since most days are choppy instead of trendy?
Yeah.
So using your EMAs when a market's moving sideways.
Yeah, not very many trades set up when the market's moving sideways. You know, it's that simple. If we look back at the NQs this morning, all right, we had a bunch of mess, and I'll go slow, early in the morning. But then we did set up for a nice trend right around 10 o'clock. So I used my 9 and my 15 EMA to enter into what I call a trend trade. So I'll go over a couple of them. We got time. So when the NQs pulled back to my 9 EMA, that's where I get involved. And you can see we got in here like, I don't know, 373. We went up almost 100 points from there. So I'm taking profits as this goes up. Pulls back again, hits my 9, hits my 15, barely breaks it, profits again. Once we break the trend, okay, then I'm going to go to my other moving averages. I have my 30 EMA, my 65 EMA, my 200 EMA. And I also use pivot points. So when we first pulled back to this 30 EMA, we probably go to 10-point bounce. You can see we pulled back to the 65 EMA. So we have to know when to use them also. It's 130. I kind of thought we'd get a nice big pullback from here. I ignored this. Wasn't going to make a trade there because of the time of the day. And quite frankly, it didn't move that much to get down there. Usually what I'm looking for in the NQs is at least a 50-point move to hit one of my moving averages. So if we look here, we went from 39 to 10. So we went down like 20 points. That's not enough for me to want to get involved. If we're going to spike down to my 200 EMA, okay, now you're talking we'd be down 100 points from where we are now. So, and if you look also, guys, the ATR, average true range in the NQ, is 27 points right now. So you get involved in the ATR, you know, you really, if you're going to be trading this, you have to have like a 27-point stop. But that's why I wait for it to get really overdone in one direction or the other. And very simply, my moving averages show me support and resistance. That's what they show me, where I might buy and where I might sell. If we look at the ESs from this morning, I'll show you a trade that's set up for us. Okay, early in the morning, we're switching charts now. Okay, so a couple of things here in the ESs. And the ESs, I usually look for at least a 10-point move to hit one of my moving averages. So if we look early back here, and I'll go slow, we went from 55.48 to 55.29. Okay, that's a 19-point move. And we hit one of my stronger moving averages, the 65 EMA. Not every trade we're going to do works, right? I bought some on the 65 EMA, and I had my stop order in below, okay? Once I get into this trade, I think it was like 29. I'm always going to do at least 2 contracts, and we start giving to them as it goes up. I think we were out of this whole trade right around this resistance at 50. So, you know, we had a 20-point move on the entire trade. Didn't take 20 points, but we started selling on our way up. Here, we went up again and hit a pivot point, which I also use to support a resistance. That was around 55.65, and we got a nice pullback to our trend line, almost 13 points from there. Could have entered the trend again here on the 9 and the 15, taken some profits at it, and now it just looks exactly like the other ones. So I use my technical analysis. I'll tell you guys what I use: 9, 15, 30, 65, and 200 exponential moving averages. And again, the reason I use these is because over a long period of time and journaling trades, I think for this month, someone in the room wants to tell me, I think we were about 80.1% this month journaling all of our trades. So if we're doing that, and trade management, of course, is the most important thing once we get into a trade, right? You should be able to squeeze out a couple of banana skins on balance. So look now, guys, we're coming in, okay? Look at the NQs, starting to make a big move down, which is not unexpected, right? So we're at 19,350, okay? I have my previous day high at 19,319, and then my 200 EMA is down at 19,284. That's now 75 points from here. Now, the closer we get to 2 o'clock, the less likely I am going to do anything. But if in the next couple we spike down to this 19,285, that's my strongest moving average, my 200 EMA, I will buy it there, have my stop order, and try to get a bunch of points out of that, especially if we go fast. Everything that we do, I want speed. The faster something gets to one of our level, the better it's going to be. The closer it comes without hitting one of our levels, the less effective the trade is going to be. So that's it. That's how I use all. And look, I don't have the holy grail. I don't think anybody does. I think you should be using some kind of technical analysis. Otherwise, you're kind of just throwing darts on a board, I think. But, you figure out what works for you. Okay. And if you look right now, guys, check this out. We exactly hit this VWAP to the penny. That was 47. All right. And again, I'm not doing it this close to the Fed, but can everybody see that we exactly hit that level and just went up almost 40 points? So we hit our VWAP, which is volume weighted average price, which I will also use as part of my technical analysis. And we just bounced 40 points off that. And it exactly hit it. That's technical analysis. It's beautiful when it works. It's not going to work every single time. But, the proof is we exactly hit that VWAP. And literally just went up almost 45 points. So here's some trade management, right? If I'm going to get into this trade on my VWAP, I'm always going to take some profits for 10 or 15 points. But my resistance, now, if I got in for a technical level, my resistance is all the way up here at 19,405, and we got to 19,403. That's the end of the trade. Buy on support, sell on resistance. And trust me, it doesn't always work this well, but that's just a spectacular example of hitting our technical analysis and then getting a nice little bounce out of it. So use what you use that works for you, but have something.
Always good to have something, yeah. You make it sound so simple, too. It's really incredible the way you explain it. It's perfect.
Well,
all right.
The simpler you can make this, the easier it is to do, right? And I don't, this is not David Green saying I'm buying this at, on my VWAP. This is telling David Green that we've moved down far enough and we hit a support level and we bounce from it. That's all. Trust me, I'm not the smartest guy in the world. Okay. I'd always rather be lucky than good in life. I'm not talking about trading, but in life, it's better to be lucky than good. In trading, there's no luck. Okay. There is no luck involved, period. You can get lucky, like Peter always says too. You can get lucky for $2 for 20 points and wrong for 200 points, especially when you're trading the futures. So, yeah,
that's the truth for sure. All right, we got time for one or two more quick questions. If I didn't mention it earlier, David's going to stick around. We're going to cut group coaching just a little bit short to bring some people in for the FOMC announcement at 1 o'clock Central Time. David Green's going to stick around for that, and Rips is going to be coming in also with Hoag and Andre. We're going to get some great analysis going through the FOMC announcement at 1 o'clock. But as for questions, here's the next one. Josh says, back to technical analysis. No matter how big my stop is, I get wicked out almost every time. How do I find better entries? I usually enter off a candle break from the 2 or 5 minute candle once it hits my key levels. we kind of just went over this. I mean, it almost sounds redundant doing it again, but better finding
Well, it
better
depends.
yeah.
Yeah, look, if you're consistently finding that what you're doing is not working, you have to change what you're doing. It's that simple, right? I'm talking about what I use for technical analysis. You're talking about kind of a different setup. You know, I'm waiting for either a breakout or a breakdown. That's just a completely different setup. You know, if you're finding consistently that what you're doing isn't working, then you got to change what you're doing, right? And I'm not telling you to do what I do. You do whatever works for you. But if you're finding that it's consistently, and it's happening to me a lot, that I keep getting stopped out of trades, one, are you giving the trades enough room to work, right? Because, you know, if you're putting a stop order down 5 or 10 points and trading the NQs, you're going to get stopped out of almost every single trade that you do. You know, just look at the ATR, it's 30 points, right? That's why when I'm trading the NQs, I don't even get involved in this thing until it moves, you know, 50, 60, 100 points, depending on whether it's going to hit one of my levels or not, right? So again, if you're finding that that's consistently happening to you, your entries aren't in the right spot. I mean, that's the best advice I could give you, depending on what you're using for technicals. Now, if we weren't having the Fed come out right now, right? We just went up. You know, this would have been a little short entry for me, right around, you know, 08 to 015. But forget about that because the Fed is now 12 minutes away. I hope
we're gonna do. Yeah, I think you covered that one very well. One more quick one. This one comes from Matt. Matt says, "I love." Speaking of what we just talked about, your moving averages. Matt says, "I love your far from moving average technique. I use order flow and option positioning to establish context as well. But sometimes I'm looking for less nuanced tools on my toolkit. Is there any other strategy that you might be able to use that's somewhat idiot-proof with proper risk management? Yeah. Is there anything else you do?"
Yeah, I wish there was. When we're talking about the far from moving average trade, that's one of my favorite trades. I mean, maybe we'll get something set up when this comes out. We'll see. But when I'm looking for a far from moving average trade, and either the NQs or the ESs, in the NQs, I'm looking for the relative strength to get to 20 or lower or 80 or higher. What I found is, again, by journaling my trades, is when we get an RSI below 20, especially a sharp move down to 20, usually we're going to get a bounce, okay? And the way I'll execute that is I'll go to my 1 minute chart when we get close to a 20 or 20 RSI. I'll look for a green reversal bar and I'll enter the trade and have a nice tight stop. If we get above 80, then we're said to be overbought. Same thing. I'll look for the first little red bar. I'll get into the trade with a market order, keep a tight stop. Usually, under normal circumstances, when this thing gets really stretched out to a 20 or an 80, we usually get a nice, 10 to 30, 40 point bounce off of it. So I wish, guys, it was as easy. That's why there's no such thing as an automated trading system that works, guys and girls. Okay, you can't just put orders in where you think something might work. If somebody invented that, first of all, they wouldn't share it with anybody. I see a lot of people trying to sell it for $49.99 now. I can tell you that. There's no such thing, right? So again, I have a few different trading setups that I look at that put the odds in my favor of those trades working. That's it. And they're still not going to work all the time. Nothing works all the time. But there's nothing
Isn't that the truth? Yeah. Nothing works all the time, or everything works until it doesn't work. That's the other way.
Yeah, exactly.
All right. With that, guys.
Go ahead. That's good. We're good. No, I was just going to say, you could have people using the same technical analysis and get into the same trades and have 50 different results because of how they're executing the trade once they get in. So,
very true. Also, we can talk more about this in a little bit, though. We're going to take a real short break. We've got some more people coming in to get ready for the FOMC report coming out. So stick around. We got FOMC with Rips, Hoag, Andre, and David Green's going to stick around for a little bit. And then David Green's coming back for Power Hour later. He's going to be joined by Coach Dakota. So
you guys are going to
stick around.
You'll be sick of me by the end of the day.
Stick around for a few minutes. We're going to do a quick lineup change, and we will be right back.
All right, here we go. FOMC decision imminent. Less than 2 minutes away. The man in the middle, you just saw him. David Green, right there. John Hoagland. Quick question for you, David Green. Are we going up or down?
The answer is a resounding yes. We are going up or down, and probably
Yes,
both.
it is. Yes. Between you and Hoag, how many FOMC decisions have you guys traded through in the course of your careers?
I can't go back that far.
All right, here we go.
How many are there a year?
85. So it's 39 years worth.
39 years worth. Incredible. John's right there too.
About
I don't even know if we had the
33 years worth, probably.
Yeah. There you go.
David, when's the last time you held a position through one?
Woo-hoo.
Going into one? Never.
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 Okay. Yeah, Rips will be joining us here shortly. I think I see him in the green room. But let's get this decision out here any second.
Probably been 20 years since I held a position into this. I learned my lesson then.
So gangster. Doing it. All right, here we go.
Quite frankly, a lot of people just don't even trade today.
10 seconds.
Here we
Eddie,
go.
you got fire drill?
I'm watching it right now. Here, anything over the market, I'm going to post.
Go.
Read it out. All right. Decision actually 5.5.
Okay, Unch.
Not doing anything here so far.
Unchanged.
Unched.
Unchanged. Yep. We expected.
Like your dirty socks.
S&P Dome is single digits.
Yes, it is.
Give them a few minutes here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you got to read the statement.
Yep. Coming out here.
Gotta read.
What are we looking for in the statement? Anything in particular, guys, in the statement?
Data dependent.
Yep. Yep.
Probably.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yep.
100% in September, unless he says something really crazy.
Well, coming out with a wire here, Fed. In recent months, there has been some further progress to the 2% inflation. Tease, tickle. In June, it said there had been the modest further progress. Fed inflation remains somewhat elevated, like their egos.
Yeah.
This is a very calm FOMC. Don't worry.
It is extremely calm.
30 minutes. We'll have
the
press conference.
press conference. Yeah. I mean, that's going to be the kicker.
Yeah, I think that's what everybody's waiting for.
Yep. And then we'll get bored for 45
out
minutes.
of the oven. The Fed repeats does not expect it to be appropriate to lower levels until it has gained greater confidence in inflation. Yes, we're talking the September. Oh, look at this.
Hey, what's up, Rips?
Hey, Rips.
What's happening?
Not much, man. You missed absolutely
Not much
nothing.
right now.
No, I saw. The Fed was out here saying the same old song and dance, data dependent. We made a little bit of progress. We kind of did. We kind of didn't. Same old statement that we've been seeing, the same old song and dance. But they're not yet at their 2% inflation target. Go figure. And that's pretty much it. Most of the news is going to be happening when we have Mr. Jerome Powell with the press conference. It's going to be out here in about 30 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
So you're saying we're going higher unless we go lower?
Right.
There's a very good chance of that.
Any other
Yeah,
way.
I think it's mostly going to go to the right here, Mr. Hoagland. What do you think?
The way it's looking so far, I completely concur.
We're just in a dead flat range. Crazy. Over 52.
Yeah, this is the first time you've had a position on here, John?
Oh, I don't have a position on. I haven't done that into an FOMC meeting. I was just talking about that for about 20 years.
Okay. I thought I must have misheard you then. I thought you said this is the first time you've done it in 20 years.
No.
Okay.
No, I learned my lesson.
Good for sticking to your guns there.
I had some really good days and some really bad days, and I added them all up, and they added up to about even. So now I don't even bother.
There you go. There you go.
This is about as muted as I've seen in the last 10 Fed meeting. This is crazy.
Wild.
Nothing
is right.
I guess they're not saying anything that we didn't expect. Obviously.
Every market's calm. Gold not doing anything. Crude not doing anything. Dow, nothing. ES and Q, zip zero.
Yeah, we also have Columbia coming out with their rate decision as well. I think we're waiting on that still.
Columbia, is that what you said?
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Japan raised rates overnight.
That's right. Got a little kooky.
Yowza. I tell you, usually he'll come out at 2:30. He'll start talking, blah, 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 blah. And usually the is tomorrow.
Yes, digest it. Rips, you've said that a lot. We digest how the prepared statement goes and the Q&A. The market does its thing, and then we just digest, and then we'll regroup for tomorrow.
There's definitely a little bit of an opportunity if you are a momentum trader to trade during the press conference, but there's not. If you're not a momentum trader, you're going to get your face ripped off because it can look like it's a promising trade and then immediately reverse and then reverse off the reversal. So it's a very difficult trade. I'm not going to trade it myself. I've already said, I'm not going to be trading any FOMC this week. I did trade my live account this morning, did well on that, and I'm locked up for the day. In fact, I don't even have Ninja Trader open. I'm probably, if anything, going to trade on Topstep X on combines, if anything. But I just think that it's too much of a crapshoot. I traded it probably 2 or 3 FOMCs ago, and I had a great trade, and then it reversed and just took me out. And so it's very difficult. Even if you have hotkeys, you cannot get fills. So unless there's very congruent movement, or let's just say, September is looking when we're looking to potentially lower the rates 25 to 50 basis points. If that happens, maybe there's a congruent trade there. But the way that the trade's been shaping out today, it's still extremely difficult and unpredictable, given that the press conference hasn't even started yet.
Yeah, you've got to be pretty quick to beat the algos, even if you are co-located next to the exchange.
We can get some Momo if we get above 50 here. Let's see what happens.
I see a 200 lot here on the 555 bid. Oh, so those algos seeing 600 lots on the bid here in the NASDAQ 555 half.
Seeing a little bit of blood coming back into the market here as far as liquidity is concerned. We're up to double digits in the S&Ps on the bids and offers now.
Good. These are S&Ps, my bad. Algos are back.
Andre, I think I'm sticking to my guns to saying that we're going up to 55.94 today in the S&Ps.
94s, okay.
Like 55.94. All right.
Like it.
I've been wrong before. I'll be wrong again.
Look, we got a little Momo above 55. Let's see what happens. Still nothing earth-shattering.
Nothing. I got a 100 lot up here, 55.70 on the offer in the ES. 140 lot.
It's been a while since we really kind of talked about the FOMC meeting being a storm in a teacup, if you will.
Indeed,
Shout out to D.
Shout out to D is right. Oil finally woke up, made high of the day, $78.02. Last trade, $77.96. We dipped beneath $75 yesterday. My goodness, those were nice buys, nice longs down there.
And there was that weekly kickoff low of 75.
To me, this is just untradeable. We got nothing.
Gold really kind of took to the downside after this came out.
Let's see. GC.
Bit of unwinding, yep. Hey, John, anything on Delta? Or is it pretty neutral right now?
Well, S&P Delta is negative 7,400. I mean, it's still incongruent, really, with direction for the daytime. Day type. Nothing really in Nasdaq. It's positive 400. It's right in the middle of the kind of consolidation that we've been in for, well, since we kind of came off those lows. We put in the highs, put in the lows. We're right in the middle of that consolidation. So it kind of makes sense if there's no divergence or or confluence with direction there, that it's really just not directional at all. What I'm interested in is that negative delta in the S&P, is because there's somebody buying all those aggressive sellers.
Mm-hmm. Long-term plays.
Yeah.
We got here on the tilt 59% long NQ. That's about it. 70% long the Dow. Anything else from
David? Have you guys met
Rips? I don't think I met Rips. What's up, Rips?
No, I haven't. It's great to be on the Topstep TV stage with you. Here, high five.
Yeah.
Lift up top.
There we
Right,
go.
right, and there we go.
Well done.
Shout out to Savage 3 on that.
I wish it was more exciting.
Yeah, I know.
I think when the press conference starts, that's when the fireworks will begin, and there's going to be more opportunities.
You know what? It's a good lesson. If there's nothing to do, you don't do anything.
100%.
I didn't even start eating my popcorn yet.
It's gonna get stale.
Get that ready for Powell. He's the most boring speaker I've ever heard in my life. Well, actually, Yellen was pretty boring too.
I got a question for you guys. You guys have seen so many Fed presidents, treasuries, secretaries. Who was the most exciting? Who would get the markets rocking and rolling the most that you guys can remember? Going way back to like Greenspan or whoever. Greenspan.
I was just going to say irrational exuberance.
Irrational exuberance.
100%.
The words heard round the world.
Yep.
Was that in reference to the tech bubble? What was that about?
Yeah. Well, I think it was after that, but
after. Okay.
That might have been the greatest statement by a Fed speaker of all time.
Hell of a phrase.
And of
that's
course,
that's like leave the gun, take the cannoli.
Yeah, that was improvised.
I know.
I keep it.
of course, I was on vacation that day. Probably a good thing.
Oil creeping higher here.
I think one of the best trading days of my life is when I was a clerk during the crash in '87. That was just a spectacular day. I loved it. Fist fights. A couple of guys went down. It was an exciting time to be on the floor.
What was the fist fight over?
Oh, there were several of them. You didn't hear my order correctly. No, I said 6,000, not 4,000. How did you put my stop on down $4?
How were you trading if you were a clerk?
I wasn't trading. I was in the books. I wasn't trading. I didn't become a broker until 1990. So I was keeping track of all the orders.
Got it.
We had a crap load of errors that day.
Back
then, it was 3-day settlement back then, right? Imagine how much stocks moved in 3 days, and you didn't know you had an error until 3 days later.
Unbelievable.
I was an ARB clerk in the S&P 500 pit on that day, and we had a few errors too.
Some of us were they actually set up a fund for people who had errors back then because it was just so huge.
Yeah,
error account, right?
Yep.
Route trades.
Well, just because you have an error, at least in futures, it doesn't mean it's a loss.
That's true.
3 days later, you'll find out if you're in the money or not.
I love the people who push them. I love the people who push a button by mistake and then say it was meant to be and just stay in the trade and hope it works.
Yeah. I remember I think we were on the trading floor that Friday when it started, till like 11 o'clock, just trying to like check all the trades and make sure everything that we had done was matching up. And then they had a Saturday out trade session that was mandatory. Everybody had to be there on Saturday when they did the first run of order of matching. And then you had to go through and figure out where the real out trades were. Then they ran the trades again. And then you had to come in at like 2 a.m. on Monday morning to go through another out trade session. And then by they opened that day, you figured out if you had a position or not. If all your trades matched up, you were fine. If not, you were going to go into the day with a position that could be a big winner or a big loser. I wasn't even trading at that time, and it was one of the scariest periods in my life because I knew the risk that my bosses were taking.
Shaking.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of something. I was trading Santa Fe Railroad back then. A couple other big ones, and yeah, some of the QTs were 50 points against. You had 500 shares, 50 points against you lost $25,000.
Mm-hmm.
Well, this is pretty pathetic reaction here. We
About
gotta
it.
wait. We got the J Pow in 16 minutes. Then when
I think the best part of that conference obviously going to be the Q&A, but I always listen for Nick Timrose from the Wall Street Journal because he usually asks the most pointed questions. So we'll have to see if that adds any color to what we're looking for on the next meeting, because September's meeting is all but decided that we're going to have a rate cut. It's just dependent on how many basis points we're cutting. So we'll see if he gives any color on that. That's what everybody is really going to be waiting for. And that's why I think we're kind of in this holding pattern right here now until that press conference.
Mm-hmm.
Agreed.
During power hours, Eddie was asked, what kind of questions or what question would you have? And he said, and I think he's right. He's like, well, I think most of the people that are there for the press conference are just asking questions to ask questions.
Yeah.
Like a lot of them, they're just kind of reiterating another question in a different way, something like that.
I guess when he makes his actual statement, we can get something going on.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of trying to lean towards the long side now. We look okay. At least until
based on that stat JD was talking about from Edgeful, I think that's the right lean. JD, if you're there, JD's there, but yeah, if you want to jump in, what are your thoughts on that Edgeful stat or the probability and how we're looking going into it? Anything, or is this kind of a non-event?
It's looking like pretty much a non-event so far. I'm just looking at the first 15-minute bar after the announcement. Not much of a range. No real reaction yet. There was sort of a knee-jerk reaction lower, but not much of a move. Now we're flat. Just waiting for the presser. Waiting for the Fed chair press conference coming up in a few minutes.
Kind of reminds me of, I don't know if you guys are young enough or old enough to remember when Geraldo Rivera did the digs into Al Capone's caves and like vaults.
Yeah.
So they dug into this and all they found was dirt.
I remember watching that live.
Yeah, my old man told me about that one.
It's all exciting. Everybody's around their TV.
He
has to apologize.
He was on a show one time and he got punched out. That was better. Geraldo.
I think they found an old bottle, half pint bottle down there, and they didn't discover anything interesting there.
A lot of nothing right now.
Some of the folks in chat are remembering it. Yeah, they thought they were going to find Jimmy Hoffa down there or something, right?
Yeah.
King Tut's treasure.
The Nazi gold.
It flies, dies. It flies, it dies is saying, waste of my 6th grade night life. One night and I'll never get back. Yeah, they found a bottle and that was about it.
There's nothing going on in any stocks. We got dead. I'm going through all my charts. There's just nothing going on.
Looking for anything. Dow, yeah, nothing.
Course of action today is probably to close your machines and come in tomorrow and see what's going on.
Yeah, it's always advantageous to be playing the afterglow because you don't have to worry about the stress of the volatility of the actual event. So, and plus you have the benefit of knowing exactly what was said during the press conference, and you have all of the talking heads that are analyzing everything. So tomorrow presents itself as a much cleaner opportunity, especially after we get jobless claims out of the way in the morning. We also have NFP this Friday, which should be very, very interesting. I'm sure that Chair Powell is going to be commenting about the impending NFP number that's going to be coming out on Friday. So I think that they're going to be talking about that quite a bit. So even if you do miss trading today, there's two opportunities coming up in the way of Thursday and Friday. We also do have a bunch of earnings that are going to be coming up, and that's going to be interesting to watch as well. After the close today, we do have Meta, ARM, Qualcomm, Carvana, LRCX, and Riot. And then Thursday after the bell, we have heavy hitters like Amazon and Apple. So if you're feeling like you need to be trading right here and now on a day like today, and you've never traded an FOMC session before, take pause. Understand there's plenty more opportunities for the rest of this week. So if you're feeling under the gun right now, maybe just cool off.
Yep. Well said.
Good advice. Meta is tonight.
That is today.
Yeah.
Last trade in the NASDAQ, 19,468. High of the day, 19,516. We did absolutely nothing on that announcement. I guess, yeah, everything's kind of falling in line as expected. We will be piping in the press conference.
Expected move in Meta tonight is $36.
Wow. So that's the implied volatility that's already baked into those options contracts. So for you folks that are looking to play those 0 DT, well, I guess it'd be 2 DTs because the expiration is going to be Friday since they're weeklies. That's already going to be baked in. So there really is no option to make money using the options unless you have a move that's outside of that 30 points, which could happen. We've seen 100-point moves on Meta on earnings since it is, it's a $400, almost $500 stock. So seeing a 25% move, 30% move in the stock is possible. But that's one thing that, newer traders like to get into is 0 DTEs or trading options, weekly options on earnings. In this case, it would be 2 DTs since they're expiring on Friday. Today's Wednesday. Even that is really going to present a very difficult opportunity to make money on because, I haven't looked at the options chain in Meta, but I'm assuming that even
very
the 600s are trading like $10 or something outrageous, So
yeah, very, very expensive.
Exactly. And that's by design. The market makers need to buy their daughters Ferraris for their Sweet 16s, and they're not going to get there easily.
I want one.
If you want to pick the direction, you do a butterfly or a straddle or something like that where you know your downside and your upside. Try to pick the direction.
There you go. Multi-leg option strategies into earnings are definitely a much better play than just gambling on weekly single-leg options.
Agreed.
We got 3,200 people watching right now. Thank you to everybody. Please click like. Please click subscribe. If you haven't done so, thank you kindly.
I should start juggling or something.
9 minutes. 9 minutes till Papa Powell. That's a rip here.
Sinatra in the chat says he's got a store at 47th and Ashland. The basement is an old Al Capone speakeasy, still preserved till today. I want to go drink some whiskey down there.
Good stuff.
Let's go, Johnny.
Eddie, you can be Al, and I'll be Soprano.
See? You dirty rat.
Yeah, see?
Why do they talk like that? So weird.
It's Edward G. Robinson. That's just the way he talked. Story of Moses. He even's got that same accent. Where's your Messiah now?
What was
that? Was good.
What was his name?
Oh,
man. Nathan, something like that. His name was.
Yeah, that's right. Dathan. Yep.
Dathan.
Wit. Nobody needs to see me in a tank top.
Rips, on the other hand, though.
Oh, yeah. I like
that. I'm not complaining. Yeah.
I almost didn't even make it on time here. I was out of my pool and I look at the clock and I'm like, dude, how is it already so late? I mean, it snuck up on me. I'm not going to lie. And I was rushing to get into the green room. Almost was
hurry
late.
up and wait. Yep. Hurry up and
No
wait.
blood, no foul. You're here.
See?
Yeah, see? Nothing's happening, see? Gold trading 24.68. Came off a little bit off those highs, 24.74. And we got Powell in less than 7 minutes.
Yeah, see?
Wow, CL gave a nice pivot point trade for 30 cents. Exactly. Hit the pivot point at 78.04. Check that out. See the pivot point up here, guys?
What's the price?
78.04 was the pivot point. Boom. Nice 30 cents. Right back up now. Looking for love, Well, looking at it.
Where's Powell? Crazy price action, John Lincoln says. I can sense the sarcasm through the screen. Hawkish Powell, a little dovish last time.
Doing right now? I'm going to say he's taking a couple one-hitters right now. Just to chill.
Jamming out to the
He's
dead.
He's saying, shut that
number 3.
effing door.
Shut the fucking door. Good old pal.
I'm doing one-hitters in here. Shut the door.
I have got to get me one of those sensor buttons.
Yeah, it's great. It works with AI. It senses what you're about to say. Knows when you're going to be naughty.
Really? It's automatic.
Rips let one fly the other day.
It depends on the words that you use.
Rips almost got there.
It was very close yesterday. Almost failed me. I hit it with an FUG though. It wasn't a. There was no CK in that.
I don't like saying that word.
So slight upward bias continuing.
Yeah, just drifting here.
Yeah, we are at the tippy top of this range.
Again, we'll have
Mr. Capelli, you're on in 5 minutes.
Yep.
Hey, Gabe's in Jamaica. He says it's beautiful. He's about to hit the jet skis. Apparently, we're trying to hit the jet skis, but they're all rented out.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, it's 91 degrees here.
Yeah, it's a nice cool 104 over here.
But it's a dry heat.
Yeah. Oh yeah. That's the best part.
It's a dry heat. I love that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've lived in the moist climates, and I prefer the dry climates. It's much better, in my opinion. Some people don't like the dry heat, though.
I prefer
Tilt
dry.
is 50-50 everywhere. A lot of nothing. All right. CBC going to... All right, getting close to this Powell presser. And we got the prepared remarks, prepared statement. We followed up by the Q&A. Typically lasts around an hour or so, maybe a little shorter. There's a question in the poll. Will market go up or down after press conference? No? David Green?
Yes.
Yes, it will.
Ribs, what did you think of the ADP employment change?
It was interesting, but nothing really as an outlier. I think that most market participants are going to be watching for NFP. So, I mean, for me, it was kind of a nothing burger, but I don't think any of the movement is generated from that print whatsoever.
Bad news is good news, but I think that might be a little bit indicative of what we might see as far as unemployment and NFP on Friday.
I don't know. I think that there's not enough weight for it to be concerning. So, I just think that it's probably smarter to just wait for that print on Friday. I want to see if there's questions about what Powell thinks about the employment, about the jobs market. And I think that going off of that is going to give us more solid information to trade off of versus, it was nice to have some more data, but again, I think the market just sort of shrugged it off.
Yeah, there wasn't really much of a reaction when it came out. I saw that.
Right. Exactly. And I think that the market is just, it's going to do what it's going to do. Like today, market just squeezing like crazy, popping all of those stops from the overnight trade and getting all of those stubborn Globex shorts. One thing I noticed on the tape this morning was how aggressively there was participants shorting this market on the way up. And, if you're reading the tape, you could see this via very thick offers, whereas, folks that are generally trying to get out of a position are either going to be feathering it out slowly or running sort of like a TWAP algorithm where they're feathering it out on a time-weighted average price and not in big chunks. Whereas on the way up today, we saw some very large chunky orders, and that usually is indicative on the tape of people who are shorting the market. And consequently, they were getting blown out here on this big extension from 234 all the way up to, where we are now, 500. So it's going to be very interesting to see if the press conference gives any solace to those bears on the way up, because you can bet your bottom dollar that even though there was capitulation on the way up, there's certainly a lot of large funds that can handle that heat in the enormity of tens of millions of dollars that are still net short in their positions. So we'll have to see if the press conference gives them any reprieve to the downside.
Yep. Got about 60 seconds.
All right, J Pal, do something.
Come on.
I would much rather watch one of Jack's pretend Jay Powell things than watching this.
Man, Coach T let us up today, earlier. Lit us up, man. Man, he was on one. Coach T was on one this morning.
What did he have to say?
Oh, man. MP, since you've from Nebraska for the first, being from Nebraska for 18 years and being such a flat state, how come you can never, something along the lines, how come you're never flat when it comes to trading or something like that? Something along those lines. We'll play it again at the close. Yeah.
It was classic.
He was calling me out for being salad hands, turned into oatmeal hands. Coach T was just letting it fly, man. My goodness.
Did they recommend any sort of salad dressing for those paws?
Yeah, like oil vinegar. Yes, very slippery.
Nice. There you go.
Yes.
All right.
I did butcher
Very
it.
good.
I completely butchered it.
Camera is on. He's not there, and he should be coming up here any minute, second, hour.
They like to make us wait.
All right, here he comes. He cometh yonder.
There's the man. What color's his tie?
All right, let's go. Here we go.
Good afternoon. My colleagues and I remain squarely focused on achieving our dual mandate goals of maximum employment and stable prices for the benefit of the American people. Our economy has made considerable progress toward both goals over the past 2 years. The labor market has come into better balance, and the unemployment rate remains low. Inflation has eased substantially from a peak of 7% to 2.5%. We are strongly committed to returning inflation to our 2% goal in support of a strong economy that benefits everyone. Today, the FOMC decided to leave our policy interest rate unchanged and to continue to reduce our securities holdings. We are maintaining our restrictive stance of monetary policy in order to keep demand in line with supply and reduce inflationary pressures. We are attentive to risks on both sides of our dual mandate, and I will have more to say about monetary policy after briefly reviewing economic developments. Recent indicators suggest that economic activity has continued to expand at a solid pace. GDP growth moderated to 2.1% in the first half of the year, down from 3.1% last year. Private domestic final purchases, or PDFP, which excludes inventory investment, government spending, and net exports, and usually sends a clearer signal of underlying demand, grew at a 2.6% pace over that same period, the first half. Growth of consumer spending has slowed from last year's robust pace, but remains solid. Investment in equipment and intangibles has picked up from its anemic pace last year. In the housing sector, investment stalled in the second quarter after a strong rise in the first. Improving supply conditions have supported resilient demand and the strong performance of the U.S. economy over the past year. In the labor market, supply and demand conditions have come into better balance.
Payroll job gains averaged 177,000 jobs per month in the second quarter, a solid pace, but below that seen in the first quarter. The unemployment rate has moved up, but remains low at 4.1%. Strong job creation over the past couple of years has been accompanied by an increase in the supply of workers, reflecting increases in participation among individuals aged 25 to 54 years, and a strong pace of immigration. Nominal wage growth has eased over the past year, and the jobs to workers gap has narrowed. Overall, a broad set of indicators suggest that conditions in the labor market have returned to about where they stood on the eve of the pandemic, strong but not overheated. Inflation has eased notably over the past 2 years, but remains somewhat above our longer-run goal of 2%. Total PCE prices rose 2.5% over the 12 months ending in June. Excluding the volatile food and energy categories, core PCE prices rose 2.6%. Longer-term inflation expectations appear to remain well anchored, as reflected in a broad range of surveys of households and businesses and forecasters, as well as measures from financial markets. My colleagues and I are acutely aware that high inflation imposes significant hardship as it erodes purchasing power, especially for those least able to meet the higher costs of essentials like food, housing, and transportation. Our monetary policy actions are guided by our dual mandate to promote maximum employment and stable prices for the American people. In support of these goals, the committee decided at today's meeting to maintain the target range for the federal funds rate at 5.25% to 5.5%, and to continue reducing our securities holdings. As the labor market has cooled and inflation has declined, the risks to achieving our employment and inflation goals continue to move into better balance. Indeed, we're attentive to the risks to both sides of our dual mandate. We have stated that we do not expect it will be appropriate to reduce the target range for the federal funds rate until we have gained greater confidence that inflation is moving sustainably toward 2%. The second quarter's inflation readings have added to our confidence, and more good data would further strengthen that confidence. We will continue to make our decisions meeting by meeting. We know that reducing policy restraint too soon or too much could result in a reversal of the progress we have seen on inflation. At the same time, reducing policy restraint too late or too little could unduly weaken economic activity and employment. In considering any adjustments to the target range for the federal funds rate, the committee will carefully assess incoming data, the evolving outlook, and the balance of risks. As the economy evolves, monetary policy will adjust in order to best promote our maximum employment and price stability goals. If the economy remains solid and inflation persists, we can maintain the current target range for the federal funds rate as long as appropriate. If the labor market were to weaken unexpectedly or inflation were to fall more quickly than anticipated, we are prepared to respond. Policy is well positioned to deal with the risks and uncertainties that we face in pursuing both sides of our dual mandate. The Fed has been assigned two goals for monetary policy: maximum employment and stable prices. We remain committed to bringing inflation back down to our 2% goal and to keeping the longer-term inflation expectations well anchored. Restoring price stability is essential to achieving maximum employment and stable prices over the longer run. Our success in delivering on these goals matters to all Americans. We understand that our actions affect communities, families, and businesses across the country. Everything we do is in service to our public mission. We at the Fed will do everything we can to achieve our maximum employment and price stability goals. Thank you. I look forward to your questions.
Here we go.
Gina Smilik from the New York Times. Thanks for taking our questions. Markets pretty much entirely expect a rate cut in September at this stage. I wonder if you think that's a reasonable expectation, and if so, why not just make the move today?
Thank you. So on September, let me say this. We made no decisions about future meetings, and that includes the September meeting. The broad sense of the committee is that the economy is moving closer to the point at which it will be appropriate to reduce our policy rate. In that, we will be data dependent, but not data point dependent. So it will not be a question of responding specifically to one or two data releases. The question will be, whether the totality of the data, the evolving outlook, and the balance of risks are consistent with rising confidence on inflation and maintaining a solid labor market. If that test is met, a reduction in our policy rate could be on the table as soon as the next meeting in September. So you asked why not today, and I would just say, again, that the broad sense of the committee is that we're getting closer to the point at which it will be appropriate to reduce our policy rate, but that we're not quite at that point yet.
Howard.
So just to follow up on that a bit, if inflation behaves as you expect between now and September, would you regard a cut in September as sort of the baseline scenario right now?
So I guess I would think about it this way. I'll give an example of cases in which it would be appropriate to cut and maybe that it wouldn't be appropriate to cut. So if we were to see, for example, inflation moving down quickly or more or less in line with expectations, growth remains, let's say, reasonably strong, and the labor market remains, consistent with its current condition, then I would think that a rate cut could be on the table at the September meeting. If inflation were to prove, stickier and we were to see higher readings from inflation, disappointing readings, we would weigh that along with the other things. I think it's going to be not just any one thing. It's going to be the inflation data. It's going to be the employment data. It's going to be the balance of risks as we see it. It's going to be the totality of all of that help us make this decision.
And just to follow up on that, specifically, in what ways right now, given all you've seen over the last few months in particular on shelter, on services, et cetera, in what ways are you not confident right now that inflation is on the way back to 2%?
I think it's just a question of seeing more good data. We have seen the last couple of readings have certainly added to confidence, and we've seen progress across all three categories of core PCE inflation. That's goods, non-housing services, and housing services. So it's really just, we had a quarter of poor inflation data at the beginning of the year. Then we saw some more good inflation data. We had 7 months at the end of last year. We just want to see more and gain confidence. And as I said, we did gain confidence, and more good data would cause us to gain more confidence.
Colby.
So you're saying there's a chance?
Thank you. Colby Smith with the Financial Times. The March SEP pointed to 3 cuts in 2024 with core inflation at 2.6% and the unemployment rate at 4%. Since we're now at that level in terms of inflation and already beyond what was projected for the labor market, I'm just wondering if that rate path is back to being the best guidepost for policy rather than, let's say, the shallower one laid out in the June SEP.
So I would just say, really the path ahead is going to depend on the way the economy evolves. And I can't really give you any better forward guidance on it than that. We didn't, of course, do an SEP at this meeting. We will do another one at the September meeting. I would just say I can imagine a scenario in which there would be everywhere from 0 cuts to several cuts, depending on the way the economy evolves. And I wouldn't want to lay out a baseline path for you there today. I've said what I can say about September and about today, though.
Nick Timmeros of the Wall Street Journal. Chair Powell, you've said before that
There he is, Nicky Timmeros.
Inflation got to 2% to cut rates because of how inflation has lagged. Does that apply for the labor market too? If the labor market is back in equilibrium, why is restrictive policy and potentially very restrictive policy, given the high real funds rate, warranted right now?
So this is the very reason that we're thinking about that we've said in our statement that we're going back to looking at both mandates and that we think the risks are coming back into balance. We think what the data broadly show in the labor market is an ongoing gradual normalization of labor market conditions, and that's what we want to see. We've seen that over a period of a couple of years, and a move really from overheated conditions to more normal conditions. We are watching the labor market conditions quite closely, and that's what we're seeing. If we start to see something that looks to be more than that, then we're well positioned to respond. That's part of what we're thinking.
And when you talk about seeing something that's more than whatever softness or slowdown you expect, in the past, you've said that stronger growth wouldn't override better news on inflation. I wonder how that cuts the other way. If you're seeing more softness in the labor market than what you would expect, does that change the calculus on what you're looking for out of the inflation numbers to recalibrate policy?
So we have growth isn't one of our three. We have two mandates, as you know. The labor market, maximum employment is one, and stable prices is another. So we weigh those two things equally under the law. When we were far away from our inflation mandate, we had to focus on that. Now we're back to a closer to even focus. So we'll be looking at labor market conditions and asking whether we're getting what we're seeing. And as I said, we're prepared to respond if we see it that it's not what we wanted to see, which was a gradual normalization of conditions. If we see more than that, and it wouldn't be any one statistic, although of course the unemployment rate is generally thought to be a good single statistic, but we'd be looking at wages, we'd be looking at participation, we'd be looking at all the things, surveys, quits, hires, all of those things to determine the overall status of the labor market. But we're looking at it now. I would say, again, I think you're back to conditions that are close to 2019 conditions, and that was not an inflationary economy. Broadly similar labor markets then. I think core inflation was actually running below 2%. So I don't now think of the labor market in its current state as a likely source of significant inflationary pressures. So I would not like to see material further cooling in the labor market, and that's part of what's behind our thinking. The other part, of course, is that we have made real progress on inflation, and we've got growing confidence there that we are not quite there yet, but we're getting more confident that we're on a sustainable path down to 2%. So those two things are working together, and we're factoring those both into our policy.
Chris.
Chris Rugaber at Associated Press. You mentioned not wanting to see any further cooling in the job market. Why not, or would you consider preemptive cuts to prevent if you saw risks of an unexpected cooling? Is that something you would cut ahead of time for?
So I wouldn't say I wouldn't want to see any other cooling. It would be more of a material difference. If we'd be looking at this and if we see something that looks like a more significant downturn, that would be something that we would have the intention of responding to. So in terms of I don't think of it that way. I think of it as, we're actually in a good place here. We're balancing these two risks of, go too soon and you undermine progress on inflation, wait too long or don't go fast enough, and you put at risk the recovery. And so we have to balance those two things. That's the nature of having two mandates, and I think this is how we balance them. It's a rough balance, but it does feel like again, the labor market feels like it's in a place where it's just a process of ongoing normalization. 4.1% unemployment is still historically low, and we'll just have to see what the data show us.
And just to follow quickly, wanted to see what you thought of the recent JOLTS report, which did show gross hiring has come down even below 2019 levels. Layoffs remain low. So it painted a picture of a very static labor market. Is that sustainable in your view, or something that is worrying? Thank you.
So I think all of the data points continue to point to kind of the direction we would want to see. So that was taken as there was a decline in job openings. That was good. Today's ECI reading was a little softer than expected. So that's a good reading. It shows that wage increases are still at a strong level, but that level continues to come down to more sustainable levels over time. That's exactly the pattern that we want to be seeing. So
gold new highs.
Data we've been seeing in the labor market are broadly consistent with that normalization process. Again, we're closely monitoring to see whether it starts to show signs that it's more than that.
Small caps too, RTI exploded.
Steve Leisman, CNBC. Mr. Chairman, back in March, you talked about cutting rates as a process, and in June, you talked about the idea that, one rate cut wouldn't do anything. So I wonder if you can sort of follow up on Colby's question. Talk about, are you weighing the economy right now in terms of its ability to withstand multiple rate cuts? Talk us through the process that you're thinking, or is it just one rate cut? Or are you in the process now of thinking that rates need to be normalized here? Thank you.
Yeah, I can't really say that honestly. We've seen significant movement in the labor market, and we're very mindful of this question of is it just normalization or is it more? We think it's just more normalization, but we want to be in a position to support the labor market. At the same time, we're seeing progress on inflation. So, we actually got to this. We raised rates a year ago at the July meeting, and if you look at the situation in the economy a year ago, inflation was over 4%. It was a completely different economy. Now we've made a lot of progress, and the labor market, I think, unemployment was in the threes, mid threes. So it's a different economy, and I think it's coming to be time to adjust that so that we support this continued process. The thing we're trying to do is, that we have, we've had this really significant decline in inflation, and unemployment has remained low. And this is a really unusual and historically unusual and such a welcome outcome for the people we serve. What we're thinking about all the time is how do we keep this going? And this is part of that. We think we don't need to be 100% focused on inflation because of the progress we've made. 12-month headline at 2.5, core at 2.6. It's way down from where it was. The job is not done on inflation, but nonetheless, we can afford to begin to dial back the restriction in our policy rate. And I think we're just as part of a process. In terms of what that looks like, I think most rate, you would think in a base case that policy rates would move down from here, but I don't want to try to give specific, forward guidance about when that might be, because the pace at which it might happen, because I think that's really going to depend on the economy, and that's highly uncertain.
Rachel.
Hi, Chair Powell, Rachel Siegel from the Washington Post. Thanks for taking our questions. On inflation, do the past few months of good reports look like what we saw last year, where you really had a lot of momentum with a few bumps in between? Would you characterize that kind of momentum as back on track at this point in the year?
Actually, what we're seeing now is a little better than what we saw last year. Last year, as we pointed out later in the year, a whole lot of the progress we saw last year was from goods prices, which were
ESNQ new highs,
sustainable rate,
now new highs, true new highs, gold new highs, RTY new highs.
This is a broader disinflation. This has goods prices coming down, but we're also now seeing progress in the other two big categories, non-housing services and housing services. So, so the thing is, you got 1 quarter of that. We had 7 months of low inflation. You got 1 quarter of this. I would say the quality of this is higher. And it's good, but so far it's only a quarter. So I think we need to see more to know that we're, to have more confidence that we're on a good path down to 2%. But as I mentioned, our confidence is growing because we've been getting good data. Okay. And things like the ECI report and frankly the softening in the labor market conditions, give you more confidence that the economy's not overheating. It doesn't look like an overheating economy, and it looks like an economy that's normalizing.
Okay. And if we were to think about the first couple of months of the year, is there any sense now that they were these blips that could have actually allowed for earlier rate cuts, as were some of the projections going into 2024?
So the thing about if what it is seasonality, and it could just be, it's very, very hard to do appropriate seasonal adjustments. If that's what it is, then that actually implies that other months we're reporting too low inflation. If you smoothed it out, it's a zero-sum game. And that's why we look at 12 months. We look at 12 months because that takes all that out, all those effects out. 12-month now is 2.5% headline, 2.6% core. This is so much better than where we were even a year ago. It's a lot better. Now, the job is not done. I want to stress that, and we're committed to getting inflation sustainably down to 2%, but we need to take note of that progress, and we need to weigh the risks to the labor market and the risks to our inflation target now more equally than we did a year ago.
Michael McKee.
Hey, Hoag, what's Delta?
Bloomberg Radio and Television. I'd like to ask you about the balance of risks as the American people see it. At this point, is the risk greater to leave interest rates where they are, given the damage that higher interest rates do to the economy in slowing demand and raising prices, or is it more important for the American people that you keep rates where they are to bring inflation down?
I think that we've been given an assignment by Congress. This is how we serve the American people, is by achieving maximum employment and price stability, right? And so in our, quasi-constitutional document, the
Short squeeze,
longer run goals and monetary policy strategy, we look at the two goals, and if one of them is farther away than the other, the two variables, inflation and employment, if one is farther away from its goal than the other, then you concentrate on the one that's farther away, and you take account of the time to reach the goal. So for the last couple of years, the best service we could do to the American people was to focus on inflation. But as inflation has come down, and I think the upside risks to inflation have decreased as the labor market has cooled off, and labor market has softened, probably the inflation is probably a little farther from its target than is the employment, but I think the downside risks to the employment mandate are real now. So we have to weigh all that. And if you think about where that takes us, is we have a restrictive policy rate. It's clearly restrictive. It's been the rate we've had in place for a full year. And the time is coming, as other central banks around the world are facing the same question. The time is coming at which it will begin to be appropriate to dial back that level of restrictions so that we may address both mandates.
Well, you have event risk, basically, with the jobs report on Friday and another one before you meet again. Are you certain that you won't fall behind the curve and lead to unnecessary unemployment?
24 points from there.
You wait.
Right off this level.
What's the price, David?
65. Well, we hit the pivot point the first time at 65.
We get a lot of data between now and September.
We went right down 21 points.
Data read or even two. It's going to be the totality.
NQ.
Now,
all of the data.
Yeah, NQ. Now we're making new highs.
And then how is that affecting?
Set up for a 15, 20-point trade first time.
Risks. That's going to be the assessment that we do. Of course, we'll all look carefully at
go
the
daily now.
report, but so much other data coming in and so much happening between now and
19,627.
We'll make a judgment.
My next level for sure.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Edward Lawrence, Fox Business. I do want to dig deeper on what Michael and what Nick were asking. There's a shift in the statement to balance between the focus between inflation and jobs. Looking at the job sides, we've seen wage data show sort of an abrupt slowing. We're hearing on earnings calls from companies like Intel abrupt layoffs. In the jobs report from the BLS, government jobs has been a leading creator. Could the government jobs as a sector hiring mask underlying weakness in the jobs report?
Well, we'll look at everything. We've seen some tendency to have a narrowing base of job creation in some months going back, but then we've had some months where job creation was broader, and also the headline number of jobs has come down. So but you look at the whole thing, and I think you do look at private demand extra carefully. To your point about government. So we'll just be looking at all those things.
So as a follow then, so could the Fed then be behind the curve? Because you said some of the reports, last meeting, you said the reports could be noisy or overstated. Was there a discussion of what kind of discussion was there for a cut today? And could the Fed be behind the curve?
Yeah, so look, the objective is to balance the two risks, right? It's the risk of going too soon and the risk of going too late. We've been,
we're getting there.
Are we staying right here for Power Hour, guys?
Good inflation data at the end of last
I will
year.
be here.
We said we wanted to see more. We said,
Rips will be here.
We pointed out that too much of this was
Oh, you better believe it.
Yeah. David Green is supposed to be here. Your choice at this point.
A quarter that is good. And, we're balancing
Well,
the risk of going too soon against the risk
look at
of
the
going
chart.
too
We
late.
got a
That's
little
what we're doing.
extended up there,
There's
and now
no
we got a
guarantee
30-point
in this. It's a very difficult judgment call.
We got
This
Dakota
is-
joining us
This
here.
is how we're making it. So,
Take 5. Go ahead.
in terms
by all
of
means.
today, your question about today.
Yeah, I'm going to just
we
make
did
a
have
coffee.
we had
Let's go.
a nice conversation about this issue today. The overall sense of the committee, as I mentioned, is that we're getting closer to the point at which it'll be appropriate to begin to dial back restriction, but we're not quite at that point yet. We want to see more good data. The decision was
See if
unanimous.
Paul wants to stick around for Power Hour?
Participants supported it.
Who's that?
But there was a real discussion back and forth.
See if Powell wants to stick around for
what the
Power
case
Hour.
would be for-
Yeah, I think
for moving at this meeting. A strong majority supported not moving at this meeting. That was the strong sense of the committee. But it's a conversation that we had today, certainly.
Courtney.
Courtney Brown from Axios. Thank you for taking our questions. When the Fed was raising rates, there was a lot of conversation about long and variable lags. I wonder if that applies on the way down too. How are you and the committee thinking about that?
Yes, it does. And I think the lags have kind of showed up here in the last 6 months, by the way. You really do now see the restriction, whereas, I mean, even a few months ago, people were questioning how restrictive policy was. Look at the labor market now. You can see, and look at inflation, rate-sensitive, interest-sensitive spending. You really do see now that policy is restrictive. I wouldn't say it's extremely restrictive, but it's certainly effectively restrictive. Yes, the lag should be on the way down. It should take some time to get into the full economy, affect financial conditions, and that affects economic activity, hiring, and that kind of thing, and ultimately inflation. It's not instantaneous, although it's faster than it used to be because markets move now in anticipation of our moves.
So are you worried then that if monetary policy acts with long and variable lags, even when you're lowering interest rates, it might be too late for the Fed to help stave off any kind of slowdown in the labor market or broader economy?
Yeah, we have to worry about that. I mean, just to make it clear, it's a very difficult, challenging judgment, and we don't want to go too soon. We don't want to go too late. But this is how we've made that judgment. I feel good about where we are. We're certainly very well positioned to respond to weakness with the policy rate at 5.3%. We certainly have a lot of room to respond if we were to see weakness. That's not what we're seeing, though. What we're seeing, look at the first half growth numbers. Look at PDFP at 2.6% for the first half. It's not signaling a weak economy. It's also not signaling an overheating economy. Labor market, admittedly, the unemployment rate has moved up 0.7, and we're seeing. You
loving this, Rips, or what?
There, but wage
most exciting thing I've ever seen, Andre.
Got to keep it on. Got to keep it on. 30 more minutes. If he says something and he's not on, and we get blindsided by it, then
I know.
Powell's the best.
We got a 300 lot here. 55.83. 55.83. We got a 300 lot sitting on the bid in the ES.
That continues to be.
Yeehaw!
Victoria.
Hi, Victoria Guido with Politico. On the labor market, I was wondering how worried are you all about unemployment rising to the point where it triggers the SOM rule? And would that potentially affect how quickly you cut rates?
F is the SOM rule.
What the rule? What's that rule?
So
it's
the question
SOM
really
rule.
is,
You know that
is
one.
of are we worried about
SALM?
SOMs.
So and the answer is
SOM rule. You
Yes,
go to a
yeah,
restaurant, you have to speak to the sommelier, order a nice bottle of wine. The SOM rule.
I would call it a statistical thing that has happened through history. A statistical regularity is what I'd call it. It's not like an economic rule where it's telling you something must happen. So, again, what do we see? What are our eyes telling us?
SOM rule is a
We look at all
recession
the things we're
indicator.
seeing, and what it looks like is a normalizing labor market.
State of market?
Job
A
creation
3 month
at a
moving
decent
average.
level.
Unemployment.
Wages moving up
Thank you.
at a strong level, but coming down gradually. Job
will
vacancies have come
share it
down,
in
but they're
chat.
still high by historical standards. So, again, I've been through some of the data already, but what we think we're seeing is a normalizing labor market, and we're watching carefully to see if it turns out to be more. If it starts to show signs that it's more than that, then we're well positioned to respond.
Is there reason to think that the labor market might behave differently this time than it has historically?
I think history doesn't repeat itself. It rhymes. I think that statement is very true about the economy. You never assume it's going to be just the same. An example would be, is there a trend increase in the level of vacancies? There are many, many examples, so it's never exactly the same. Also, let's remember that this pandemic era has been one in which so many, apparent rules have been flouted, like the inverted yield curve, for starters. So many pieces of received wisdom just haven't worked, and it's because the situation really is unusual or unique in that so much of this inflation came from the shutdown of the economy and the resulting supply problems in the face of, admittedly, very strong demand. So the whole situation is not the same as many of the other prior inflation or downturns that we've seen, or business cycles that we've seen. So we're having to learn, we're having to to be very careful about the judgments that we make, I would say. So we don't assume that these regularities will just repeat themselves automatically.
I can't take this anymore.
Well, Hoag, thanks for hanging out, Hoag. Appreciate your time.
Thanks for having
me. Yeah, appreciate. We got Dakota waiting in the green room.
The very recent
Again,
bring
Dakota
killing
in.
power.
Do you take those?
Yeah, we'll try. We got David Green, Rips. Dakota will be joining us shortly. Thank you, Hoag. We are listening to the Jerome Powell press conference. Should go on for about another 28 minutes or so. Obviously not the most exciting, but if we get blindsided by a move, it's not on. We are not doing our job. So let's bring in Dakota. I see his background is a bull. Dakota, welcome to Power Hour. Let us know if you're going to take any trades. We'll drown the audio in and out from Powell to us. But for the time being, what's up, Dakota?
Oh, that's $5.
Again, look at the aggregate data. Aggregate data is
$10 now.
PDFP, private domestic file.
You guys hear him? I can't hear.
2.6%.
No, he's on mute.
$25 now.
All right, I'll do his voice.
Keep the meter running.
All right. Okay.
There he is.
Well,
especially, it's very hard. GDP data can be volatile.
David Green, I don't know if they told you this, but whenever you're on mute,
it's just hard.
we charge $5, so I have to Venmo $5 to Jack behind the screen. So I'm going to start off doing that.
You just lost.
Well, I turned on the stream and you guys were sleeping. What was going on? Powell was talking or something?
The most important man in global financial markets happens to be speaking, so we got to listen to every word he says. Might not be the most exciting, but David Green, if we get blindsided, like WTF, we should have been listening. What about the Greenspan days, David?
All right, Jack.
We didn't even have computers in the Greenspan.
They sent messages via carrier pigeon.
Soup can to a piece of string to another soup can.
Buy the dip. Who was worried? Who was worried? Everyone was calling for a massive 20% pullback, sell this, sell that, and here we are, 1,000-point rally.
Inflation has come down much closer to our goal.
Yeah, NQ up 3%. My goodness.
We came off 40 points off the pivot point.
To try to
15 minutes.
That state of affairs continuing. That's at each of our meetings and all of our decisions are focused.
We held our little trend line.
Yeah, Greenspan was like if Woody Allen and Ruth Bader Ginsburg had a kid.
Yikes. Oh, boy.
Understand the economy.
Woody Allen is one of my favorite actors, Eddie.
Hey, new highs, gold, 24.81. Hey, David Green, is RTY still rallying, David Green?
Put up right now.
I can't get that image out of my head now.
I know. Before and after, right? The before and after. Jeez.
Yeah, I'm sorry about
It's
that.
back a little bit off its highs. The RTY a little bit off its highs.
Or any political outcome.
Still hanging out.
The bottom line is, if we do our
So how does this play? When he's done speaking, we sell off.
Usually that's what happens. The press conference pulls and then the market pulls. Usually. And then, I mean, yeah, we'll see. We're squeezing. We're continuing to squeeze. The Russie's pretty pumped up here. So,
how are you guys trading today? How's everything going?
How's the count got?
I'm green across the board. Green in my live, green in combines, green across the board.
Beautiful. Beautiful.
Nice. What are you, Dakota?
I'm up almost 5K in my live account. So and that was nice. That was nice. And then 22K in my combines. I've been practicing that scalping strategy, Rips, from yesterday, and it's paid off really well.
How's it going today?
Amazing. Up 22,000.
Oh,
5,000 in my life.
Wow, killing it.
Take a look at the live funded trader leaderboard. A lot of green.
Really?
Rips up 1,500. Oh yeah, Rips up 1,500. Dakota up 5 Gs. Tiny Trade's up $43. How about this one? Raphael up $42,000. My goodness. One to count too. Chung Yam up.
Yeah, he's been killing the live leaderboard, huh?
Killing it. David W. up
Love to see
15
that.
G's. And Brian P. up $8,600. Raphael up
Nice.
$42,000.
That's what I'm talking about.
So 2 weeks ago, David Green and I was talking about how much we really wanted a pullback in this market, and we wanted to be short, and we got that the last 2 weeks, and now that's provided us an amazing opportunity for a day like today. Of course, we don't know how big today was going to be, but we got it starting last night. It was just during slow markets, like hundreds, 200 or 300 points in the middle of the night is just amazing, and we're continuing that today. So it's a beautiful thing, these markets. Be fearful when others are greedy, be greedy when others are fearful, and that's played out the last month.
Very good point. Got to ask Andre, what is Rafa trading over there? Is he trading NQ?
NQ, yep.
Wow, what a rock star. Give it up again for Rafa. Dude's awesome.
It is live, not copy trading.
Correct.
Yeah, not copy trading that in one account. That is extremely impressive. And the fact of the matter that I've seen them sticking around on the leaderboard, I think everybody else who's been here on Topstep TV has been seeing them. That takes a lot of grit. It's not easy to do. It's easy to, not easy, but you see these people who come flash in the pan on the leaderboard. They're there for, a couple days and then boom, they're gone. Rafa's not that guy. Rafa is him.
Rafa's that dude. Rafa's that dude.
He is that guy. Rafa's that guy.
Yes, I bow to Rafa.
As a first cut, at all likely or even on the table?
Right.
Like MP was saying yesterday, Rips, there is a big difference between the XFA leaderboard and the live leaderboard.
Big time. Yeah.
I haven't made any decisions at all as of today.
Okay. There should be about 10 minutes or so left of the Powell
Not to get into
presser.
minutes, but you said there was a real discussion today for moving at this meeting. I'm curious if you could provide.
He's been really tight-lipped. I'm just listening in the background here I have it in my headphones as well. He's just very tight-lipped. He's not divulging anything. It's literally the same script from last time. He's literally saying, we don't know yet. It's data dependent. We're going to know the next meeting. I don't know. Nothing. Can you give us a hint? No.
It's the same answer to every question.
It's ridiculous.
He is.
Nothing.
I mean, he's doing his job. I think he's doing his job well.
Well, I think the truth is something that he doesn't want to divulge, which is probably where it's at. Like right now, he said, the sky is falling and
there's a range of views.
something like that.
We got a 300 lot sitting here at the 55.77 offer in the ES.
I wonder if the Fed fund futures are going to reflect this tomorrow. Which contract is it for September? It's like ZQU4, right? ZQU4? Yeah. I wonder what that's going to reflect tomorrow, if we're going to see that kind of a... We'll see. I mean...
Everyone supported the outcome.
It's come off.
I'm actually surprised. I thought Powell was going to give us a little nugget of juice, just a little taster, like a little amuse-bouche of September.
The case for
87%
for like 100% chance to hike or change interest rates in like
as soon as the
September or
next
something.
I'm seeing 80.
September's Fed fund futures had a 100% chance of a cut, but we were debating on whether it's going to be a 25, 50, or 75 basis point cut. So
now it's about the size.
No question.
well, we'll see tomorrow if the Fed fund futures have changed any kind of
as I mentioned,
base on that. He just said the time is approaching for a rate cut.
It's approaching.
Turn it up,
if
please.
we do get the data that we hope we get, then a reduction in our policy rate could be on the table at the September meeting.
Oh my God, it's literally the same thing over and over.
There you go.
Mm-hmm. Oh, Powell.
Hi, Chair Powell. Nancy Marshall-Genzer with Marketplace. Former New York President
gonna ask you
Bill
the same
Dudley
question that the
wrote
previous
an
40
op-ed
people asked.
in Bloomberg earlier this month, which you probably saw, in which he said, quote, "It might already be too late to fend off a recession by cutting rates. Dawdling
Time
now
is approaching for a
unnecessarily
rate cut.
increases
Again,
the
same
risk."
answer.
Is he wrong?
All right.
So this is the judgment that we have to make, and we're well aware of the judgment. We're as I've said, we have to weigh the risk of going too soon against the risk of going too late. If we go too soon, we can We had a lot of advice, to go ahead and cut after the 7 good months of last year. We didn't. We said we needed to see more. Then we saw some higher inflation. We've seen 1 quarter of good inflation, and we've seen the labor market move quite a bit. And as I mentioned, I don't think it needs to, cool off any more for us to get the inflation results that are related to the labor market. Not all inflation is, of course. So I think it's a difficult judgment to make, and what you see is the judgment of the committee is that that time is drawing near. That time could be in September, if the data support that.
And have the chances of a hard landing increased?
So I don't know whether they've increased. I think they're low. I think this is, you don't see.
Tell him, Jerome. Tell him, Jerome.
This economy is either overheating.
I'll land this MF for man. I'll soft land this thing one-handed. Just blindfolded. I'll soft land this thing one-handed, man.
Right now is an economy that's growing at a solid pace.
It's too good. They're
A labor
low.
market that has cooled off. But nonetheless, unemployment is low. The data overall show a strong.
You don't even know what he's saying anymore.
He's stammering.
So that's really what you see. It's neither an overheating economy nor is it a sharply weakening economy. It's kind of what you would want to see, but of course, the job is never done. We're watching.
We're in the middle of everything.
It's like Jack's AI.
The way the economy heads, and I think if we are to respond to weakness, we're certainly, well equipped to do that. But that's not what we're seeing. What we're seeing is strong economic activity and a good labor market and inflation coming down.
What? He's the greatest. He's the best at this.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
We're seeing a strong, weak economy that's going up while it's going down.
Came out a few weeks ago. There was a discussion about communications, and some Fed officials said maybe the Fed wasn't as clear enough about its reaction function. And when I talk to the commentators who bless you with their comments,
bless you,
they say that they really don't have a sense of what is going to judge, maybe not the first cut, but the pace of the cuts going forward.
God.
Have a good sense of that. Is there anything?
David Green, what is going on?
How will we judge that?
How many times can you say the same thing
I think
differently?
the reality is that
he's going to find a way.
This isn't just the Fed by any means.
Here we go
Forecasters have
again.
been continually surprised by, for example, the strength of the economy last year.
Yes, already starting to sell
I
off a
think we
little
need to be
bit
pretty
in
humble
anticipation for this
about-
wrapping up.
About giving forward guidance about this, that, and the other thing. We need to be pretty careful about that. And, when you're saying you're going to be data-driven, of course, it's always what the data, how they
So
affect the
I have
outlook and balance of risks,
19,515,
but,
516.
nobody has
If
great
this wraps
vision
up and we start
deep
to
into
break
the
below
future.
that, we
In
could
terms of
see a
reaction
return back
function,
where we've been
that's a
consolidating in the
long-time,
450s,
discussion
right in the middle of the
people have had
400s.
forever. I think
I
people
got like
have
So you're
lost
thinking
sight of
buyers
that.
exhausted up here,
Actually,
Dakota?
We're very focused on bringing down inflation. Nobody.
Yeah,
was
I
really
think so. And you,
confused about that.
David, you said 447?
The data have,
447, I have my 65 EMA, so that could be a nice target if we start.
That also coincides with pretty much today's point of control as well, David.
What we're going to do, it's more
There you
just
go.
that the data keep coming in and.
Question is, where do you
very
start?
Responsive to that data.
Let's just see it,
gotta
let
break
the
like-
market tell us.
Yeah, we got to break.
Last
like
question?
12.
Uh-oh, here we go.
I'm gonna
Ready for
change gears
Boomtown.
just
Last questions?
a
All
little
right,
bit
cool.
From all of the rate talk and whatnot, with Fed now being in the books for
What did you have for
over
lunch?
a year, there hasn't been a whole lot of talk about
Salmon.
central bank digital currency.
No rate
And
cut.
I'm wondering if you could give us an update on where things are with that. Is that considered a dead issue now? Is it still something that's being discussed within the committee, and what's happening with that?
It's not something that comes up at all in the FOMC. So, more broadly, digital finance is an area that has really significant implications for
Digital
payments
finance.
generally, instant payments, and it's something that's going to really change the way it's going to make more efficient and hopefully safer and all those things the way payments are made around the world. And so we have people who are researching that and trying to keep up to speed because we play an important role in the payments sector, both as a convener and as an operator too. In terms of a CBDC, there's really nothing new going on. There's not much going on at all. We don't have the authority to issue a retail CBDC that's available to the public. We're not seeking that authority. So what we're doing is keeping up with developments there. Pretty much every major central bank in the world is at least doing that. Some of them are actually seriously looking at implementing a CBDC. We're really not. We're really just evaluating, the story and what's happening out there. I think it's work that we need to be doing which could be very beneficial down the road. But we don't have on a CBDC. We don't have any plan. We would need to go to Congress, and we have no plan to do that. No one here has decided that we think it's a good idea yet. Thank you.
That's it.
All right. Well, now.
All right, let's go.
Gotta wait till September.
Okay, here we go.
That was one of the most boring. That's probably the worst one we've had this year.
Yep. All right, thanks, James Harden.
All right.
Here we go. Oh, we got a poll
Now
in
the
the
question
chat.
becomes, do we sell due to the press conference being over, or do we rally from here? Dakota's bet is on selling off, and it looks like that bet is paying off. Are you going to take any trades, Dakota?
Like I said, 515, 516 is this area that, from a technical standpoint, if we break down below it, then maybe we could see a return back towards the mid 400s.
Yep, no buyers are coming in here. We are definitely selling.
Yep.
There's the
Holy
break.
smokes, here they come.
Here we go.
Wow.
Here we go.
These markets to cool off a bit.
60
Nice call, Dakota.
right there.
Yep.
That was on the money.
Wow.
There goes 65 points in a jiffy. 70 points now.
Ooh, doggy.
Crude, gold, screaming new highs.
Yes, they are. Dow selling off. Yes, selling off. Thank you, selling off, like Eddie said.
Holy moly, this thing's barreling down.
Wait, this is just. Dakota, you in this?
No, I'm done for right now. I'm just taking a break, letting it play out. Of course, now that it's moved, I wish I was.
84s?
I think we might get to David Green's target here, 447.
Yep, I like that target.
I'm with it. I mean, it's natural for the price to want to go back to that area. We're at the tippy top of that sort of volume shelf for that price area right now. And here we come lower. Wow. Almost 100 points on the ticket here from the top.
Wind this
Here
up.
we go.
Beautiful. Did anybody in chat catch that?
I'm
curious if anybody got that in chat.
I had a little tiny short.
There you go. Hey, better than no short at all.
Down to the 46.
Tiny piece always better than no piece.
Absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, if we bounce up
447
to
target.
510s, 512s, I might take an entry short.
Oh, wow. A lot of people caught it. Nice. There you go. Let's go.
In here. Maybe a little short covering.
Crude, not stopping.
Man,
gold.
We are rocking and rolling here.
Get out of its way.
New highs, gold, 2484. 2484. Crude pumping higher, $78.42. New high, last trade, $78.35. Seeing a bit of bounce here.
See if we stay-
MQ. Here we go.
See if we
Coda,
stay
you like this?
below.
Coda likes this level?
Yeah, I like this 512s. 512s,
Ooh.
these 516 area.
For a rejection or for a leak?
To get in short. To get in short.
Okay.
Yeah, I want to.
Rejection.
I want to see how
22s.
price reacts around here because we very well could break right back up to new highs. I want to see price consolidate for a moment. First, I want price action to tell me it. Give me some type of a clue that we can reverse back down towards those lower 400s again.
S&P 10-point bounce.
If we stay below 16, we got a shot of going back down.
Yeah, NASDAQ with a 50-point bounce, Andre. Hot potato.
That's why you stay patient. Gold longs cleaning up indeed. New highs, new highs, new highs. You can see 2,500 even in our sights. Last trade, 2483.
If we reject right here around this 16 level.
Okay.
I don't see any reason to be trading though. We're kind of just sitting right in the middle of everything.
Yeah, with you on that one.
Okay. I'm in a short, just one contract, 511.
From 511, one time.
16. Couldn't get above. There you go.
Oscar Lopez. Yes, we have Meta after the bell. Right now we got go to short from 511. Thank you. S&P
Yeah, I'm
seeing the
out.
sellers as well.
$400.
Nice trade.
Nice trade, Dakota. That's
In and out.
awesome. You called that well before that happened. You mapped out that trade. You took it. I love the new scalping Dakota. Guy's insane.
You got to change with the market, man.
This is new Dakota. Who dis, man? For
You were
real. Good
you were
job.
out of whack for a whopping 3 hours, I think. In totality. You always think like, oh man, I'm not feeling the market. It takes you 3 hours to recover and come right back. You're insane.
More sellers coming in. 493 last trade. Evergreen said, well, if we cannot hold the 516s, we did not hold the 516s.
Yep. Couldn't get
Yeah,
above.
Andrew, that's the life of a trader.
Rips.
What's that? What did I do?
No.
What?
He said no. He said, Dakota said, are you talking to you're talking to the chat. My bad. You're talking to the chat.
Yeah.
Anyways.
Andrew
yeah.
said, quoting me, I'm done for the day. 3 minutes later, I'm in a short.
That's right.
I'm
Just
not
one
trading
more.
anymore. All right, I'm up 400. Just
Yep,
kidding.
yep.
Just one more.
Oh.
Oh man, it's
always that
like
one
you said, David
extra
Green.
little
You have your
trade.
charts open, and you see something set up, you take it. When you have your charts open, you trade.
I closed
but-
Ninja Trader for that exact reason. It's
So,
dangerous.
everything that
FOMC
sets
is
up
such a
technically-
temptress.
I'm doing every trade that sets up technically for me during the day, I'm doing. Period.
Mhm.
Now,
I love
that being
that.
said,
Taking emotions out of the equation.
once you get to a certain point, there's no reason to be trading anymore. You got to have the discipline to walk away,
Absolutely.
especially when you're having a good day.
More selling in the
100%.
S&Ps. Who's selling off here? See if the NASDAQ wants to follow.
470's on the bid here, Andre.
Okay.
Through 470.
Big crude pullback.
We are coming down to, it was 477, wasn't it? Mr. Green?
46.
46, gotcha.
446.
We're coming in hot.
447, yeah. Just here.
I think we have a first class ticket to Dave Greentown right now.
Yep. View app in the S&P's 55.49 last trade, 55.55. David Green looking for targeting 19,447.
What a call.
447.
What a call. Beautiful.
I think we just
That
missed
was the
it.
easiest
Like
trade in
3
the book.
points.
I wouldn't call it
3
easy,
points.
Dakota.
There's no such
What
thing
I say? I
as easy.
should, as soon as I got on screen, like, what's going to happen? He's going to stop talking. We're going to sell off.
I mean, that's because you're one of the best traders, though. I wouldn't call it easy. Come on.
You've seen,
Easy
you've
for
seen this
you.
movie before. You've seen this movie before.
Yeah,
Look at that.
same movie. It's like on
Yep.
the
Look at that beautiful bounce, too. Couldn't quite get to
Yeah.
46. Bounced 30 points.
Yeah, that was the low was 450 3/4, and that was right on the money of basically where that point of control was, kind of right where your level was, David. So again, fantastic call out, beautiful, beautiful prescient call there.
Mm-hmm.
I tell you what, I don't know. How much time we got? 3:30?
33 minutes.
376.
33 minutes.
376. It's not 100 points from me. Never know.
And then
376. It's funny. I got 375 as my level. So yeah,
Okay.
Wow.
I'm with you today.
On side, 375, 76. 375, 376. Okay.
Yeah, I'll agree with the 370s if we do get down there.
I wanted to get long at the
screen,
47.
I'm going to do something I've never done. And on
What's that? Lose it trading?
I love your reaction. So on my screen, there's this thing that I've never done. It says confirm trading lockout on my live account. I'm going to click on this button.
Locking
Yes, lock me out.
There you go.
Wow.
Lock it up.
I've never done that before. That's the beauty of the new
Oh.
platform here at Topstep.
Well done.
So I'm now done, and I can't change my mind.
What's the final P&L?
$5,006.
Well
You
done.
dirty dog.
Beautiful.
Still
Give
selling
that
off here.
$6 for the valet.
There it is. 47's on the ticket. There it is. David Green's number.
47 print. Looking for more
46.25.
Love it. Love it. There it is.
I hope it breaks it now.
Nailed it.
S&P's about to kiss VWAP. VWAP 2 points away. 5552. VWAP called 5550. S&P's leading the way
gold
down
high.
here. Gold pumping. Will we see 2,500 today?
What if Globex brings us all the way back down to where yesterday was?
Yo. All right, just kissed VWAP in the S&Ps. Dow sold through it. NASDAQ staying a bit stronger.
By the way, Dakota, that was a great call. As soon as you came on, we're going to sell off right when this guy's done.
Yeah, that was amazing.
I mean, it was, and not we might not always do that, and it was just a matter of waiting for the market to tell us, waiting for the technical break, and then the retest, and say, okay, you know what, my thesis was correct, and this could very well now happen. When I came on, yes, I was there's a lot of like sarcasm to it because that's what's happened before, and as soon as the market started to tell us, it was for a technical reason, not just because I felt like it.
Yeah, and also the tape was telling the story as we were kind of holding up there with those nonsense questions. We were just kind of stagnant. There weren't any buyers up there. We were exhausting all of the buyers. There were no sellers present, but we were advertising higher prices and nobody was interested in them. So that was kind of your secondary tell there on that trade.
Beautiful.
Yes. And we just hit on a 15-minute chart. You guys can bot my chart up. I'll show you. I wasn't going to do anything, but check this out. 30 EMA on a 15-minute chart was 20. And we just bounced 25 points off that.
Sure did.
Let's see if we can't get down to the old VWAP. But look at that. 30-minute, 15-minute chart, 30 EMA. That was a decent spot. We down a lot.
Dow down about 350 points off the highs. See if the selling can continue in the ES and NASDAQ. Looking for 376, 375 level. Last trade, 438s.
Yeah, I'd really like to see this rejecting back at David Green's level of 447 or so.
Yeah, and definitely a rally up to any of my trend lines. 75 to 78 would be a nice little short for the rest of the day. But again, you've had a good day. You don't want to keep going back to the well.
Agree.
And Dakota is not allowed to trade anymore.
He's locked out.
Nope, I'm not. As much as I want to.
You can't unlock it, right?
Nope.
Impossible.
Nope, not until the new session, which starts at 5 p.m. Central.
Hey, Dakota, you got slow markets this evening. Who's joining you on slow markets?
I do. Today is Wednesday, and I've been starting at 7:30. It's been nice because I've had a little bit more time. Wednesdays, I have Coach Jay join me. He, I believe, is going to be on vacation next week. But yeah, today we could talk about today's trades, and we always dive in depth about some of the strategies, and it's been very nice.
All right, more selling in the SPOOs, or yes.
Yeah, I'm really honestly curious if we will actually break down around 408, 400. If we actually break down in that area, will we actually start to auction like below 300s at that point? Because if 400s go, I feel like 300 is just so slippery. We didn't have a lot of interest today in those 300s. I mean, between 332 and 408 was most of the interest. So if that starts to go and that gets extra slippery, I think that we could potentially seeing Globex starting to auction, testing potentially 19,000 evens, even though it seems so far away at this point. Globex is a long session, though.
Someone in the chat says Iran issued a strike.
Just saw that. Looking for confirmation before we broadcast that.
Okay.
Eddie, if you see anything.
Yes, it is true. Iran's supreme leader has ordered direct attack on Israel in response to the assassination in Tehran. That is breaking news.
Wow.
All right, how's gold
Add
reacting?
that fuel to the fire.
I'm guessing that's what the gold rally and oil rally is about.
100%. Let me give you an update on market internals, Andre, because you love to hear that.
My man,
See if we can
my man. Let's go.
add a little spice here. So the NYSE volume is at 473 million shares, which of course is 22% above its 1 month average. Advancers are leading decliners today by 2.2 to 1. NASDAQ volume is at 4.95 billion shares, which is only about 11% above its 1 month average. And advancers are leading decliners about by 2 to 1 today. The VIX is down 7% at 16.50 or 49, whatever.
Thank you. Whoever bought those 500 contracts in oil at $75 a barrel.
Right?
Wow.
Pretty damn pretty. Dang.
Yeah. That's a prescient trade right there if you saw that.
That's pink.
Looking for love.
50-50 across the board on the tilt. Bit of a pop here. 50-point pop in the NQ. And about a 10-point pop in the ES. Dow still seeing sellers. Oil still moving the upside. Gold as well.
It's going to be an interesting MOC today, simply because I think that, we see this in these sweeping moves here. When we get down low like that, we have a lot of these option stealers who are offsides in these 0DTs, specifically in SPX, NDX, more so SPX. And that's what's causing these juicy rallies off these lows here. Like the NASDAQ just rallied about 60 points there off the lows. And it's primarily due to a lot of this options activity that we're seeing. So MOC could get a little bit spicy. It's going to be interesting to watch the final 10 minutes today.
Indeed. 25 minutes left.
Jim's
in the session.
asking P&L. I'm up 50K in combines and I'm up $1,500 in live.
Oh, man, you've been killing it.
Some days you get lucky.
Oh, well, you've been getting lucky very often then. Starting to become a trend.
Gold is not stopping.
I'm trying to focus more on the live account. And every single time I'm on Topstep TV, I've been kind of committing to trading it that day.
Awesome. Great. Process over profits. I love to watch you do that.
We just found 68 points.
Yes, we did.
The 30 EMA on a 15-minute chart. 68 points.
This volatility
That we have.
And we've seen volatility in the Asian session too, like 100 or 200 point rallies, and it's
wild. It is. I mean, this is the thing though. If you're patient and you're waiting for opportunities in, if you're trading the index futures, you just have to be patient for bouts of volatility like this. And it doesn't matter if you're a long trader, short trader, there's opportunities on both sides. It really comes down to patience, because if you're waiting for days like this, you can nab 100 points if you're very patient for it. And it's not in one single trade. You can split it amongst, 4 or 5 different trades if you must. But these are the days where you have extremely juicy volatility. And if you're patient to wait for these days instead of jumping in every single time the market's just moving around, you will be rewarded for that patience.
Mm-hmm. That sounds very similar to poker, where you could have to sit there and be patient and wait for the right opportunity moment.
Fold. Yep.
It's very true.
The best players.
Ice crude.
Gold won't stop,
Andre,
guys.
we might hit those 25s.
Yeah, that's one hell of a headline.
I mean, look, 10 minutes ago, it looked like the world was going to end. We're up 100 points in the NQ. 100
insane rally.
If I was still trading, I would be looking to short the NASDAQ right here.
If I was still trading.
Yep. If I was still trading 511s, 512s, this is that resistance zone to see if we could get a bounce right back.
Just did one.
Identical trade.
I
This is
just
the same
did one
exact
at
trade up.
12. Damn. I'm in one at 12. Based on
Good
your
luck to you.
recommendation.
Nice, David Green. Short one from 12.
Crude just bouncing off of our level 78.55 there. A little bit of resistance at that level after we broke above 77.65. So interesting to see a small, slight crude pullback here. See if that continues. NQ also pulling back alongside the S&Ps here. Looking over at the Mag 7, we don't really have a lot of market information coming out of the Mag 7 here. We do have earnings coming after the bell in the form of Meta. And we do have ARM, Qualcomm, Carvana, LRCX, Riot. So a lot of, it's sort of a buffet of different names and different pies right now. Qualcomm is going to be interesting to see what happens with chips alongside ARM. Meta is going to be interesting for the AI space, as well as, of course, advertising, online advertising. And then, of course, tomorrow we do have Amazon, the largest online retail, Apple, Intel again with the chips, Coinbase kind of complementing the Riot earnings from today. We also have DraftKings and Roku, but it's a mix.
I covered 12 for 35 points.
Beautiful.
Nice why did I lock it out? What was I doing? What was I thinking?
Yeah. Cody, get out of here.
Hey, you guys, the real move.
We went from 12 to 70.
Yeah.
I know. I watched it, and I was like, yeah, getting in at 10 of 12 with you, David Green. That was perfect technical setup, and 40-point sell-off right there.
We got Coach Paul in the chat reminding us it's the last day of the month also.
That's right.
Right.
End of month flows.
Thanks, Coach Paul.
Gold's about to be up $20 in the last 15 minutes.
Look at this. My goodness.
This is wild.
Holy man.
Yeah, look at that.
Gold.
25.
Wow.
Gold.
Wow, I got an update. I got an update on Rafa. Took one more trade in the live, up $52,000 realized.
Wow.
$52,000 realized.
What a beast.
Whoa.
Love to see that. That is gorgeous.
It's all-time high in gold.
Yes.
Getting close.
Looks like
yes. It is.
I think we did take a peek above
all-time high.
2,500s. Let's double check that. Wow. Yeah, we might be.
Peter Schiff is celebrating as we speak.
Awesome. Costco with those bars they own. Yeah, let's see. Yeah, this might be all-time highs. Yeah,
I mean,
these are all-time highs in
I'm
gold. Yes, they
seeing-
are, David. Yes, they are.
The 80s, 2480s were the all-time highs, and now we're into the
Yes, they
90s,
are.
and we're just up
Contract
and
highs.
away. For gold, I've been looking at 2600 as very realistic.
Wow, Rafa
Yeah,
up.
I got like
52.
25.7. We're not even stretched. Relatively speaking, we're at a 65 RSI on a daily chart, so it still has some.
Yeah, the upside target that I have for gold, the next upside target is 25.16 evens.
This is flight to safety.
Yeah, I mean, that's terrible news for the geopolitical spectrum, but good if you're a gold trader, I suppose.
Yeah, oil too. Oil looks up.
Mm-hmm.
That headline
Probably,
overtook whatever Powell said.
RTX may be catching a bid here. Slight bid.
Time to melt some old gold.
Yeah, you got any scrap gold laying around, David Green? Time to cash.
It's not cashing
Any
her in.
old fillings or anything?
Gold fillings.
I got the big Snoop Dogg chains from back in the day.
Hey, like the Beastie Boys, man. I bet you like the Beastie Boys back in the day, David Green. It's one of those.
Indeed, all the
guys.
Olympic medalist paycheck.
All nice Jewish boys.
Yes, they were. Gold is
Now
not done, guys. We got 2,500s right around the corner. Last trade, 24.95. High of the day, 24.96. I've seen a bounce here in the ES. Last trade, 55.63. Nice cover, David Green, on those shorts, because last trade in the NQ is 19,516. Nice cover.
Crazy. I'll do a double top if we spike up to like 73.
Yeah, we broke through that level now. We broke through that resistance on the NASDAQ.
Yeah, NASDAQ is starting to rip again.
Mm-hmm.
522 quarters, interesting level here on NASDAQ. We break above that, we do have room all the way up to 587 if it can find the juice to get up there.
Yeah, by the dip.
Like
back in session.
That MOC is going to be the most interesting part of the day, I think.
Yeah, 9 minutes. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, it's almost the end of the day. I forget.
Time flies when you make 5K in your life.
Time flies when you're probably up 50,000 in life.
Oh, man. The grass is always greener.
Okay. Yep.
I'm really happy for Rafa. I love seeing traders on Topstep here kill it, especially in the live
Always,
accounts.
man. Always.
Yeah.
It's so awesome because it shows you what's possible. I mean, when you're in the pocket on a day like today, it shows you what can be possible. And that's inspiring, at least to me as a trader, to see somebody out there that's making it happen, up 52 grand. It's a beautiful thing.
Yeah. But it doesn't mean that we need to just go for that. That is process. That takes time. And we can't just jump into the market and go after that. I've seen it rip too many people apart.
He's proven it time and time again. I mean, he's been on that leaderboard for a hot minute here. This is not a flash in the pan kind of luck thing. And that's why he got called up to live. So I'd love to see
Dakota's
it. Very
point
inspiring.
is mega. Dakota's point is mega important, right? You don't want to create FOMO and everybody think that they could just run in there and do this. It takes time, it takes patience, it takes discipline, it takes studying. So everybody go at their own pace.
Oh yeah,
that's the bottom line.
Yeah, and like I was saying earlier, you know, the grass is always greener. Rafa made 52K, Dakota made 5K, I made 1,500. There's levels to all of it. And there's somebody out there that made $5.2 million today. There's levels to all of this, and everybody's at a different stage of their journey. Focus on your journey. Focus within. That's how you succeed as a trader. Use these things to inspire you, if anything.
That's the best thing about Topstep for everybody out there. They want everybody to succeed. They help you to succeed. We're on here working with you guys every single day. It's just no other firm in the world like you guys. I'm not blowing smoke up your asses. I believe it.
All right, nice. The buyers have stepped in.
Yeah, we were rallying above that 522 quarters level.
Here we are.
What a turnaround.
Tricky trade.
I mean, we tagged almost 400 evens now. We're trading almost 550s here. What a turnaround.
Here comes the drop in the crude here.
That's how I feel right now. I put a link to a YouTube clip. That's how I feel.
Okay. 15 minutes left in the session. Wow. Yeah, that Powell stuff was boring, but once you get off the mic, that's all you keep the speech on. When you know the speech ends, it's time to rock and roll. Sure enough, here we are.
200-point range.
Boom.
Insane.
Just you guys love trading the NASDAQ
today.
Approaching highs today.
If you play in the ES, nice play if you got long off of that. Took some heat. Probably not stopped out. Exactly, David. Riga, so much for summer doldrums. Nowhere to be found. It's incredible. Hell of a trade.
It's been great. That's good. I mean,
It really has.
Incredible.
Yep. All your friends in the Hamptons are missing out, David Green.
I had, the last 2 months have been really, really, really good.
Yes, they have.
Really good.
Surprisingly, too. It's seasonally speaking. Yep. This is an outlier for sure.
I prepare everybody every day. I prepare everyone. Guys, we're going to snooze today. There's not going to be anything going on. We'll be out of here by 11 o'clock. It just doesn't happen.
It's crazy.
Then
no days off this summer.
Nope.
This is just so amazing. We were at 18,720s less than 12 hours, like 24, less than 24 hours ago.
Oh my gosh.
Almost 900 points.
Right.
Well, we're going to find out what that MOC is in 5 minutes.
Cool.
That should be fun.
Yes, and QYM.
Squeeze the shorts. Let's see a break above these 570s and will we see 600?
I got 626, which I will short if we spike up.
Fair.
626?
19,625.
625.
I have to be up another 100 points from here.
It's not out of the question.
No, it's not.
No, we've seen it.
Nick for
Delta minus 3,000 in the ES, plus 1,000 in Q.
Yeah, Douglas PC. I was looking for this type of a move. It's just a matter of timing, right? We had that pullback, and it's just I want to buy it. I've been looking for all longs yesterday. didn't happen, and then you just in the blink of an eye, here we are. These 20,600s.
Look at the tilt 50-50 across the board.
A big pullback in the small caps. RTY got up.
And did the Russie go back down? Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Jeez. Oh, my God. Russell came back almost that whole rally. Holy smokes. That's insane.
Tonight on CBNC, rotation out of the Russell back into.
Small caps had their time of glory for a whole 30 minutes.
A week. Yeah.
Markets out of turmoil.
Look at that. Look at the chart on the screen right now. Look at that. That is insane.
Crazy.
Damn.
That's
That's
the
a huge
Russell.
move in this thing.
Looks like opportunity, right? Man. Pull redo. Man.
Small caps are back. Just kidding.
Just kidding. All right, sellers just stepped in the ES about down 10 points in this 5-minute candle, which has not closed yet.
And Q's down 50 points.
Wow, goodness. We are rocking and rolling. This is amazing.
I remember back at the top of the year, it took a nice good hour to move 50 points in the NQ if you were lucky on that day. Like January, February trading, it was like 20 points moving in a 45-minute period. And here we are moving 50 points in about 35 seconds.
Back in the day, if the S&P moved 5 points in a day, it was a lot.
You remember that?
That was a long time ago.
Brutal market. Ugh.
You know what today's a good day for? Selling options. Theta. The theta is just such a beautiful. If you guys know what that is.
Yeah, agreed.
S&P still
Select
selling
premium.
off.
Mm-hmm.
I see Pat C in chat says, give me a 16K loss so I can get back to my 50% rule. One of the easiest ways to get your P&L back down is just to rack up commissions. Just buy and click reverse and reverse and reverse. The commissions will eat away at your profits, and it's a great way to get you back below where you need to be for that profit target. A lot of people think they need to try to get losing trades, and they end up, when you try to get losing trades, the market tricks you and you get winning trades. It's harder than it seems, but yeah.
It's hard
That
to lose
reverse
money
button will
when
get
you're
you down
trying
with
to.
those commissions.
It's hard to lose money when you're trying.
It's crazy, right?
It's hard.
All right, Eddie, when that comes in, Morse code in. We'll see in about 10 seconds.
There you go. Jack says flip tickets into ZB. That's sage advice right there.
There you go.
Just another reminder, it closes out. There's going to be that Meta second quarter earnings.
Here comes the MOC.
Nice. Another fluctuation with these numbers.
Nothing yet.
Waiting patiently, huh?
Buyer stepping in. Looks like the announcement came in. Looks like buy side would be the announcement based on this candle. Still
Come on,
popping here.
juiced.
55.70.
All right, we got our S&P sell side 1.1 billion. NASDAQ,
I got 2 billion on my
sell
side.
side 715 million. Dow sell side 150 million, and the Mag 7 buy side 50 million.
Yeah, all sells. We
All
popped.
together
and then
2.2, right?
Gotcha. And yeah. All right. 9 minutes left in the session. Whew. It got fast. It got furious. It's been a good one.
Not much action so far. The last, well,
I mean, we rallied about 35 points, and now we're selling it off. So
yeah,
that's so tiny though right now. 30 point.
Financial Juice started categorizing it. Interesting. Altogether, though, 2 billion in the sell side for Nicey.
Sells. Oh, here come the sells. So
I think eBay is reporting after the bell today too.
What else besides Meta? I know Meta's the giant.
ARM, Riot, Qualcomm. Carvana, LRCX. Lam Research and Qualcomm are going to give us a lot of color in the futures of chips, and that's going to kind of give us some contagion into the AI sector. Meta has some contagion in AI, as well as, online ad space. So a lot of important information coming out today. Thank you, Mr. Hoagland.
The sellers.
Yeah.
Yep.
Market 2 billion is a big number on the sell side.
Mm-hmm. Just a nice 70-point sell-off.
Dakota hates being locked up. He's never going to use that button again.
The FOMO is real, man.
It is
God
itching.
damn.
Yeah.
Yep.
Hey there,
Because
Dakota.
I'm like,
7
oh, that
minutes.
would have been a beautiful trade, though.
You were so proud to
But I'd
announce
like
using that lock button, too.
Yes, he was. He was peacocking. He was peacocking after you said
I was excited. I never used that on my live account before, and it's very important. And this is perfect example of why you should use it. Even though that I would have made more money, you can't look at it like that. I could have just as easily lost more money.
Let's see if we hit the 53s here and hold. How low do we just get? 56.
S&P's right back to VWAP. Last trade 52s, 5552.
I'm dreaming of.
S&P's leading the way down here.
Yeah, 100-point sell-off from that. It's just
so much opportunity. It's insane.
Yes, it is.
You got to be right, though. Yeah.
Yeah, you're on the wrong side of this freight train. You're getting mollywhopped.
So easy to be wrong.
Yeah.
So easy to be wrong.
Catching a mushroom stamp on the forehead, right, Andre?
All right. All right. All right. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Wow. There's 6 minutes left in the day.
We almost made it.
We almost made it. Last trade in the NQ, 19,457.
Just buy right here, 460.
Sure, whatever. Just get us out of here.
We just bounced off the 53s nicely.
Yes, we did.
Yep. Beautiful entry right there in the 60s. Looking for a pushback into the 90s.
That was the 65 EMA on my 5-minute. 53.
Yep. There's
keep pushing.
There's that push and
nice.
There's the 90s.
Wow.
Boom, out.
500 trade.
There you go. Boom chakalaka.
Yep.
50 points.
That was crazy.
Holy smokes. That's even before the 5-minute algos come on, which are in 5 seconds.
Yeah. Tonight in slow markets, I'll discuss FOMO and locking it out.
Holy good Lord.
53 was the perfect freaking spot.
Wow.
Oh, trust me, I know.
Trust me, I know.
Hoop says, look at Russell. Bye-bye.
Yep. Tonight during slow markets, we'll discuss the FOMO and locking it out.
Look at the Russell getting crushed. 22.59 in the RTY is a spot.
4 minutes left.
Freaking
George, yep.
355.
Anchor view up in the ES. ES view up's
I'm
been
going to
really
lock
nice.
myself.
All right.
I'm locking myself out now like Dakota did.
Beautiful.
If I knew how to do that. If I knew how to do it, Dakota, I would.
Hey, just take the batteries out of your mouth.
That's even more effective. That's just as effective. That was a good one, Dakota. Take the battery. All right. Let's eye on this close. We got 3 minutes, 50 seconds. Gold with a hell of a rally.
That's just insane. Just 100-point sell-off.
Dude, this
75-point rally.
Reopen's going to be nuts.
We only had like a 500-point range in the last 45 minutes.
Incredible.
Yeah. Scale down. Scale down. One contract, you can make or lose 1,000 so fast.
Yep.
Yeah, this is definitely like you can make so much money using one contract today. It's insane.
Yep. Micros too.
What was your sizing today, Dakota, to make 5 Gs?
2 contracts.
That's insane. See?
Yeah.
Says it all right there.
It really took.
and just scalping everything you saw.
Trying to see.
Yeah, just what I was doing yesterday, just 15, 20 point scalps. It's crazy for me to say that when like that time frame is usually like 5 points. And now we're moving 20 points in just a blink of an eye, and it's just really quick. And yeah, it's just
David
one of those
Green's
markets
like, yep.
starting to feel like 2020.
It's see profit, take profit, holding a runner. Good luck to you. Maybe trailing stops, Dakota. David Green. Trailing stops are probably the strategy if you're going to try to quote unquote catch a runner, leave a runner.
Sure.
Absolutely.
Seems like, yeah.
I'm a big believer in, taking some profits fairly quickly and then letting it go.
Like that. Oh, 2 minutes left in the session. What a day. What a day. We had everything from ADP, PMI, pending home sales, FOMC, Powell press conference. We still have Meta earnings coming up after this. We got the headlines from the Middle East. Man, this is just a Wednesday. Last day of July on Topstep TV. This is Power Hour. We got the man, Rips in the house, David Green in the house, Coach Dakota in the house. Amazing segment, says Sinatra. I agree. Click like, click subscribe. Bring it to you again tomorrow. And after that, you know what we do here. We are not done.
Andre.
Yes, sir.
Andre, you here?
I got you, man. What's up? What's up, David Green?
Can we just, again, I don't like to do shameless plugs.
Do it. Wall Street Global. Do it.
Yeah, pop it up. WallStreetGlobalTradingAcademy.com. Guys, all of our courses come with lifetime mentorship, and we just actually added a 90-slide presentation on futures featuring Topstep. So check it out, WallStreetGlobalTradingAcademy.com. That's it.
Wall Street Trading Global Academy.com. Check it out. You got David Green, Peter Tuckman in the house. 100%.
WSGTA.com. WSGTA.com.
100%, man.
Thank you, Andre.
Yeah, Master Trader Rick, I know the markets were moving. We will bring you some hashtag Power Hour stuff tomorrow. But yes, David, anytime you're gracious enough to give us your time, partner up with us. We'd like to do the same with you guys. But yes, please check it out. They are the real deal.
Thank you, Andre.
Just like these markets, man. Holy moly. 50 seconds left in this.
There's a link.
There's the link in the
I just
chat.
watched
Absolutely.
Another 200 contracts just came in at the bid on the NASDAQ.
Wall Street Global Trading Academy pinned to the top of the chat. Go check it out.
Final 30 seconds coming in hot here.
I'm exhausted.
Same, man. Same. I need a cigarette and a
This is a young
sandwich after
man's
this one,
game,
David
guys.
Green.
Cigarette and a
It's
sandwich.
definitely a young man's game.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm running off, getting bucked up.
All right, 14 seconds, 15 seconds,
Thank
10
you, Eddie.
seconds.
I get saved by the bell on this one. Great job, guys. Dakota Rips, David Green in the house. 5 seconds. Tired. We did it. Check out Dakota. Check out D. Take it away, Eddie Horn. Woo! Let's go.
All right, boy, talk about All-Star. Get an All-Star cast here, ending the day. What a day, my goodness. Not going to forget this one for a while. Had fun, educated, and learned a lot here. Learned a lot from a lot of people, especially our community here. Tomorrow, boys and girls, we've got some meat on the bone. Be here at 7:30 for initial jobless claims. Continuing jobless claims, non-farm. We have the non-farm also at 7:30. Scrolling down a little bit here at 8:45, S&P Global. The PMI will be out. We also got a 9 o'clock ISM Manufacturing PMI. The also 9 o'clock ISM prices for July. That's going to happen also. And scrolling down even more, we've got our Fed's balance sheet a little in the afternoon. So taking a look at who we do have tomorrow. And let's see here. We got Friday. No, tomorrow's going to be Thursday. That's right, Thursday. Be here at 8 o'clock Central Time. Hoag and myself are going to fire up the machine, get the party started. Coming in here for Fast Markets, Andre, MP, Hoag, and Coach Jay. 11 o'clock Power Players. We got Andre, Robert, and Manfred K. going to be with us. Joining us for Power Players, Jack and Ben for Shoulder Tap, JD Robert for Group Coaching, Andre, JD, and Jack for Back to the Futures. Power Hour with Francis Green, Jack, and Andre. And don't forget here, we do have At the Buzzer with Coach Jay and Coach Paul. That is in our Discord channel. We also will be having a little later on, 6 o'clock, Coach Ray and Coach Vince in the Discord channel. And well, to end today, let's also not forget about what we've got going on tonight. Tonight, slow markets with Coach Dakota, 7:30. It's going to be 7:30, and this happens every Sunday through Thursday for slow markets. So get there at 7:30. Get yourself a front row seat. And coming in tomorrow, early tomorrow, if you want to get up early, start your day, get an idea what the market is looking at. We got Deanna, our very own all-star Deanna, 3:30 a.m. Central Time. She also does that Monday through Thursdays for the London Open. So you're not going to miss the Asian Open or the London Open. You come here for the New York Open, you'll be all ready. Good stuff, and we're always adding more and looking for more to add just for you. So loved having you here today. Once again, I got a props out to our community. I enjoyed the conversation and the camaraderie we had here in the community. You traders are awesome. And like David Green said, I'm not blowing smoke. I had a great time today. So now it's time to log off. Let's take a look here real quick here. Did we have that number come out yet? No, we didn't have the release yet. Got a couple minutes before that does happen here. But time to get some love from those that are closest to you. So let's get some rest, re-energize, stay safe, stay healthy, have a fantastic rest of your day. Until we meet again, I'm hoping about 8 o'clock tomorrow, a.m. Central Time. I'm Eddie Horn, and this has been Top Step TV. Take care.